Chapter 1897. Guardian Deities. Eteonion narrowed his eyes. He knew that the celestial pole ancestral land definitely had more than this. It definitely had some accumulations. Otherwise, how could it have existed for so long? With a rumbling sound, a huge crack appeared in the ground. Many pitch-black hands crawled up from below. A deathly aura surged out of the crack and spread into the surroundings as if it came from the depths of hell. Soon after, experts who had been sealed deep underground crawled out from the depths of the earth. They were the guardian deities of the celestial pole ancestral land. To put it bluntly, they were a group of failures sealed underground. Once they appeared, they were basically half dead. They could not appear too many times. If they appeared several times in a row, they would turn to dust. Or if they appeared once and erupted with their full power, they would definitely die. These guardian deities failed to break through, causing their bodies to be in a state that was neither human nor ghost. Their bodies were filled with the deathly aura. Even their cultivation had fallen to late-stage Grandmaster Shing. They probably wanted to break through from Star Venerate to a higher level, but they failed. This was like the previous tribulations. There were also failures. Once they failed, those with better conditions could still survive. Under the situation of energy sealing, they could still preserve their previous strength. However, as time passed, their strength would gradually weaken. Their cultivation would continuously fall, eventually falling to late-stage Grandmaster Shing's cultivation. In the end, they were a group of people on the verge of death, struggling at death's door. It would be hard for them to come back to life in this lifetime unless an even more heaven-defying expert came back to help them. It looked like that was impossible now. Even so, they were originally Star Venerates. Now, their cultivations all fell to late-stage Grandmaster Shings. Although their cultivations fell, their cultivation was still there. A strong cultivation was not just for show. Who dares to invade my celestial pole ancestral land? The guardian deities crawled up from underground. There were not many of them, only 3. This meant that 3 Star Venerates had appeared in the celestial pole ancestral land. Who knew that they would fail to break through? When they appeared, a deathly aura spread in the surroundings. Naturally, they were not buried in this area. They just instantly moved over. With their abilities, they could easily do so. After it appeared, a terrifying death chi shrouded the surroundings. Some cultivators who didn't manage to escape in time were infected by the death chi, and their vitality was quickly sucked dry. Those who were slow to escape were immediately turned into dried corpses, paralyzed on the ground, unable to move. He wasn't dead. He was just a dried corpse. If someone came to rescue him, he could still live. What they extracted was only life force, not the soul, so there was no need to worry about death. However, if they were not treated for a long time, it would cause permanent damage to them. Yes, it's the Lord Guardian God. That's Star Lord Soaring Cloud, the guardian god from a long time ago. That's Star Lord Ning Su, a legendary powerful guardian god who led the Empyrean Terminus ancestral land to conquer the world. There is also the Jade Dragon, Star Venerate. He seems to have the dragon race's bloodline and is extremely strong. Despite facing several Star Venerates, he could still easily leave. When they saw these guardian deities, they could recognize who they were. They were all extremely famous Star Venerate experts in the history of the Empyrean Terminus ancestral land. As long as they were not very young, they could easily recognize them. Unexpectedly, they all crawled out of the ground all of a sudden. It seemed that Eteonion was already enough to threaten the existence of the Empyrean Terminus ancestral land. With their appearance, we will definitely be able to kill that brat. That's right. We will definitely be able to kill him. After letting him jump around for so long, the guardian deities will definitely avenge us. Kill him and let the divine cauldron ancestral land know that our Empyrean terminus ancestral land is not to be trifled with. They were shouting as if they were on steroids. They finally saw hope. Even great elder Yao Yuan, who was so strong, was defeated. If the Empyrean terminus star Lord did not appear, then they would really be defeated. 3 guardian deities. He was sent by the divine cauldron ancestral land. He is a genius with a unique star dharma aspect. He has killed many of our city lords and even has the ability to break the slave imprint. He has destroyed the balance of our Empyrean terminus ancestral land. I hope the 3 guardian deities can kill him. Great elder Yao Yuan came over and respectfully greeted the 3 guardian deities. Whether it was strength or status, they were all higher than him. Unique star dharma aspect. The 3 of them stared at Tianyun. Their eyes were filled with jealousy, but there was even more killing intent in them, especially when they heard about the ability to break the slave imprint. The killing intent in their eyes soared to the sky. The slave imprint was the foundation of their Empyrean terminus ancestral land. If it was destroyed like this, the impact would be great, and it might even cause the Empyrean terminus ancestral land to be destroyed. It was even sent by the divine cauldron ancestral land. It seems that the divine cauldron ancestral land has always been at odds with us. This time, they even sent out an existence that can break the slave imprint. This is really unexpected. Star Lord Yulong's pitch-black eyes flickered with a scarlet light. It was unknown how many lives they had devoured to be able to survive until now. The process must have been extremely cruel. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for them to live for so long. Breaking the slave imprint. Star Lord Ling Yun laughed sinisterly. You actually dare to touch our slave imprint. What else do you want to do? But you want to touch our slave imprint. Star Lord Ling Yun's laughter was filled with killing intent. The reason they could live for so long was because they relied on slaves. They constantly sucked the slaves that were sent to them to prolong their lives. No matter who it is, as long as they invade our Empyrean terminus ancestral land, they must die. Star Lord Ning Su said sternly. The 3 of them flew towards Tianyun, and the aura of death filled the air. Even their own people were sucked dry by them. Even if they were full of respect for them, they had no choice but to escape. If they did not escape, they would die. You 3 old farts want me to die? Tianyun looked at them and said disdainfully, if you were still in the state you were in before you died, perhaps I would still be a little afraid. But with your appearance, which is neither human nor ghost, in my opinion, there is no difference between you and someone who has just been killed. Tianyun pointed to the bloody area at the side with an indifferent expression. Ha ha ha, what a joke. Do you think that you are really invincible just because you have a unique star aspect? Star Lord Ling Yun sneered and said, we will let you know what it means to say that there is always someone better than you. I have seen too many arrogant geniuses like you. You think that you have some ability and your tail is up to the sky. Little do you know that true strength is not only in cultivation, but also in realm. A perfect realm, combined with the star aspect, is the most powerful. Chapter 1898. The Lingyun star venerate stretched out his hand and flicked gently. A huge image appeared behind him. If one looked carefully, they would discover that it was a thundercloud. Dense lightning descended from the sky. When it struck the ground, huge pits appeared in the hard ground. When one looked carefully, one would discover that the dermic incarnation that the Lingyun star venerate burst out of was at least grade 5. The important thing was that there was a special change when compared to Grandmaster Xing. There was a thundercloud in the starry region in the sky that continuously sent down energy, providing a kind of energy boost. The greatest difference between a Star Venerate and a Grandmaster Shing was that they could truly draw out the energy in the starry region. Previously, they relied purely on their own strength to burst out. Now, they could borrow the power of the stars in the sky. They were truly monarchs. Monarchs could carve out their own territories. Hence, they were called Star Venerates. Compared to the lower realm Star Venerates, the difference was like heaven and earth. The two could not be mentioned in the same breath. Boom. The thundercloud in the grade 5 starry region continuously sent down divine lightning, overlapping with the Lingyun Star Venerate. It was like a thunder god descending. The Lingyun Star Venerate's cultivation was not at the Star Venerate level, but his cultivation was still there. Hence, the Lingyun Star Venerate could also draw out the power of a Star Venerate. This was also why he said that he could not surpass Grandmaster Shing. Even though their cultivations were about the same, their cultivation was different. Grandmaster Shing could not draw out that power. That was the greatest difference. In reality, there was indeed a huge difference. The Lingyun Star Venerate's cultivation was about the same as the first elder Yao Yuan's. However, based on the current situation where the Lingyun Star Venerate summoned the power of the stars, their overall combat prowess was dozens of times weaker. If the Lingyun Star Venerate's cultivation was still that of a Star Venerate, its might would be easy to imagine. Do you see that? This is the difference in strength. The Lingyun Star Venerate walked over to Yi Tianyun in the air. It was like there was an invisible staircase in the air, allowing him to walk over step by step. With every step the Lingyun Star Venerate took, countless bolts of lightning descended. Then they struck the surrounding area. Everything that the lightning touched turned into powder, vanishing from this world. Those who did not flee quickly were directly blasted into powder. This Lingyun Star Lord did not care if there were any of his people below. He just walked over, trying to put an invisible pressure on Yi Tianyun. Deng Feng and the others' expressions instantly changed. When they saw this terrifying divine lightning and this shocking aura, they couldn't help but take a few steps back. That's the protector of the Empyrean Pole ancestral land. Can the Lord deal with it? Their scalps went numb. They had always heard that the celestial terminus ancestral land had a protector god. Rumor had it that it was an existence that could easily defeat a group of experts. It was unknown how many Grandmaster Shing had died in their hands. No matter how strong Yi Tianyun was, he was still a Grandmaster Shing in the end. He was still far from a Star Venerate. It shouldn't be a problem. Although Deng Feng said so, he was still a little nervous. Any one of the three guardian gods would be extremely difficult to deal with. This aura alone far surpassed the power that Yi Tianyun had displayed. Not to mention the difference between the two of them was like heaven and earth. Just from the feeling alone, there was a huge gap. As a result, their morale plummeted. They didn't even have a chance to help outside. Previously, their momentum was like a hot knife through butter. Now, it was completely listless. They felt so insignificant. At first, they thought that they could break through the entire Empyrean Pole ancestral land in one go. Now, it seemed that their foundation was still too weak. Because of this, even though Deng Feng said it, they still didn't really believe him. They could only say that they were somewhat worried. If Yi Tianyun died, what would they do? Without Yi Tianyun's help to remove the slave mark, they couldn't continue fighting. They could only live a life of escape. Fortunately, the slave mark was gone. They could escape, but revenge would probably take a long time. While the morale here was low, the people in the city were boiling. Even though Lingyun Star Lord had killed his own people, their fervor didn't decrease at all. After all, to them, as long as they could repel Yi Tianyun's group, it would be a good thing. The two Star Lords next to him were somewhat displeased. Among them, Star Lord Ning, Su turned to look at Great Elder Yao Yuan and said with dissatisfaction, "You're making a mountain out of a molehill. You only need to send one guardian deity. Why did you wake all of us up? Even if the power of the unique star aspect is not bad, you think too highly of him to ask all of us to come out." Great Elder Yao Yuan was very embarrassed. He cupped his fists and said respectfully, "I'm very sorry that this happened because of a moment of impatience. However, after this, I will order someone to send a slave with a stronger life force over. At that time, it will definitely be able to replenish the guardian deity's consumption." Well, you're considerate about that. All these years, we can all feel your loyalty. After this matter, remember to investigate the situation of the ancestral land of the Divine Cauldron. We have always had a bad relationship with the ancestral land of the Divine Cauldron. It's time to settle the score. Star-Lord Ning Su sneered. He felt that some things couldn't be delayed any longer. While they were discussing, there was a sudden boom from the side. The huge phantom of the five-colored Emperor Dragon pressed down. Accompanied by a strong vibration, a deep pit appeared on the ground. The thundercloud star above them immediately became dim, as if it had been extinguished. When the five-colored Emperor Dragon raised its huge claw, Star-Lord Lingyun was already flattened. However, the death chi on his body was even heavier. He was not dead, but he looked like he was half-crippled. What is the difference in strength? Tianyun looked down at everything with a gaze that seemed to look down on the world. He looked down at Star-Lord Lingyun, who was lying limp on the ground. It looked like he was about to die. What grade 5-star aspect? What star venerate realm? They were not worth mentioning in front of him. It was undeniable that Star-Lord Lingyun was very strong. When combined with the star venerate realm, his strength increased significantly. Unfortunately, under the combination of crazy mode and the unique star aspect, everything else was just an ant. Your strength, Star-Lord Lingyun's body twitched. When he wanted to move and get up, Tianyun's flame swept down and burned Star-Lord Lingyun to ashes. The extreme yang flame was enough to restrain the death chi, and he was instantly burned to death. The dignified guardian of a generation was burned alive by him. He didn't even have the chance to resist before he was killed. Then he raised his head and glanced around. The cultivators below were dumbfounded. They originally wanted to see the guardian crush Tianyun, but now it was easily suppressed by Tianyun. Star-Lord Ning Su and the others were even more dumbfounded. They had only been distracted for a short while, and their companion had died. Even if Star-Lord Lingyun did not use his full strength, he would not be suppressed so easily, right? Chapter 1899. The mighty power once again showed everyone what true invincibility was. No matter what realm it was like empty talk in front of Tianyun. With a dragon claw, everything was turned into ashes. However, Soaring Cloud Star-Lord was not crushed by the claw. He was burned to death. Anyway, the result was the same. There was no big problem. The two of you, what are you still babbling about? Hurry up and get up here to die. Tianyun looked at them and sneered. After destroying the protector of your celestial terminus ancestral land, I wonder what other experts you will send. I will kill as many as they come. I will completely eradicate all the experts and patriarchs of your celestial terminus ancestral land. How dare you kill Soaring Cloud Star-Lord? I want you dead. Star-Lord Ning Su was famous for his bad temper, especially when he saw his comrade die. His anger completely exploded, and death aura soared into the sky. The storm cloud tiger star descended from the star region, causing him to instantly transform into an incomparably huge storm cloud tiger. His body was covered with dense black stripes, as though he was a tiger from hell. Scarlet light shot out of his eyes. In the next second, he pounced towards Eteon. He opened his huge mouth and bit at the five-colored emperor dragon's throat. If he attacked, he would definitely kill in one move. A violent force surged from the back of the storm cloud tiger. The violent force made the nearby cultivators feel as if they had lost their minds. A mere worm dares to be so arrogant. Eteon pounced on Ning Su Star Monarch, and his giant claw directly pressed Ning Su Star Monarch to the ground. Eteon's huge body slammed into the palace, and a pile of palaces was crushed into ruins. At the same time, even Ning Su Starlord's head, which was the storm cloud tiger's head, was crushed by his palm. With his head crushed, Ning Su Starlord naturally returned to his original state. He quickly shrank back to his original form. He took a few steps back. His face was pale and bloodless. Originally, there was no color to speak of. Now he was even paler. The death chi on his body was even thicker. The thicker the death chi, it meant that he was close to death. Once the death chi surrounded his body, he would be dead for sure. Why is this pressure so intense? It's like I'm facing a real Star-Lord. Star-Lord Ning Su's head was crushed, and he immediately calmed down. He didn't dare to be rash anymore. He had already unleashed his strongest attack, yet he was still no match for Eteon's palm. How was he supposed to fight? In particular, when he transformed into his unique Star Dharma body, they were all shocked. Such a high-level Star Dharma body was able to achieve such a high degree of compatibility, which was something they had not expected. At this moment, they finally realized that Great Elder Yao Yuan had gathered all of them. If the three of them didn't come out, it would be hard to deal with this frightening power. Oh, you're quite lucky. You still managed to escape. Eteon looked down at him and said, "But what's the use of escaping? Looking at your current state, even if you escape, you won't be far from death." Eteon's words were not nonsense. Star-Lord Ning Su's injuries were very serious. They were already people who were on the verge of death. Once they were seriously injured, no matter how much life force they absorbed, it would be useless. Before, they could fight a little, but now that they were injured, there was no way to make up for it. The fact that they could still be alive was something that the heavenly Tao could not tolerate. Relying on the slave's life force, they could at most hang on to their lives. Now that there was no way to extend their lives, escaping was just waiting for death. Damn it! Star-Lord Ning Su cursed angrily. His intestines were green with regret. He didn't expect that the price of coming out would be death. He had pinned his hopes on the current Celestial Terminus Star-Lord, hoping that after Celestial Terminus Star-Lord broke through, he would extend their lives. Now, he didn't even need to wait for Celestial Terminus Star-Lord to break through. He was almost done for. He's so strong, why didn't you say so? Star-Lord Yulong's face was ashen. Of his two companions, one was dead, and the other was half crippled. This was a heavy loss. I already said, Great Elder Yao Yuan felt wronged. He knew that Eteon was very strong, so he summoned them, who knew that after summoning them, seeing their confident expressions, he really believed them. Scram! Star-Lord Yulong slapped him, sending Great Elder Yao Yuan flying. Great Elder Yao Yuan could have dodged, but he didn't dare to. He could only receive the slap, and was sent flying in front of everyone. Star-Lord Yulong quickly came to Star-Lord Ning Su's side, and said quickly, "Star-Lord Ning Su, I'm afraid you can't hold on anymore. This kid is not easy to deal with. It looks like the two of us can only use our full strength, or we won't be able to suppress him. Why does a unique stellar Dharma aspect have such strong power? This is too strange." Star-Lord Ning Su still found it unbelievable, but as he spoke, he released all the power in his body. Death Chi covered his body. Not only him, but Star-Lord Yulong also released all his power. Death Chi immediately surrounded the surface of their bodies. This meant that they were about to use their full power, which was equivalent to releasing all their life force. Releasing all their life force would naturally allow their power to explode to an even stronger level. However, if they did this, regardless of whether Tianyan lived or died, they would die. Furthermore, they would definitely die. When they saw Tianyan's power, they made a prompt decision to use their full power. Otherwise, they would not be able to win this match. Rumble. The Storm Cloud Tiger Star and the Imperial Dragon Star both flickered with the strongest light. Originally, the unique stellar Dharma aspect of the five-colored Emperor Dragon could suppress their astral power. But now, it seemed like it was overtaking them. This was the new effect that could only be achieved when they used their full power and their Star Venerate cultivation. Star-Lord Yulong said coldly, "I did not expect things to turn out this way. It was our mistake. However, everything is over. When we use our full power, you will die for sure. Of course, it is your honor that we can die with you." Star-Lord Ning Su, who was at the side, did not say anything. His eyes flickered with a cold light, and his power kept increasing. Previously, when his head exploded, he must have been filled with rage. He had a bad temper to begin with. Now that he was crushed by a junior, he must be in a terrible mood. Now it was different. He threw caution to the wind, and he would welcome his peak. "When you go to hell, repent for what you have done." Star-Lord Ning Su said coldly, "For the prosperity of the celestial pole ancestral land, we are willing to give up everything." Chapter 1900. Tianyan still maintained the body of the five-colored Emperor Dragon. His huge body towered over everything. The tyrannical five-colored dragon scales on his body were especially eye-catching here. "We underestimated your strength. However, I have to say that you are still too naive. Do you really think that we will be the same as before?" Star Venerate Ning Su's Cloud Storm Tiger body was even stronger than before. His fur was even faintly red, and his berserk power was even stronger. When the two of them burst out with their full power, their cultivation reached the early stage Star Venerate level. Although it did not increase by much, it had at least increased to a cultivation that matched their realm. After the two matched, the power that burst out far surpassed the previous situation. Just by looking at the performance of the astral power, one could tell the situation. They were no longer suppressed by the five-colored Emperor Dragon's dermic body. Instead, they seemed to be fighting back. A grade 5 dermic body still had the power to be called a king. They are too arrogant. They have not reached the Star Venerate level, but they think they are the whole world. Star Venerate Yulong had turned into an imperial dragon. His huge body was not inferior to the five-colored Emperor Dragon. The imperial dragon, which was said to have the true dragon bloodline, had extraordinary power. Seeing that they had all erupted with extremely powerful strength, the previously disheartened cultivators began to howl as if they were on steroids. "I knew it! The guardian god, and the others did not use their full power. This is the power of a true Star Venerate. Everyone below Star Venerate is an ant. The guardian god will definitely win. This is the power of a Star Venerate. It is really too strong, especially that imperial dragon. It is said to have the true dragon bloodline and can travel through the 9 heavens." They looked at the surging aura. When it connected with the astral region, it proved that this was the power of a Star Venerate. Only by controlling the astral power of a region could one become a Star Venerate. Compared to them, Tianyan did not seem to have a strong aura. His mediocre aura represented that he was only at the level of Grandmaster Xing. Although he was a Grandmaster, there was a huge gap between him and a sovereign king. Yi Tianyun looked at them with an indifferent expression, as if nothing could stir up any waves in his heart. I don't think I'm invincible. At least in front of you, I'm invincible. Yi Tianyun's enormous body leapt into the air and yelled, I'll show you what it means to be invincible. Without absolute power, you are nothing but trash in front of me. The five-colored Emperor Dragon's body did not explode in size, but the five-colored dragon scales on its body began to shine with dazzling light. The unique star aspect in the sky immediately manifested a huge five-colored Emperor Dragon, soaring even higher in the starry sky. After tumbling for a few rounds, a beam of divine light instantly enveloped him, allowing him, who had transformed into his own Dharma idol, to increase his compatibility to a certain level. In an instant, all the star Dharma forms lost their luster. Even the star power that they had just released became extremely weak. To be precise, it wasn't that their star power had been weakened. It was just that the five-colored Emperor Dragon's star power was too dazzling. As a result, their star power seemed so insignificant. I am the Emperor. The aura of looking down on the world descended once again. All living things trembled in fear. The dragon's eyes, which could see through everything, merely glanced at Star Lord Yulong, and he knelt on the ground. In the end, he curled up on the ground and trembled. He no longer had any majesty. Yi Tianyun didn't even look at him. Instead, he circulated the energy in his body and turned it into a beam of five-colored divine light that pressed down. The storm cloud tiger's eyes were filled with fear. However, in his rage, he roared and pounced towards Yi Tianyun. Even if he died, he had to fight. Star Lord Yulong, who had originally wanted to attack, realized that he couldn't move at all. He really wanted to move, but there was a special magic in his heart that made him unable to resist. He could only curl up on the ground and tremble as he watched his comrade fight alone. However, there was no point in fighting alone. The almost perfect compatibility made the five-colored Emperor Dragon's power even more domineering. As it swung its claws, it was enveloped by its unique star aspect. If they could control one area of star power, then it could control 5 areas of star power. Under the dazzling power of the stars, it suppressed the storm cloud tiger, which had pounced over, and turned it into a pile of rubble. Star Lord Ning, Su couldn't even cry out before he was completely crushed to death. This was the difference in power, and it was an absolute difference. Even if they used their full power, it seemed so insignificant in the face of Yi Tianyun's power. How can you reach such a high degree of compatibility? How can you have the power that only a Star Lord can control? Star Lord Yulong, who was prostrated on the ground, looked at him in horror. He realized that this was a little beyond his understanding. The higher the level of the star aspect, the harder it was to achieve compatibility. Now, not only was Yi Tianyun's compatibility high, but he could also control the power of the stars that only a Star Lord could control. As long as he controlled the power of the stars above, with the support of it, his power would increase greatly. For example, after they used their full power, one area of star power could increase their power by more than 2 times. 2 areas of star power could increase it by 4 times. 3 areas of star power could increase it by 6 times. Yi Tianyun directly exploded with the power of the 5 areas of star power. This required an extremely high degree of compatibility in addition to the power of a Star Lord and above to be able to draw out this power. This meant that Yi Tianyun could rely on the power of the 5 areas of star power to increase his power tenfold, together with the crazy damage mode. Who else could do it but him? Right now, Yi Tianyun's cultivation was still that of a Star Master. How could he draw out this power? Do you think you are qualified to ask this question? Tianyun looked down at him. His huge dragon eyes swept over him, causing him to tremble. Damn it! How can you have such a high-grade, true dragon bloodline power? Even if you have a unique star aspect, you can't have this kind of power. Star Lord Yulong didn't even have the ability to fight back. This was the saddest thing. Although the storm cloud tiger couldn't defeat him, it could at least fight to the death. As for him, he couldn't move at all. He could only lie there and wait for death. You can slowly search for this question after you die. Tianyun snorted coldly. He didn't show any mercy and smashed Star Lord Yulong into a meat patty. He didn't even have the ability to fight back. He was destined to die. What he loved the most was facing opponents with the dragon bloodline. As long as they had the dragon bloodline, it was basically a gift. Hence, when he saw Star Lord Yulong, he laughed in his heart. What 2-on-1? It was actually 1-on-1. After killing Star Lord Yulong, he turned to look at Great Elder Yao Yuan and said, "Finally, it's your turn." Chapter 1901. Of all the strong enemies, only First Elder Yao Yuan was left. The 3 guardian deities were gone, leaving only First Elder Yao Yuan. What else could he do? This was especially so, since any one of the guardian deities could kill First Elder Yao Yuan. This meant that Tianyun could easily crush First Elder Yao Yuan. When Tianyun looked at First Elder Yao Yuan, the latter's heart trembled. The 3 guardian deities are dead, all dead. First Elder Yao Yuan despaired. He originally thought that the 3 guardian deities could kill Tianyun. Now, it looked like he was too naive. Now, aside from him, there were no other experts in the celestial pole ancestral land who could deal with Tianyun. As for the celestial pole Starlord, he could not be found. This meant that Tianyun could sweep through the entire celestial pole ancestral land. As long as the celestial pole Starlord did not return, the celestial pole ancestral land would definitely be destroyed. I wonder what other tricks you have. Just use them. Are there any more guardian deities underground? Let them climb up. Tianyun walked over to First Elder Yao Yuan step by step, staring at him with a sharp gaze to see what other tricks he had. First Elder Yao Yuan's expression turned unsightly. What other tricks did he have? He had summoned all that he could. There were only 3 guardian deities in total. He did not have any more. It was not easy to break through to the Star Venerate level. Even if there were thousands of cultivators, very few could break through. It was already pretty good to have Grandmaster Xing's cultivation. However, Grandmaster Xing's cultivation was not enough before Tianyun. Unless the celestial pole Starlord returned, he would not be able to resist Tianyun. Even if I die in your divine cauldron ancestral land, the celestial pole Starlord will definitely take revenge on you when he returns. First Elder Yao Yuan roared and turned into the lion rock dermic incarnation again, charging at Tianyun. Even if he died, he would not choose to surrender. Tianyun easily stomped on him, and his dermic incarnation shattered. Even the 3 guardian deities were crushed by Xiao Chen, not to mention this First Elder Yao Yuan. He stomped on the Great Elder Yao Yuan to the ground with a single kick. The Great Elder was so severely injured that he could barely move. He looked like he was on the verge of death. One more kick, and he would be dead. At this time, Tianyun returned to his original form and landed beside Great Elder Yao Yuan. He looked at him and said, "Celestial Terminus Lord, don't worry. Even if he doesn't come to me, I will definitely go to him." He wanted nothing more than for Celestial Polarity Starlord to appear. If he wanted to get rid of all the slave imprints in one go, he would have to kill Celestial Polarity Starlord. Once he killed Celestial Terminus Lord, all the slaves would be freed. There would be no need for him to free them batch by batch. They would all be freed naturally. Moreover, the only way to truly destroy the Celestial Pole ancestral land was to kill Celestial Pole Lord. Otherwise, as long as Celestial Pole Lord was still alive, he would definitely make a comeback. Haha, don't worry. Celestial Terminus Star Lord will definitely find you and avenge us. Great Elder Yao Yuan said fiercely, I didn't expect that a monster like you would appear in the ancestral land of the Divine Cauldron. We lost, but we won't admit defeat just like that. Tianyan stomped his foot, and a halo surrounded the two of them. No one could hear what they were saying. I've said it countless times. I wasn't sent by the ancestral land of the Divine Cauldron. You just don't believe me. Tianyan looked down at Great Elder Yao Yuan and said indifferently, Before you die, I don't mind telling you this secret. I actually came from the lower realms. Do you know why I hate your Celestial Pole ancestral land so much? Idiot! As soon as Tianyan finished speaking, he stomped his foot down and crushed Great Elder Yao Yuan's head. He had completely destroyed the Great Elder of the Celestial Pole ancestral land. Before he died, Great Elder Yao Yuan's eyes were filled with disbelief. He could not believe that Tianyan was actually sent from the lower realms. However, he did not think that Tianyan would lie to him before he died, representing that he really came from the lower realms. If he was still alive, he would definitely regret it. He did not expect such an unexpected situation to occur. If they did not design it this way, there was no if. From the moment they designed this slave imprint, it was already a foregone conclusion. Perhaps the one who appeared to destroy them was not Tianyan, but another cultivator. There would always be an outcome that would be overthrown. After killing Great Elder Yao Yuan, he could obtain a pile of star energy points. Great Elder Yao Yuan's Lion Rock Star was also easily obtained. Those guardian gods from before also obtained a large amount of star energy points. However, they were all late-stage Great Master Xing and not Star-Lord level star energy points. This was a pity. Fortunately, all of these star energy points could be obtained, which surprised Tianyan. For a long time, killing these cultivators had allowed one to obtain star energy. Some were somewhat useful, while others were useless. Those with lower levels were naturally useless. Level 5 guardian gods were extremely useful. Although their power could not compare to the unique star aspect, some of their abilities were still worth looking at. It's over for now. Tianyan breathed a sigh of relief. Great Elder Yao Yuan had been killed, so there was almost no threat in the Celestial Terminus ancestral land. The biggest threat was probably the Celestial Terminus Star Lord. But where was the Celestial Terminus Star Lord? No one knew that. Great Elder Yao Yuan knew, but he was already dead. When he turned his head to look around, a group of cultivators trembled and retreated as if they were looking at a demon. All the guardian gods, including the Great Elder, were dead. Who else could stop him in the Celestial Terminus ancestral land? We won. We really won. After a moment of silence, Deng Feng suddenly burst into cheers. He was extremely excited about this. He had not expected that they would actually win this time. If this continued, the Celestial Terminus ancestral land would definitely be theirs. Amid the crazy cheers, the rest of the cultivators were filled with fear and disappointment. What should they do now? The Celestial Terminus ancestral land had fallen. How would they, the people, be dealt with? Would they be slaughtered, or would they be used as slaves? No matter what, they had to think pessimistically. After all, they had always enslaved these cultivators from the mortal world. Even if they did not have the power to order them, at least they were the people of the Celestial Terminus ancestral land. Congratulations, sir, for successfully taking the celestial terminus ancestral land. Deng Feng came over with a group of cultivators. They all knelt on the ground, excitedly. They had never been so carefree, and they had never been so unyielding. They had finally won the celestial terminus ancestral land, which meant that they would be the masters of the celestial terminus ancestral land in the future. We haven't really taken it yet. We have to completely control the entire celestial terminus ancestral land before we can truly take it. Yi Tianyun said calmly, especially the celestial terminus Star Lord. He is not dead yet, let alone taking it down. Chapter 1902. Yi Tianyun did not stop. Instead, he continued to lead Deng Feng and the others, destroying all the major cities of the celestial pole ancestral land and liberating all the slaves. Since there weren't any strong opponents, it was basically a one-sided fight. There wasn't even the slightest bit of pressure. They easily conquered the cities one by one, with no difficulty at all. Hey, the situation here is a little different. When Yi Tianyun came to one of the cities with Deng Feng, he found that there were no guards. Some of the cultivators were even tied up and could not resist. When they came in, a group of people flew over from the front. As soon as they arrived, they said respectfully, "Greetings, Your Excellency. This place has been captured by us. Please take over." Drug God. Yi Tianyun looked up and down at the middle-aged man in the lead and found that he was the drug god. He had never seen the drug god in person, but he had seen the statue in the medicine god temple, so he immediately recognized him. "You know me?" The drug god was startled and a little puzzled. "Deng Feng told me about you." Yi Tianyun looked at him and smiled. "I didn't expect you to organize yourselves and choose to resist together, suppressing this city. I don't dare to accept this title at all. I used to call myself the drug god, but I am nothing here." The drug god immediately shook his head and said, "Let's not talk about this. We took advantage of the city lord's departure and immediately chose to resist and seize power so that Your Excellency can save some effort." The drug god smiled bitterly, recalling the past. He was really a little nostalgic, but being addressed like this was really a little embarrassing. Yi Tianyun nodded. Most of the city lords in the cities had been killed by him. Great Elder Yao Yuan summoned all the city lords, otherwise there would not have been so many powerhouses coming. This meant that he had killed many city lords and a bunch of deacons, which naturally made this place empty. Without these people who could command them, they could naturally choose to counterattack. "Very well, then I will trouble you. I will remove the slave mark for you." Yi Tianyun quickly summoned the five-color Emperor Dragon's Dharma form and removed the slave mark for everyone. After removing the slave imprint, they were all pleasantly surprised. They had finally gotten rid of this damned slave imprint. "The city here will be managed by you." Yi Tianyun directly appointed the drug god as the manager. Every city needed a manager, otherwise it would be easy to cause chaos. There were so many cultivators in the lower realm. Without a leader, it would be easy for things to go haywire. "Thank you, my lord. I will definitely take good care of this city." The drug god cupped his fists in gratitude. He was very familiar with the city, so it was best for him to manage it. Choosing to resist was also his idea. He was decisive. If he could resist, he would resist immediately. Yi Tianyun nodded and did not say anything else. Seeing that the drug god was fine, he was relieved. No matter what, he was from his hometown. It would be best if he could survive. Leaving him in charge of this place was even more reassuring. Then, he continued to lead a group of cultivators to kill their way into other cities. There were many cities in the ancestral land of the celestial terminus. Since they couldn't find celestial terminus lord, they could only occupy the cities one by one. Moreover, even if they killed Celestial Terminus Lord, they still needed to take over the cities one by one. Otherwise, there would be chaos. There were so many cultivators in the lower realm here. If they didn't manage it well, there would be chaos. He couldn't possibly annihilate these elders and ignore everything else, right? Instead, he wanted to control the entire ancestral land of the Celestial Terminus as a springboard for this world. He didn't know how terrifying this world was. At the very least, he had to control this area before exploring it. With resources in hand, everything was peaceful. However, Celestial Terminus Lord hadn't been killed yet, so there was no such thing as peace. Since no one stopped them, they could easily control these main cities. It didn't take long for all the main cities to be occupied. They were occupied, but the slaves were not completely liberated. After all, in addition to these main cities, there were many slaves owned by some families or some private individuals. This was not something that Tianyun could control. He couldn't liberate them one by one. If he liberated them in batches, it would take a long time. The best way was still to kill Celestial Terminus Lord. Sir, the situation in Fallen Cloud City is good. Many of the citizens are calm and won't resist. Sir, the situation in Skyfall City is also stable. The citizens are also in good condition. There are no signs of resistance at the moment. Sir, in the main hall, Tianyun sat in the highest position like a monarch, listening to their reports one by one. They were all temporary city lords. Their cultivation was not weak. They were all star masters and even star grandmasters. Without some strength, these cultivators wouldn't obey. Sir, why should we be so polite to them? Back then, they weren't polite at all. Even if they didn't do anything to us, they kept making us suffer all kinds of insults. One of them couldn't help but stand up and say, "In my opinion, they should be demoted to slaves and serve us." Yes, I think so too. What's the point of appeasing them? Thinking back to when we were attacked and insulted by them, I couldn't do anything. Now, I feel disgusted when I see them. After one person stood up, a second and a third person stood up. The different voices were different from the reports of the city lords. They wanted to let those guys have a taste of being slaves. The anger in the depths of their eyes wouldn't be extinguished so easily. Some of them wished that they could massacre the entire city and kill every single one of them. The city lords looked at Tianyun. They had received orders to appease the citizens and couldn't do anything to them. Although their subordinates complained, they could only carry out the orders. Not only did they have to stabilize the situation of the local cultivators, but they also had to stabilize the situation of their subordinates. It had to be said that both sides were extremely difficult. In particular, their subordinates hated the Celestial Terminus ancestral land to the bone and couldn't wait to be destroyed. If it weren't for Tianyun's authority, they would really want to kill them. Tianyun looked at them indifferently and asked, "Are there more local cultivators in the Celestial Terminus ancestral land, or more from the lower worlds? Who can answer this question?" He didn't directly answer their question. Instead, he asked them a question. In fact, he already knew this question would happen. How could he easily appease his anger after being enslaved for so long? Chapter 1903. They didn't understand Tianyun's question, but someone still stood up and answered. "There are more local cultivators," a temporary city lord answered without hesitation. "How many times more?" Tianyun asked again. "Dozens of times more than us, maybe even 100 times more." The temporary city lord answered. There were too many local cultivators. Because the cultivators from the lower realm only chose the elites to come up, there couldn't be a lot of them. Because they were the elites, they could stand firm. Well, what if we kill them crazily? What choice will they make? Eteonion asked again. Resist, the temporary city lord answered. After answering, he was suddenly stunned. Not only him, but the other cultivators were also stunned. In an instant, they immediately realized what Eteonion wanted to say. Yes, resist. Eteonion held his chin and looked at them indifferently. Their numbers are so many times more than ours. Once they resist, it will be quite terrifying. They don't resist now mainly because they are afraid of me and our master Xing. But if they are forced into a corner, they will resist regardless of everything. When the time comes, there will be a lot of them. Maybe they will run to other forces if we are not careful, or if they fight with us to the death. Even if we win, the result will be extremely tragic. Or, in other words, we might lose in the end. Eteonion gently pointed at them, and they immediately came to their senses. They shivered fiercely and felt that it was very scary. They had been blinded by anger and hadn't thought about this problem for a while. They only wanted to take revenge on the celestial pole ancestral land. Thinking about it carefully, some things weren't so simple. If they only wanted to die, it was easy. They could casually rush over and kill a few people, and then die in the hands of the other party. However, if they massacred the entire celestial core ancestral land, then that would be too exaggerated. There were so many of them, and not only would it be extremely difficult to kill them, once they rebounded, the consequences would be unimaginable. I know what you're thinking, but many of them haven't enslaved anything. It's true that they look down on you, but if you want to take revenge on them, isn't the best way to make them reproduce with you? Eteonion smiled faintly and said, assimilating them is the best revenge. Many of the temporary city lords wiped the cold sweat off their foreheads. When they thought of this, they felt a little scared. However, there were also many who were prepared to die, their eyes still filled with hatred. Everyone's situation was different, and there were many who were selfish. To put it bluntly, he was willing to sacrifice everyone but his own family. I know that some of you can't quell your anger, so I give you the right to kill. When you were slaves, if anyone provoked you or did anything to you, feel free to take revenge. Eteonion smiled coldly and said, not to mention that it's hard for you to swallow this anger. Even I won't. In fact, I support you in doing this. You should be responsible for your own mistakes. As soon as he said this, a murderous intent shot out of their eyes, but more of it was surprise. They thought that Eteonion would forcibly suppress their thoughts and stop them from having such thoughts. Now it seemed that they had thought too little. Thank you, sir. They knelt down one by one, their eyes red, and one of them shouted, they killed my friends, and I really can't swallow this anger. I just need to kill those enemies, and I will not hurt the innocent. They killed my cultivation partner and humiliated her. Even if I have to die, I will take my revenge. I couldn't take revenge because of the slave mark, but now that it's gone, I want to take revenge. I think so too. I don't want to vent my anger on all the cultivators, but some hatred must be avenged. Their eyes were full of anger, not because they wanted to kill the innocent, but because they wanted to take revenge on the enemies who caused them pain. Looking at their situation, if Eteonion didn't agree with them, they would probably sneak away to kill their enemies. Some hatred must be avenged, even if they had to fight against the whole world. Not to mention them, even Eteonion would do this. Of course, I know this, so I let you deal with it, and we will be your backup. Let them know what it means to pay blood for blood. Eteonion looked at them with burning eyes and said, these words can also be applied to other companions. Remember, you can take revenge, but you can't kill the innocent. If we kill the innocent, what's the difference between us and the higher-ups of the Empyrean Terminus ancestral land? Although Eteonyon was not a good person, he was not a heinous bad person. In many cases, things would go in the opposite direction when they reached an extreme, so they should not go too far. Everyone nodded. This point was right. If they killed the innocent, what was the difference between them and the Empyrean terminus ancestral land? At that time, they would become the masters of this place, and the local cultivators would be squeezed. At that time, there might be a second Eteonyon who would definitely punish them. Peaceful coexistence was the best choice. Although I suggest peaceful coexistence. If some people resist strongly, then don't be lenient, Eteonyon said in a cold tone. When it's time to be tough, don't be lenient. Eteonyon's policy was very clear, so they nodded repeatedly and knew what they should do. With a few words, not only did he wake them up, but he also drew them to his side. In many cases, it was better to let them go. Their hatred must be avenged, and after that, they would naturally be very loyal to him. Here, he did not have any trusted subordinates, so he could only slowly cultivate them. However, the things here had just begun, and there were still many things to unfold. But all of this was just the beginning. Such a large Empyrean terminus ancestral land needed to be managed. The cultivators who were originally slaves in the mortal world suddenly became the masters, and there must be many loopholes. However, he was already prepared to deal with it. No matter what, he had to stabilize the situation here, and absolutely no mistakes could be made. If only they stayed here. Eteonyon sighed deeply. He trusted his relatives and his capable subordinates the most, but unfortunately, they stayed in the mortal world. Chapter 1904. At the border between the Empyrean terminus ancestral land and the divine cauldron ancestral land, there was a free space. Not only was this area extremely wide, but it was also much wider than any of the ancestral lands. However, no ancestral land dared to occupy such a vast territory. The main reason was that there was the most peculiar area here, the Five Elements realm. There was a Five Elements mountain in the Five Elements realm, which contained extremely pure power of the Five Elements. Legend had it that there were all kinds of divine medicines. However, the Five Elements mountain had a time to open and close. Once it was closed, it would be extremely difficult to enter or exit. Now that the Five Elements mountain was about to open again, 5 rays of divine light soared into the sky, as if to tell the surrounding ancestral lands that they were ready to open and that they should be prepared to come in. For this reason, all the ancestral lands had sent people over to collect divine medicines. A carriage was slowly moving along the road. There were not many guards, only a coachman sitting in front to help drive the horse. Along the way, it was neither slow nor hurried, as if it was a sightseeing trip. There were many cultivators on the side, running towards the colorful divine light in front of them. A group of people looked at the carriage with disdainful expressions. "Senior brother, what's the background of the owner of this carriage? He's still strolling around here, leisurely. Doesn't he know that it's a special time?" A beautiful woman asked. "Humph, this kind of person will appear at any time. This carriage is extremely ordinary. The owner is at most a star master, and the coachman looks even more ordinary. I'm guessing he's only at the star apostle level. It seems that he wants to go to the Five Elements mountain. With such an arrogant attitude, I'm afraid the Five Elements mountain will close." This senior brother's mouth was very vicious, as if he had seen through everything. He had seen through the owner of the carriage in front of him. Senior brother's eyes are sharp. "Hey, there's another carriage on the side. It seems to be of an even higher grade." The junior sister's gaze shifted to the back of the carriage. At this time, there was an extremely luxurious carriage driving over. Whether it was the material of its appearance or the spirit of the guards, it was far superior to the inconspicuous carriage in front of it. Shoo, that's a disciple of the divine cauldron ancestral land. From the looks of it, he's not an ordinary disciple. At the very least, he's a core disciple. This senior martial brother hastily pulled his junior martial sister and hid far away. Divine cauldron ancestral land. Isn't that a power right next to us? The junior sister covered her mouth in surprise, not daring to speak too loudly. The ancestral land of the divine cauldron was right beside him, so it was almost equivalent to half of the owner of this place. After all, reinforcements would arrive soon. As the saying goes, a powerful dragon can't suppress a local snake. The forces were right next to the Five Elements mountain. Anyone who dared to go against them basically didn't need to come to the Five Elements mountain. Of course, he is half the owner of the Five Elements mountain. The senior brother looked at the ordinary carriage with a gloating expression. There's going to be a good show. We just said that there would be a problem, and now there's a problem. There is only one path here. I think the disciples of the divine cauldron ancestral land will definitely not take a detour. Sure enough, when the extremely luxurious carriage was about to reach the back of the ordinary carriage, the coachman of the luxurious carriage shouted, "The one in front! Hurry up and move to the side." This coachman's cultivation was at the middle stage of the Star Master, but he was acting as a coachman. This caused the surrounding cultivators to be unable to help but guess what level of core disciple the owner of the carriage was. The carriage in front of him turned a deaf ear to him and was still in the center of the main road, showing no signs of moving away. "My lord wants to take a look here. If you're in a hurry, you can go around from the side. This road is enough to accommodate several carriages." The coachman in front said in a low voice. He was still driving the horse at an unhurried pace. It was only the horse's turn. In theory, it could no longer be considered an ordinary horse, but a divine horse. These horses looked somewhat like dragons and were generally called dragon horses. They could fly in the sky at will and belonged to the more common dragon horses. However, the dragon horse behind him was of an even higher grade. Whether it was the appearance of its fur or the state of its cultivation, it was far superior to the dragon horse on this side. There's a good show to watch. He's really arrogant. It seems like he obviously doesn't know the identity of the coachman behind him. The senior brother smiled and said, "Even if the road is as wide as the ocean, no one will give way to the one in the middle." The road here was indeed spacious, enough to accommodate several carriages. As soon as these words were spoken, the coachman's face darkened. "How dare you? Do you know who we are? We are from the divine cauldron ancestral land. If you don't get out of the way, don't blame us for being impolite. Why are you wasting time with him? Just charge over and send them flying. Can they, and you bear the responsibility for delaying me from entering the Five-Element Mountain to get the divine medicine?" A lazy voice sounded from within the carriage, sounding even more arrogant. His words were a little funny. If he was really in a hurry, wouldn't it be faster to drive and fly? Why would he walk on the road? "Yes, sir." After the coachman received the order, his eyes turned cold. He picked up his whip and whipped the dragon horse. "Let's go." Nay, accompanied by a horse's cry. The dragon horse in front turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed over. A vague dragon force emerged from its back, and it really stimulated the dragon bloodline in its body. In an instant, the dragon horse rushed to the back of the carriage in front and was about to crash into it. The coachman in front snorted coldly. "How dare you?" The coachman stretched out his hand and pressed down lightly. A force condensed in the void and pressed forward, crushing the dragon horse that rushed up to him into a meat paste. Such a precious dragon horse couldn't even withstand one move from the coachman before it was slapped to death. As soon as the dragon horse died, due to the problem of strength, the carriage directly rushed forward. However, The coachman who was driving the carriage was quick to react. He quickly pressed his body down and pressed the carriage down. "How dare you kill my young master's beloved horse?" The coachman was furious. He released his middle stage star master cultivation, and the second-level star Dharma idol behind him also exploded. He was ready to make a move. "I'll give you a chance. Obediently go around us, and we'll let you go." The coachman's expression was cold, and his eyes were full of killing intent. "My lord said that he doesn't want to fight today." "Oh, you have some skills. Let's see who's the real deal. We'll know after we try." Since the coachman's horse was killed, it was his dereliction of duty. Naturally, he wanted to make up for it. Otherwise, the master behind him would not let him off easily. At this time, the master in the front carriage glanced over and said calmly, "It's really not peaceful to come out." Chapter 19:05. The coachman behind the carriage roared and rushed over, not caring about the identity of the person inside. To him, to be able to ride such a shabby carriage, his status was definitely not high, so he could just casually kill him. However, before he could get close, the coachman on Yi Tianyun's side reached out his hand and lightly patted, turning the coachman who had rushed over into a meat patty. "It's so noisy, don't affect the lord's mood." After the coachman made his move, he lightly returned to the side of the carriage, as if nothing had happened. This scene caused the spectating cultivators to be dumbfounded. They thought that Yi Tianyun's side would definitely die, but who would have thought that it would be the other side that exploded with a single palm strike? That's an expert at the middle stage of the Star Master. Yet he exploded with a single palm strike. Just how strong is that coachman? That senior brother's heart trembled. He had thought that the carriage in front of him would be crushed, but who knew that it would be the other way around? He was slapped to death. The little junior sister at the side widened her eyes in shock. Someone had actually attacked the divine cauldron ancestral land. Wouldn't that be equivalent to declaring war on the divine cauldron ancestral land? Isn't this a little too bold? The little junior sister covered her mouth, frightened by this scene. That's right, and it's very bold. This is not the territory of the divine cauldron ancestral land, but it is at the side of the divine cauldron ancestral land. This time, they are done for. No matter what their identities are, they are all doomed. The senior brother said confidently, "In a short period of time, he will definitely be finished. The divine cauldron ancestral land has sent many disciples over this time, and it's not just this one. Moreover, to be able to come here like this, I believe that his identity is definitely not simple." The little junior sister nodded as well, feeling that her senior brother was right. At this moment, a figure slowly walked out of the carriage. An extraordinarily handsome young man entered everyone's eyes. It's young Master Yulu." The little junior sister cried out involuntarily, her beautiful eyes filled with surprise. "It's young Master Yulu." When this senior brother saw his junior sister's infatuated face, he felt a little more jealous. This time, they're finished. It's young Master Yulu, a famous genius in the divine cauldron ancestral land, an existence that has awakened a level 4-star Dharma idol. He is being nurtured in the divine cauldron ancestral land. The senior brother shook his head. If he was a girl, he would like such an outstanding genius, especially since he was so handsome and talented. His potential was limitless. How could such a young talent not be liked? At this moment, everyone felt that Yi Tianyun's side was done for. After offending young Master Yulu, how could he let this matter rest? If you want to beat a dog, you should look at its master. How dare you kill my coachman? No matter which faction you come from, you must give me an explanation. Young Master Yulu took a step forward, and his aura surged like a rainbow. Behind him, the grade 4-star law idol surged out, turning into a giant elephant. His cultivation was not very high, He was only at the late stage of the Star Master realm. However, he was able to have such a cultivation at such a young age. He was indeed a genius. Explanation: the coachman snorted coldly. You disturbed my master's mood, and even attacked him. Isn't that a capital offense? It's fine if he doesn't make a move, but once he does, it won't be easy to deal with. Your family's lord? Young Master Yu, Lu coldly snorted. Hiding inside, and not coming out? Then let me see what your true colors are. Young Master Yu Lu could not be bothered with a coachman. He stretched out his hand and slapped the carriage that Yi Tianyun was in. He wanted to destroy the carriage and force the person inside to come out. A genius was indeed a genius. His first move was an amazing star form secret art. In this world, there were many types of martial arts. The lowest level was the star form secret art, followed by the star field secret art, and the galaxy secret art. Every level of martial arts had 3 grades. Naturally, their power would be different. These were all martial arts that could truly display the power of the stars. Compared to the martial arts of the lower realm, it was like the difference between clouds and mud. Ordinary star apostles did not have such martial arts. As for those who were once slaves, they did not have such a level of martial arts. As he attacked, the power of the giant elephant behind him increased greatly. The power of the stars continuously surged, and it was as if heaven and earth were moving. The eyes of those female cultivators lit up with this level of power. Even if he faced Grandmaster Xing, he would be able to fight. He is indeed a genius. He is really powerful. The senior brother clenched his fists, and his eyes were filled with jealousy. He also wanted to have such power, and he also wanted to have such talent. Unfortunately, he did not have it. The gap was still a gap, and it was difficult to make up for it. How dare you? The coachman, who looked extremely lowly, stepped forward. Suddenly, a terrifying power rushed to the sky, and a 3rd-grade star Dharma emerged behind him. The 3rd-grade star Dharma was a level lower than his opponent, but his cultivation made everyone's faces turn pale. It was Grandmaster Xing, an unreachable cultivation. The chances of a star master breaking through to Grandmaster Xing were extremely small. However, as a genius, young Master Yu Lu naturally had no problem. It was just that his current cultivation was not Grandmaster Xing, but Star Master. Even if he was a genius, he still felt powerless when facing a Grandmaster Xing. Grandmaster Xing? Young Master Yu Lu was dumbfounded. He never thought that a coachman would have the cultivation of Grandmaster Xing. In the ancestors' lands, existences at the level of Grandmaster Xing, no matter how weak they were at the level of a deacon. Some were even at the level of an elder. But now, he had become a coachman. This was really hard to believe. A coachman was very lowly. His coachman's cultivation was not bad, but it was also through the constant consumption of elixirs. His talent was basically at the limit, and it was extremely difficult for him to take a step forward. This coachman just wanted to ride on young Master Yu Lu's thigh so that he could have more elixirs to take and continue to move forward. Being able to improve a little was a little, but now he was killed with a slap. Young Master Yu Lu continuously retreated, but it was all too late. A slap came down and made young Master Yu Lu kneel on the ground, unable to move. Do you know where this is? I am from the ancestral land of the divine cauldron. If you kill me, you will undoubtedly die. Young Master Yu Lu did not beg for mercy. With so many people staring at him, he could not beg for mercy. Moreover, he had such a strong backing, so it was even more impossible for him to give in. Although it was amazing to have Grandmaster Xing as a coachman, it was not clear what methods he used to become a coachman. The coachman did not kill him. Instead, he looked towards the carriage that Yi Tianyun was in and listened to what he had to say. ancestral land of the divine cauldron. Tianyun's voice came from within, carrying a hint of doubt. That's right, it's the ancestral land of the divine cauldron. Let me go obediently, and I won't pursue this matter. Young Master Yulu thought that Tianyun would let him go. Hearing the words ancestral land of the divine cauldron, many people would give him face. Chapter 1906. Kill. This was not said by the coachman, but by the surrounding cultivators. They were all shocked by the words that came from the carriage. This was an elite disciple of the ancestral land of the divine cauldron. If he was killed, it would be equivalent to provoking the ancestral land of the divine cauldron. Under such circumstances, wouldn't it be equivalent to being surrounded by strong enemies sent by the ancestral land of the divine cauldron? There might even be a few elders nearby. These disciples were only here to gain experience. Those who could truly enter the depths of the five-element mountain were naturally those at the elder level, which was also the existence of Master Xing's star masters like them were only taking a stroll around the periphery. How could they go deeper inside? In the depths of the five-element mountain, it was not their turn to enter. They would probably die inside not long after entering. Yes, my lord. The coachman did not hesitate at all. He raised his palm and slapped it towards young Master Yulu. His attack was extremely ruthless. You can't do this to me. I am the core of the ancestral land of the divine cauldron. Bam! Young Master Yulu was blasted apart by the palm and turned into a cloud of blood mist. He could not be more dead. He killed without any mercy. He only listened to Tianyun. As long as Tianyun said to kill, he would kill. It was no big deal. Tianyun did not know how many of these so-called geniuses had been killed by him. There were many such disciples in the Empyrean Terminus ancestral land. What genius disciples! In the end, they were all killed by him with a single slap. Tianyun did not even know how many core disciples of the Empyrean Terminus ancestral land he had killed. In any case, if they were in front of him, he would just kill them with a wave of his hand. On the other hand, the core disciples of the ancestral land of the divine cauldron were not much different from the core disciples of the Empyrean Terminus ancestral land. The combined strength of the two forces was about the same. Otherwise, they would not have been in a stalemate for so long. My lord! The coachman came to the side of the carriage. Let's continue. Tianyun said indifferently. Everything went on as usual. There was no delay, and they did not turn around and leave. If it were any other cultivator, they would have turned around and left. If they continued to walk forward, they would definitely encounter the cultivators of the ancestral land of the divine cauldron. At that time, it wouldn't be so easy to resolve. Young Master Yulu is dead. Little junior sister covered her mouth in shock as she looked at young Master Yulu's corpse. The young master that she had loved so much had now turned into a pile of soft mud. He couldn't be more dead. On the other hand, a hint of delight flashed in the depths of the senior brother's eyes. A genius that was more outstanding than him had been killed. This was naturally something that made him feel extremely carefree. Putting on a comforting expression, he patted his junior sister's shoulder and said, "What a pity for a genius. However, I don't know where that mysterious person from just now came from, but no matter who he is, he's probably dead for sure. Provoking the divine cauldron ancestral land is not a simple matter. Even if the coachman is a Master Xing, it would be useless. There is more than one Master Xing in the divine cauldron ancestral land." He looked in the direction that Tianyun had left and shook his head. His eyes were still filled with joy. He couldn't wait for more of these people to die. Those that he couldn't obtain, or those that he couldn't surpass, had to die. This matter quickly spread in all directions. Like a bomb, it exploded among the cultivators. A mysterious person, whose coachman was Master Xing, had killed the core disciple of the divine cauldron ancestral land, young Master Yulu. The news spread very quickly and immediately reached the ears of the elders of the divine cauldron ancestral land. Yulu is dead. Elder Dingyu frowned and asked, "What's going on? Who is so bold as to kill our disciple?" Elder Dingyu was not angry that Yulu had died. Yulu's talent was not bad, but if he died, then so be it. Although it was a waste of resources, it was still acceptable. Who was it that dared to kill a core disciple of the divine cauldron ancestral land? This was equivalent to a heavy slap on the face of the divine cauldron ancestral land. Knowing that this was half of the divine cauldron ancestral land's region, yet daring to cause trouble here, it was obvious that they were not giving the divine cauldron ancestral land any face. "I'm not too sure. I only heard that there is a Master Xing as a coachman. His background doesn't seem to be small." There was a playful look in the depths of Elder Yuding's eyes. However, he also felt a bit angry. How could he be happy to make a move on his own territory? As a coachman, Master Xing is truly capable. Elder Dingyu snorted coldly. It's hard to say which power's young master came to the five-element mountain to search for treasures. It seems that our divine cauldron ancestral land hasn't made a move for too long. Do you really think that we don't have any anger? That's right. It doesn't matter if he's a dragon or a snake. No matter what, he has to be in front of us. Elder Yuding nodded in agreement. It looks like they should be heading this way. When we see them, we'll deal with them together. Elder Yuding looked at the group of experts behind him and raised his head slightly to signal them. "Yes, Elder Yuding." They all emitted a powerful aura. Each of them had the cultivation of Master Xing. In their eyes, a mere Master Xing was nothing, not to mention one Master Xing. Even if there were two Master Xing, they wouldn't be afraid. Just here alone, there were more than 10 Master Xing. However, they were not used to deal with Tianyun. They were only used to come to the five-element mountain. At the same time, on the main road, the carriage was still moving forward at a leisurely pace. Tianyun is sitting inside the carriage, watching the situation outside. He is not worried at all. He looked outside, and then at the front. His coachman was Han Long, a member of Team God Slayer previously. When Tianyun chose to leave the five-element mountain, Han Long was the first to say that he wanted to follow Tianyun. As a coachman, he didn't feel aggrieved at all. In fact, he was even happy. Tianyun didn't say anything. Since Han Long was willing to follow him, he would follow him. This trip was very simple. That was to find the celestial terminus star and kill him. In this way, the celestial terminus ancestors' land could be completely liberated. Otherwise, when the celestial terminus star returned, he would definitely cause great harm. In fact, Tianyun's idea was even simpler. He wanted to get rid of all future troubles. That was the right thing to do. After inquiring about the good news, he finally confirmed that the celestial terminus star had come to the five-element mountain. In other words, the celestial terminus star had been staying in the five-element mountain to guard a divine herb. This divine herb could help him break through to a higher cultivation stage. Naturally, he was reluctant to leave it. Even when the celestial terminus ancestral land was destroyed, he didn't come back. Hearing this news, he naturally went to the five-element mountain. However, it wasn't time for the five-element mountain to open. Therefore, he didn't need to rush to the five-element mountain. He could go there slowly. When he reached the five-element mountain, his plan would begin. The five-element mountain? The divine herb. Tianyun's eyes lit up. The divine herb was also very helpful to him. Chapter 1907. The five-element mountain was actually a divine mountain formed by 5 different attributes. The divine mountains of different attributes surrounded each other, forming a special world. Rumor had it that the size of this special area was equivalent to the size of several ancestral lands. There were many divine medicines inside, some of which were extremely precious. A single divine medicine could allow a star apostle to advance from star apostle to star grandmaster, or even star venerate. There were also some that could increase the level of star power after being absorbed. This kind of medicine was even more maddening. Therefore, more and more cultivators kept rushing over. Although this was known as half of the territory of the divine cauldron ancestral lands, they really did not dare to interfere completely. If they really did, the divine cauldron ancestral lands would be flattened. Therefore, all cultivators could come. Whoever could get the divine medicine would depend on their own ability. In other words, whether or not he could successfully leave after obtaining the godly medicine was another matter. There were many ruthless people here. If they were not careful, they might die on the spot. In the outer area of the five-element mountain, there were a large number of forces waiting outside, waiting for the gate to open. However, these were all people with ordinary cultivation and did not dare to enter rashly. Those with strong cultivation had entered long ago. The opening of the five-element mountain did not mean that it was officially open. It was usually open. However, there was a lot of fog and many dangerous places, so it was not easy to enter. If one's cultivation was not at the level of Star Grandmaster or above, they would probably die if they entered casually. Even with Star Grandmaster's cultivation, they would die if they entered casually. As the opening time approached, the fog and dangers gradually decreased, and Star Grandmaster could enter casually. Those with low cultivations would stay outside and wait for the five elements mountain to open before they could enter. Thus, those who stayed outside were all of cultivations below Grandmaster Shing's. They weren't very high. However, there were many cultivators from various forces gathered here, regardless of whether they were from the ancestral lands or a certain large clan. The ancestral lands were similar to the Celestial Peak ancestral lands, but it did not mean that some large clans were weak. Perhaps the area they occupied was not as extensive as the ancestral lands. However, their strength was not weak. There were definitely many Star Grandmasters. However, there were probably no Star Venerates. Or perhaps the ancestors had appeared, but there were no more, so naturally they could not become the ancestral lands. To put it bluntly, those that could be called ancestral lands had Star Venerates guarding them. No matter how bad it was, there had been Star Venerates in the past. Celestial Lords were the standard to measure an ancestral land. After all, Celestial Lords were the strongest here. No matter how many Grandmasters there were, they could not compare to a Celestial Lord. As for those who did not have a Star Venerate and still occupied their ancestral lands, they definitely had startling accumulations or the various formations laid by the Star Venerates. Hence, if a Star Venerate really attacked, they would be able to deal with it. Under such circumstances, they would naturally be able to defend their territory. However, if a Star Venerate did not appear for a long time, it would definitely decline. Just as the cultivators were discussing something, a horse carriage approached them slowly, attracting everyone's attention. "Hey, that guy is really shameless driving a broken car over here." That's true. Such a simple and crude carriage, yet they had the nerve to come here. Who knew which faction they belonged to? As for that coachman, he looks so ordinary. I wonder where he came from. This kind of trash dares to come to the Five Elements mountain to try his luck. It seems like anyone dares to come here. Some of the sharp-tongued cultivators immediately started to criticize the horse carriage that appeared. They felt that this person had the nerve to come here with such a broken carriage. Any random carriage here was 1,000 times more luxurious than the one that had just appeared. Even the dragon horse in front was of a much higher grade. Such a shabby arrangement made them scoff at it. One of the cultivators stepped forward and blocked the way of this simple and crude carriage. "Stop right there. This is not a place you can come to. Go wherever you want to go. Don't come in here." How unlucky! Going in with these people is really embarrassing. A few strong men walked over and looked at the simple and crude carriage with an extremely disgusted expression. They waved their hands, indicating for the coachman to leave quickly. They found it an eyesore. It was an insult to them to let such a lowly cultivator enter the Five Elements mountain. The world was big, and there were all kinds of people. There were many people who found others an eyesore. Many cultivators at the side had gloating expressions on their faces as they looked over, wanting to watch a good show. As a coachman, Han Long was dressed very casually. He looked like an old man in his 60s or 70s. In fact, Han Long was an old star apostle. He thought that he could not continue to break through, but he slowly climbed up and finally became a star master. Logically speaking, with such a huge increase in lifespan, he could change his appearance at will. However, he did not do so. Instead, he chose to maintain his original appearance. Coupled with the fact that he did not dress up, he looked even more like an old man. How could these people with low cultivation see that his real identity was Star Master? When Han Long was about to flatten these people who were blocking his way, a voice suddenly interrupted from the side. "Isn't the Badon clan a little too arrogant? Is this Five Elements mountain owned by your clan?" At this moment, a woman stood up and was very dissatisfied with them. This woman was delicate and pretty. If one looked carefully, they would find that she was really good-looking and had a bit of a fairy aura. She did not deliberately make herself extremely beautiful. When her cultivation reached the star apostle level, she could change her appearance at will. It seemed that she did not change her appearance and just maintained her original appearance. "Oh, Miss Qing Shui of the Qingdan clan, you really have nothing to do. Why are you meddling in this kind of matter?" Ba Mo frowned and looked over, feeling very displeased. "I just can't stand your clan being so overbearing. I just came to take a look. Is there a need to make things difficult for you?" Qing Shui said coldly. "Qing Shui, don't be a busybody." A woman at the side pulled her over. She did not want her to meddle in this matter. After all, other people's matters had nothing to do with them. The other disciples all frowned. They were a little displeased with Qing Shui for being a busybody. This place was already quite chaotic. Wasn't she stirring up trouble by meddling in other people's affairs? Haha, did you see that? Your own senior sister told you not to be a busybody. You understand? Ba Mo sneered. "If you want to be a busybody, have the power first, idiot." "You." Qing Shui was so angry that her face alternated between red and white. She usually could not stand these kinds of things, but she did not expect to be rebuked. However, this was the truth. Her cultivation was not bad, and she was at the early stage of Star Master. However, in this clan, her words did not have much weight. To put it bluntly, it was good enough to take care of herself. How could she have the ability to take care of others? Chapter 1908. For Qing Shui to stand up and speak for Yi Tianyun, even Han Long can't help but smile. This kind of person is really not easy to deal with. In this world, many people were bystanders. Those with a sense of justice died quickly. Those with low cultivation dared to speak up for Yi Tianyun. Wasn't that courting death? Trouble came from the mouth. This saying was true. If one was not careful, they would provoke a large group of forces. They would not even know how they died. Qing Shui was one of them. She was immediately dragged back by her senior brothers and sisters, their eyes full of blame. They felt that their junior sister was simply looking for trouble for their family. This place was chaotic enough. If they provoked any force, they would not be able to move an inch. Junior sister, calm down. There is no benefit in helping them. It's just an old man. We don't even know who is in the carriage. Anyway, no matter who it is, what kind of important person could be in such a shabby carriage? Blue Moon frowned from the side. This junior sister of hers wasn't bad at all, but her sense of justice was especially strong. It was fine if she was strong normally. After all, with their family, they were not afraid of ordinary forces. But it was different now. Any family force could be on equal footing with them, even if they did not surpass them. Forces that were too small would not dare to come. It wasn't easy to survive in the Five Elements mountain. He didn't have many disciples to begin with, and if he wasn't careful, he might lose his life here. But Qing Shui said in a low voice, "The Badan family has always been like this. They often make life difficult for our family." That's true, but you still have to calm down. There are so many forces here. Be careful not to let others take advantage of them. Qingyue tried to persuade them. If it were other disciples, she would not have been so patient. She would have been punished to go into confinement long ago. Ba Mo from the Badan family smiled proudly when he saw that there was nothing more to say. He continued to walk towards Han Long. "Let's see who else can help you now." Ba Mo looked at Han Long and sneered. "I'll say it for the last time. Either get out of my sight or die." Han Long continued to drive the dragon horse into the Five Elements mountain, completely ignoring their existence. Seeing that Han Long continued to drive the carriage over and had no intention of stopping, Ba Mo flew into a rage. He waved his hand and slapped toward Han Long. He said angrily, "Did you not hear what I said?" With this palm strike, even if the coachman did not die, the dragon horse in front of him would be flattened. Many cultivators turned their heads to the side. They did not want to see what was happening here. Some of them could not stand the situation here, but they did not have the strength to stop them. As for Qing Shui, she was being dragged by Blue Moon and couldn't go over at all. All she could do was look to the side, unable to bear to see what would happen next. Scram! Han Long spat out softly, and a shockwave burst out, sending Ba Mo and the others flying. Just the aura alone was enough to send them flying. They were seriously injured and on the verge of death. Han Long did not deliberately hold back. He deliberately left them with a breath to let them know who they had provoked. These were just some small families. How could Han Long be afraid? Of course, all of this was authorized by Yi Tianyun. If not for Yi Tianyun, he would not have done it. A sudden shout caused everyone to turn their heads. They found that Ba Mo and the others were lying on the ground, seriously injured. This situation stunned them. Ba Mo and the others did not have high cultivations, but they were still Star Master middle stage cultivators. Yet they were sent flying by the roar of a coachman, and they bled from their 7 orifices. This meant that the coachman's cultivation was extremely high, and he was a very strong one. It's at the Star Master level. Immediately, someone sensed the energy waves. Some had sensed the aura of Star Master level before, so they naturally sensed it immediately. This time, they were even more shocked. One of the coachmen was actually at the Star Master level. He looked very inconspicuous, but he was at the Star Master level. This made them think what kind of person would be inside the carriage. Even if he was not Star Master level, his status would definitely not be low. He might even be a young master of a big family or a big force. Qing Shui and the others were stunned. They did not expect such a great reversal. The other clansmen of the Badan clan quickly came over to pick up Ba Mo and the others. They found that they were already on the verge of death. Unless there was a divine pill, they could not be saved. You are too cruel. The clansmen of the Badon clan looked over angrily. Ba-Mo and the others were their outstanding disciples. They had spent a lot of money to cultivate them. Seeing that they could not survive, it was equivalent to wasting a lot of resources. Cruel? How ridiculous. Why don't you take a look at what your family's idiots did to us? If it wasn't for our cultivation being a bit stronger, I'm afraid we would have all been killed. Han Long sneered. If you don't accept it, feel free to come find this old servant for revenge. I will take it all, but when the time comes, it will not end so easily. Han Long snorted coldly. He released the cultivation of Star Master level, giving them an endless sense of pressure. This made their faces pale. The strength of the Badon clan was not bad, but the cultivation of Star Master level was relatively small. At most, there were only a few of them. Now that a group of idiots had provoked Star Master level, it was obviously not worth it. If the elders of the clan found out, they would definitely be scolded to death. The coachmen were all Star Masters, who knew what forces they had provoked. When they heard this, they immediately shut up obediently and did not dare to speak anymore. My God, this unremarkable old man is actually Star Master. This is too unbelievable. Qing Yue and the others were shocked. They were stunned. Qing Shui was even more shocked. She had wanted to help them before, but now it seemed that she was naive. The carriage continued to drive towards the Five-Element Mountain. When it passed by them, Yi Tianyun's voice came from inside the carriage. Miss, I will give you a choice now. Either you follow me in now, and I will give you a good fortune, or you go in and meet me, and I will give you a good fortune. The premise is that you can meet me. Qing Shui was stunned. She pointed at herself and asked doubtfully, Is he talking about me? That's right, it's you. Yi Tianyun's voice came again. Qing Shui was stunned. She did not know what to choose. It was undeniable that the other party was definitely very powerful. It was just that she was not sure of his identity. Would it not be good to casually follow him? She only hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, I am willing to go in with you now. She did not think too much and chose to follow him in. Everyone yearned to become stronger, and she was no exception. Then come in. Yi Tianyun's voice came again. Chapter 1909. After entering the carriage, Qing Shui was very surprised when she saw the mysterious man's face. He was too young. She thought he would be a middle-aged man or an old man. Although the appearance could be changed, she could feel a youthful aura from Yi Tianyun, which meant that he was definitely not old. Greetings, Your Excellency. Qing Shui knelt down on one knee in the spacious carriage respectfully. Sit down. Yi Tianyun smiled. He just wanted to take Qing Shui with him. Seeing that she was so righteous, he didn't mind taking her along. Although the Five Elements Mountain was full of dangers, he was absolutely confident that he could protect them. Qing Shui sat down awkwardly and secretly looked at Yi Tianyun with curiosity. She didn't know Yi Tianyun's identity at all. She just followed him like this. Her pretty face was a bit hot. God knows what kind of situation he is. What if he has a dangerous identity? But she didn't care so much. She always wanted to go in advance or have someone lead the way. That way, she could get more benefits. But she didn't have this qualification. Only a few people in the family had this kind of treatment. At least, she wasn't one of them. Those with excellent talent would be taken in by the elders in advance. So after a little hesitation, she immediately decided to come. She didn't want to miss this opportunity. At this moment, Qing Shui and the others were stunned at first, and then they immediately showed jealousy in their eyes. They didn't expect that such a good opportunity would be taken by their junior sister. Why didn't they get this opportunity? Opportunities were always created by oneself. Among so many people, only Qing Shui stood out. Naturally, Yi Tianyan would only invite Qing Shui. Junior sister met a benefactor. Qinghua said with extreme jealousy, with Grandmaster Xing's escort, they would be able to walk freely in the Five Elements Mountain. Not all the areas, but most of them would be able to walk. When they thought about how they didn't say anything to help, they felt extremely regretful. If they had said the same thing, maybe this opportunity would fall on them. But there were no ifs. It couldn't be said that their decision was wrong. It could only be said that sometimes silence could save one's life. If Yi Tianyan and the rest had a low cultivation level, they would only be harming themselves if they offered to help. This was a gamble. If he didn't gamble, he wouldn't be able to achieve anything. While they were feeling envious and jealous, for figures suddenly rushed out from the Five-Element Mountain. The aura of Master Xing immediately enveloped this area. Many cultivators outside felt a sense of pressure. This attracted everyone's attention. When they saw the four grandmasters Xing fly out, they all felt quite confused. They didn't know what these almighty beings were doing. Isn't this the supreme expert of the divine cauldron ancestral land? Why did he suddenly come out? Someone immediately recognized the identity of the newcomer. The gazes of the four-star grandmasters swept the area in front of them and quickly stopped at the broken carriage. Are you the ones who killed the disciples of my divine cauldron ancestral land? The leader of the divine charm law enforcers stared coldly at the simple carriage. That was what they had heard. It was said that the assailant was driving a simple carriage. When they saw the simple carriage, they immediately recognized it. As soon as these words came out, it immediately caused an uproar. They didn't expect that this mysterious person would actually provoke the divine cauldron ancestral land and even kill a disciple of the divine cauldron ancestral land. For a moment, they revealed expressions of schadenfreude. They wanted to see how Yi Tianyan would settle this. Junior sister is in trouble. She's actually with a group of troublesome people. I'm afraid she'll implicate us this time. Qinyu's face turned pale. They all knew the power of the divine cauldron ancestral land. Any family that provoked the divine cauldron ancestral land would be finished. That's right. She even thinks that she has obtained some good fortune. This is simply a scourge. Senior brother Qing Liang, who was at the side, had a gloomy expression on his face. All the jealousy from before had now been swept away. Instead, it was replaced by schadenfreude. Naturally, they didn't have any jealousy. So what if we killed him? Han Long stood up and said, to be exact, it was this old servant who killed him. If there's any problem, look for this old servant. A bunch of brats who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth think that they can do whatever they want just because they're the disciples of a great power. Han Long did not deny it. If he dared to do it, there was nothing he wouldn't dare to admit. What big words! I don't know which power you're from, but daring to kill our disciples here is a form of contempt for our divine cauldron ancestral land. The divine charm law enforcer said coldly, don't think that just because you're a Grandmaster Xing, you're invincible in this world. Immediately after, the four of them immediately unleashed their Dharma idol and prepared to fight. Han Long walked out, and his body emitted crackling sounds. Immediately, he turned into a perfect body. He didn't look old at all. He was a sturdy man. The star Dharma idol behind him was not any weaker than the other parties. However, it was 1 against 4, so he was obviously at a disadvantage. You want to deal with us alone? The divine charm law enforcer sneered. Who's hiding in the carriage? Don't you plan to show yourself? They were more concerned about the situation in the carriage, to be able to make Grandmaster Xing the coachman. It was definitely not simple. Therefore, They wanted to determine the identity of the other party. At this time, everyone's eyes were focused on the side of the carriage. They didn't know who was hiding in the carriage or if they would come out. "This old servant alone is enough to deal with you guys." Han Long growled and rushed towards the four of them. The result was needless to say. Whether it was in terms of foundation or comprehensive strength, he couldn't compare to the other party. Although the martial arts of the celestial terminus ancestral land were currently occupied by Tianyan, it was relatively difficult to change the martial arts that Han Long cultivated in such a short period of time. Therefore, he used relatively ordinary martial arts. After a few exchanges, Han Long was easily defeated. The defeated Han Long returned to the side of the carriage with a gloomy face. "This is your strength. Your martial arts are so weak. It seems that your power is definitely not that good." The divine charm law enforcer could immediately see that Han Long's level was relatively ordinary, whether it was in terms of treasures or martial arts. This old servant's strength is not limited to this. When Han Long was ready to use his star Dharma idol, a voice came from the carriage. "Han Long, that's enough." At this time, Tianyan came out of the carriage, including Qing Shui. However, Qing Shui's face was pale. She didn't expect that Tianyan would provoke the experts of the divine cauldron ancestral land. This was not something that could be easily resolved, especially when it was four grandmasters Xing. Chapter 1910. After Tianyan came out, everyone's eyes were focused on him, and everyone's eyes were different. When they saw how young Tianyan was, they all thought that he was the young master of some force. It seemed that he was really arrogant to come out and cause trouble at such a young age. He's indeed young and vigorous. He must be the young master of some family or force. He's in conflict with the disciples of the divine cauldron ancestral land. Aren't all young people like this? With some strength and status, they start to be arrogant. With the divine cauldron ancestral land, it's just a dog-eat-dog fight. The disciples of the divine cauldron ancestral land are equally arrogant. Hee, dog-eat-dog. Don't say it so loudly. Be careful not to be heard. Swish! A cold light pierced through and killed a few of the gossiping cultivators. Although they spoke softly, how could they escape the ears of these law enforcers? If they were unhappy, they would be turned into ashes. This time, they all obediently shut up, not daring to say anything even if they were angry. The divine cauldron ancestral land was famous for being overbearing, just like the celestial pole ancestral land. In other words, none of these forces were not overbearing. After all, they all had some ability, so how could they not be overbearing? Don't you know what to say and what not to say? The law enforcement Shun Yun glanced over, causing many cultivators to tremble and take a step back, not daring to resist at all. Then, the law enforcement Shen Yun looked at Tianyan, looked him up and down, and laughed disdainfully. "I don't know where this little guy came from, but he dares to come out and mess around just because his family has some strength? What's the point of a master Xing? If he dares to go against our divine cauldron ancestral land, he will die. Why are the law enforcement Shun Yun wasting time with him? Just kill him and go back. We still have a lot of things to do. If it wasn't for the elder asking us to come out to deal with things, we really wouldn't have bothered to come out. It's really a waste of time." Law enforcement Pei Yun shook her head, wanting to quickly end the situation here, so that she could go back. She looked at Tianyan with a face full of disgust. How could she not be disgusted by wasting her time? The divine charm enforcer nodded, but his gaze shifted to Qing Shui. He frowned and said, "That's strange. You seem to be from the Qingdan clan. Are you related to the Qingdan clan?" Qing Shui's attire had the Qingdan family's insignia, so she was immediately recognized. "Shenyun law enforcer, she is from our Qingdan family, but her actions have nothing to do with us. She was the one who acted on her own, and was bewitched by others. Blue Moon and the others quickly stood up to explain, drawing a clear line between them and Qing Shui. If they were to be implicated, their Qingdan family would be finished. Qing Shui was startled. Her heart was instantly filled with desolation. What her clan did wasn't wrong. After all, if they were to implicate the Qingdan clan, it would probably cause great destruction. Being abandoned wasn't unexpected, but it was expected. Yi Tianyun glanced over there indifferently. This kind of situation was not rare. For many families, it was an extremely common thing. "Are you afraid?" Yi Tianyun asked Qing Shui. "I'm afraid, but it's my choice. Even if I have to kneel, I have to persist to the end." Qing Shui smiled freely. Anyway, the result was already decided. Why not persist to the end? She didn't have any other choice. She could only bite the bullet and choose to be with Yi Tianyun to the end. Death was death. Life was life. Don't worry. You won't die. No one can take away your life. Yi Tianyun stretched out his hand and patted her shoulder. He walked past her and came to the front. Han Long, who was in front, lowered his body and was incomparably respectful. There wasn't the slightest bit of worry in his eyes. He knew that, as long as Yi Tianyun made a move, there was nothing that couldn't be solved. What were 4-star grandmasters? Not to mention 4. Even if there were 40, they could be dealt with. He had seen Yi Tianyun make a move. That kind of power could even beat up a guardian god. "What? You want to beg for mercy?" The divine charm law enforcer wasn't in a hurry to make a move. He wanted to see what Yi Tianyun would say. "Beg for mercy? I've never begged for mercy. Not now, not in the future." Yi Tianyun smiled faintly and said, "Your disciple offended me. He deserves death. Now, I just want to make one point clear. Those who block me will die. It's that simple." The divine charm law enforcer and the others were startled. Then they looked at him as if they were looking at an idiot. They laughed loudly and said, "Those who block me will die." What a joke. Who do you really think you are? Even if you have the cultivation of a star grandmaster, can you deal with the 4 of us? Ridiculous, really ridiculous. Or should I say, what kind of identity do you have? Are you the young lord of some ancestral land? Or some superfamily's young lord? Say it, and let us hear it. How about it? The divine charm law enforcer hadn't made a move all along because he wanted to see Yi Tianyun's identity and what kind of background he had. Identity? I'm the master of the celestial pole ancestral land. I wonder if that's enough? Yi Tianyun replied indifferently. The master of the celestial pole ancestral land. The divine charm law enforcer was startled. Then he sneered and said, "That's enough. I thought you would say something, but it turns out that you're just bragging. The master of the celestial pole ancestral land, the celestial pole lord, is inside. You're telling me you're the master? If you want to brag, you have to look at the situation. Do you think we're fools? If I kill him, I'll be the master of the celestial pole ancestral land," Yi Tianyun said indifferently. The divine charm law enforcer was stunned. Then he looked up and down at Yi Tianyun as if he was an idiot. "If the celestial pole lord hears this, I don't think we need to do anything. You'll be slapped to death by the celestial pole lord." The other cultivators also looked at him like he was an idiot. Among them, Qing Yue and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they had distanced themselves from Qing Shui in time. Yi Tianyun was a complete braggart. Not only did he provoke the divine cauldron ancestral land, he also provoked the celestial pole lord. These words would definitely reach the ears of the celestial pole lord. Who didn't know that the celestial pole ancestral land was controlled by the celestial pole lord? However, the big change in the celestial pole ancestral land couldn't be spread here in a short time. Most of the forces still didn't know about it. Even if they knew, it wouldn't spread so quickly. After all, they had all come to the Five-Element Mountain, so the news wasn't very clear for the time being. This was only temporary, but it would be spread soon. People can have no talent, and they can't work hard, but they can't be too arrogant and ignorant. Do you really think you're the young master of the Jade God ancestral land? How dare you say such things? The divine charm law enforcer looked at him with a pitiful look. It's time to end it. I thought there would be some background, but in the end, I heard a bunch of nonsense. Divine charm law enforcer, I already told you not to be so long-winded. Now, you've wasted a lot of time. The divine charm law enforcer Pei Yun snorted and signaled for them to hurry up. Chapter 1911. Tianyun stood up and said it was over before they said it was over, which startled them, and then they burst into laughter. This boy is really crazy. Does he really think he is the master of the celestial pole ancestral land? Tell me, what is your cultivation level? Is it the Star Master late stage or the Star Lord stage? The divine charm law enforcement enforcer mocked, thinking that Tianyun was really crazy. Judging from his aura, Tianyun didn't seem to have a strong aura. Instead, it felt like he was a Star Master. How could a Star Master fight against them? This situation made the others shake their heads, thinking that Tianyun was really crazy. How dare he speak to the divine charm law enforcement enforcer like this? Most importantly, he was so stupid, which made Qing Yue and the others feel that Qing Shui's choice was really sad. They thought it would be an opportunity and a great creation. Now it seemed that it was the most stupid choice, enough to be recorded in the family's history, so that the younger generation would remember not to do such a stupid thing, meddling in other people's business. Qing Shui not only meddled in other people's business, but also got herself into trouble. They hoped that it wouldn't be brought to the family. Otherwise, it would be really difficult to deal with. It's a pity for little junior sister. If she had been stable, she might have been given special training one day. I'm afraid she can't do that now. Yes, this is the result of meddling in other people's business. I've already stopped her, but she is still so stubborn. It seems that the divine charm law enforcement enforcer won't let everyone go. They shook their heads, and some of the disciples even gloated in their hearts. Their clansmen had died, but they were gloating. After all, in their opinion, people were too stupid. If they died, they died. It would be fine as long as they didn't implicate the family. Qing Shui stood behind Tianyun, her face pale, but she could only insist on standing there. There was no other choice. As for regret, she didn't regret it. It was her own choice, so there was no need to regret. Can you stop talking nonsense? Tianyun looked at them indifferently. If you want to fight, let's fight together. Don't waste my time. I still have to go in and find the celestial pole lord. Haha, what a fool. Don't worry. You don't even need to find the celestial pole lord to die. Today, you will die in our hands. The divine charm law enforcement enforcer grabbed this side, and Master Xing's power enveloped this side, trying to lock Tianyun in this side. Before killing Tianyun, he wanted to search his soul to see what memories Tianyun had. At the same time, he was wary of Han Long, who was beside him. No matter what, Han Long's cultivation was Master Xing's cultivation. He couldn't beat 4 of them at once, but if he fought one-on-one, his level wasn't bad. Especially that ruthlessness. It was more like he was risking his life. But Han Long didn't move at all. He just stood behind Tianyun and stared at him as if he was a dead man. He even revealed a strange smile. At that moment, the five-colored Emperor Dragon Dharma idol appeared behind Tianyun. The Emperor Dragon soared into the sky, immediately suppressing the Divine Charm Enforcement Star Dharma idol. Before the other party could react, Tianyun took a step forward and pressed the Divine Charm Enforcer down from the sky. Under the heavy pressure, the Divine Charm Enforcer was directly crushed. An instant kill without the slightest bit of hesitation. A mere Star Grandmaster's early-stage cultivation wasn't even enough to fill his teeth. I already said, don't waste time. If you want to come, then come together. Don't delay. As Tianyun took a step forward, his sharp emperor's aura swept out in all directions. The intense impact caused everyone's hearts to stop beating, and some of them even took several steps back. As for those with the bloodline of the Dragon Clan, they directly knelt on the ground, their bodies trembling. The impact of the top Star Grandmaster's aura sweeping out in all directions was unparalleled, especially the unique Star Dharma idol that hung high up in the sky. The impact it brought to them was even more shocking. Unique Star Dharma idol. Behind them, Peiyun and the others were stunned. They could immediately see that it was a unique Star Dharma idol. If they couldn't see that, they would really be blind. Not to mention them, all the cultivators present could see that. Who couldn't see such dazzling power? My God, this is a unique Star Dharma idol. It's very similar to the phenomenon that appeared last time. Could it be that the mysterious expert with unique Star Dharma idol that appeared last time was him? Qingyue and the others were stunned. They thought that Tianyun was a hedonistic son of a rich family, relying on a bit of power to mess around. Now, they were all wrong. He didn't rely on his family background, but on his own ability. A Star Grandmaster was killed in an instant, as if he was drinking water. Qing Shui, who was standing behind Tianyun, was even more shocked. She was originally in despair, but suddenly Tianyun erupted with amazing power, especially that unique Star Dharma idol that was superior to all the other Star Dharma idols. It was even more dazzling. It was like a blazing sun hanging high in the sky, shining down on everything. What kind of power are you from? Peiyun's heart trembled. It was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, making him completely sober. Die. Tianyun didn't want to explain too much to the dead. He rushed over and annihilated Peiyun, along with the other two enforcers, under this impact, directly turning them into ashes. A large depression was plowed into the ground, and no one knew how long it would take for the ground to repair itself. 4-star Grandmasters were killed. After killing the 4-star Grandmasters, Tianyun put away his unique Star Dharma idol, turned around, and said, "Let's go in. What a waste of time." "Yes, my lord." Han Long bowed deeply, his eyes filled with respect. At the same time, he looked at Qing Shui and said, "This lady, you can return to your seat now." Oh, yes. Qing Shui reacted after a while and returned to her seat in the carriage. At this moment, the way she looked at Tianyun was completely different. She didn't even dare to sit still. Her mood was completely different from before. Previously, she didn't know that Tianyun was so strong. She thought that he was just a young master with someone protecting him, and that he wasn't very capable. Who knew that Xiao Qun really was capable? Furthermore, he was very strong and horrifying. Just that aura alone was at the level of a peak Star Grandmaster. Furthermore, he had his unique Star Dharma idol. It looked like he would have no problem entering the Star Venerate level in the future. What's wrong? Are you a little nervous? Are you afraid that I will eat you up? Tianyun smiled at her. No, Milord is too incredible. I never thought of that. Qing Shui became even more restrained, her voice becoming weaker. If I don't even have this ability, How can I give you an opportunity? Eteonion smiled and said, When I said that I would give you an opportunity, I meant it. There is no need to worry about other problems. Chapter 1912. Han Long continued to drive the carriage towards the five-element mountain. This time, no one dared to stop them. The people of the ancestral land of the divine cauldron were all dead. Who else would dare to stop him? Even if someone had some ability, they wouldn't come to stop them. After all, it wasn't a good thing to forcefully stand out without any grievances. When Han Long arrived at the foot of the five-element mountain, he gently waved his hand in the face of the heavy fog. Master Xing's power enveloped the entire carriage, and it slowly entered. As soon as they entered, the fog immediately wrapped around them, wanting to engulf the carriage. However, under Han Long's power, the fog couldn't invade at all. This was the power of Master Xing. A mere fog couldn't invade at all. If it were any other cultivator, they would have been wrapped up long ago. They wouldn't die, but they would be trapped inside and wouldn't be able to come out for a while. If they got lost and wandered around, it was even more likely that they would walk into a dangerous area. At that time, they wouldn't even know how they died. This was only the first stage. The ones inside were even more dangerous. Otherwise, the cultivators outside would have rushed in long ago instead of waiting foolishly outside. When they disappeared from everyone's sight, everyone gasped and saw shock in each other's eyes. Unique star aspect. The power to kill Master Xing in an instant was comparable to a Star Lord. These made them unable to recover for a long time. Some of them had never seen such a tyrannical power before. Perhaps only a Star Lord could achieve such power, right? Senior brother, didn't you say that you provoked the ancestral land of the divine cauldron? That young master just now was so strong. At this moment, those from the clans came over. That junior sister saw Etenion's true appearance and even saw that terrifying power. That senior brother's expression was even more stiff. He didn't expect that the person sitting in the carriage would be such a terrifying existence. Unique star aspect. What kind of concept was that? Yes, very strong. The senior brother's face twitched. Previously, he said that Eteonion would definitely die. Now, it seemed that there was a reversal. Qingyu's face turned green and white. Previously, she thought that Qing Shui had chosen the wrong person, but who knew that she had chosen the right person? With the unique power of the star aspect and a heaven-defying cultivation, it wouldn't be a problem at all to bring Qing Shui to wander around. No wonder he had Grandmaster Xing as a coachman. The two of them could not be compared. Most of all, they were still suspicious of Etenion's identity. They didn't know what Etenion's identity was, but now that they saw his standards, it was very likely that he was from a major power. Could he be the young master of Jade God Ancestral Land, the ancestral land of the Jade Divinity? That's possible. The ancestral land of the Jade Divinity is too strong. There are so many geniuses there. The ancestral land of the Jade God. That's the most powerful existence among all the ancestral lands. A group of cultivators are filled with yearning for the Jade God Ancestral Land. It is many times stronger than the celestial core ancestral land. It was said that the ancestral land of the Jade God once had a star venerable. Star venerables were existences at a higher level than star lords. There were no star venerables at the moment, but there were 3 star lords, a 3-star monarch sect, and this was still alive, which was enough to show how terrifying it was. Therefore, they all linked it to the ancestral land of the Jade God, and felt that Eteonion was most likely from the ancestral land of the Jade God. Only the ancestral land of the Jade God could have such a monstrous genius, right? But if it was really the ancestral land of the Jade God, why would he take such an ordinary carriage? After thinking about it carefully, they could only speculate that it was to keep a low profile, but it was hard for them. They missed such a good opportunity. After this speculation, the faces of Qingyue and the others became even darker. The fire of jealousy in their hearts was about to burst out from their eyes. Such a huge reversal made them go crazy. "Junior sister, are you going to become a phoenix?" Qingyue's face turned pale. When they thought of the situation where they had nothing to do with each other, they felt a lingering fear. What if Qing Shui joined the ancestral land of the Jade God? If they held a little grudge, they would definitely be finished. If they had to make a comparison, the ancestral land of the Divine Cauldron couldn't even compare with the toes of the ancestral land of the Jade God. After all, the ancestral land of the Jade God had 3 Star Lords, not to mention other resources. If they wanted to destroy the ancestral land of the Jade God, 5 ancestral lands of the Divine Cauldron, or even 10 ancestral lands of the Divine Cauldron would not be enough. With the help of Star Venerables, they must have extremely terrifying resources. The Star Lords who went over were very likely to be killed by the great formations set up by the Star Venerables. Therefore, if Tianyun was really a member of the ancestral land of the Jade God, the Star Lords of the ancestral land of the Divine Cauldron not only did not dare to pursue the matter, but also had to obediently come to apologize. This was the effect of power. After slapping you a few times, you still had to apologize. While they were talking, Han Long drove the carriage deeper into the 5 Elements Mountain. Soon, he pushed through the layers of fog and officially entered the 5 Elements Mountain. As soon as he entered, the rich power of the 5 elements enveloped the inside like a great fairyland, as expected of an existence comparable to the fairyland. Just by cultivating here, ordinary people can easily break through. When Tianyun came in and sensed the situation, his eyes immediately lit up. Even if ordinary people stayed here and kept absorbing the rich power, they could easily break through to the Star Apostle level. The premise was that they could stay here for a long time. Once this time passed, this place would become very dangerous. Even if they didn't move, it would be useless. There were many giant beasts in the 5 Elements Mountain. If they met any living beings from the outside world, they would tear them to pieces without hesitation. Therefore, they could only stay in there for a short period of time. They couldn't stay for too long. This period of time was at most half a year. After half a year, the 5 Elements Mountain would definitely be closed. At that time, even Grandmaster Xing and Lord Tianxing wouldn't be able to go out easily. That would be completely different from the current semi-open situation. The celestial terminus Lord didn't want to go back, and that was to be trapped here. Qing Shui's gaze shifted outside. After breaking through the fog, she could see the surrounding environment clearly. Ordinary elixirs could be seen everywhere. Even if it looked like an ordinary grass, it was actually a spiritual herb. These elixirs wouldn't be taken away. Grandmaster Xing, who came in, wasn't interested in them at all. In his opinion, the really precious elixirs were the heavenly and divine elixirs. Generally, after the opening, those with lower cultivation levels would target this place. So many elixirs. That's the phoenix feather fragrance. That's the glazed wind. Qing Shui couldn't help but shout. These were rare things for her outside. Her family was relatively ordinary, so these elixirs weren't very common. Even if they were available, they would be given to those with good talent. She wanted to go over and pluck them. Her eyes were filled with anticipation, and she couldn't wait to pounce on them. Go ahead and pluck a little. Remember, don't pluck too much. This place looks safe, but it's actually very dangerous. If you pluck too much, you will definitely be punished. Tianyun smiled and gestured for her to go ahead. Qing Shui's excited eyes quickly calmed down. She immediately shook her head and said, "No, I'm waiting for the opportunity that you will give me. I can't be attracted by these small profits. Chapter 1913. When Yi Tianyun heard Qing Shui's words, he couldn't help laughing. It seemed that Qing Shui was thinking too much. She thought the fortune he gave her was referring to the scene in front of her. I said I would give you a fortune, but it's not that simple. It must be something bigger. I just picked them along the way. It's not a fortune, Yi Tianyun said with a smile. Qing Shui shook her head. She didn't want to get off the carriage to pick the elixirs. She even thought it was a test. Only God knew what some powerful figures were thinking. As long as she stuck to the principle, there wouldn't be any problem. Well, since you don't want to pick them, forget it. But it's true that these elixirs are useful to you, but they're not very meaningful. You'd better look at some good elixirs, which will be more effective. Yi Tianyun didn't continue to persuade her. Anyway, since Qing Shui had made the choice, he could only agree. She didn't know that Yi Tianyun really wanted her to pick the elixirs at will. There weren't many tests. She just needed to pick the elixirs on the roadside, if she thought they were suitable. Anyway, it was along the way. She had to hurry if she wanted to pick them. While they were on their way, the news that the celestial terminus ancestral land had been taken away by someone broke out. Arriving late at this time was indeed a little too slow. The news was mainly transmitted to the other ancestral lands first, and then to this area. The distance between the two places was still very far. After all, there were only two forces near the Five Elements Mountain. As for the other forces, they were still far away from each other. It would take some time for them to transmit the news. Most of the information could be extracted, the detailed process could be obtained, and even the images could be obtained. After all, there were so many cultivators watching the battle. Although the celestial terminus ancestral land was controlled, it was not a problem to transmit the news and sell it. There were so many cultivators, and it was impossible for Yi Tianyun to manage them all. It was inevitable that the news would be leaked. When the forces learned about it, they were all shocked. They didn't expect that the celestial terminus ancestral land would be captured so easily. The identity of the person who captured the celestial terminus ancestral land was extremely mysterious. He only knew that he had a unique star Dharma idol and was extremely powerful. When this news spread, even the big families outside knew about it. In the message, there was also a warning, which was to tell them not to provoke this person. At the same time, it also transmitted Yi Tianyun's appearance, saying that he was the current ruler of the Empyrean Terminus ancestral land. This time, Blue Moon and the others were scared out of their wits. All of them began to scream after seeing their current state. This really is a controller. Don't tell me he's aiming for Celestial Terminus Lord. Blue Moon recalled Yi Tianyun's words after reading the message from her family. The current ruler of the Empyrean Terminus ancestral land. Only by killing Empyrean Terminus Star Lord would he be able to become the true ruler of the Empyrean Terminus ancestral land. Senior brother, do you think he can really kill Celestial Terminus Star-Lord? The junior sister asked her senior brother. Humph, how is that possible? At best, that fellow was just a late-stage Grandmaster Xing, not a Star Venerate. The gap between a Star Venerate and Grandmaster Xing is so huge. Celestial Terminus Star-Lord can crush him with one finger. The senior brother said confidently, if Celestial Terminus Star-Lord wasn't in the Empyrean Terminus ancestral land, that fellow wouldn't have survived until now. He was even more displeased with Yi Tianyun. He was young, powerful, and had a unique Star Dharma idol. He couldn't wait for Yi Tianyun to die immediately. Star Venerate, everyone yearned for this cultivation. Once they became Star Venerates, they would become the overlords of the ancestral land. Star Venerates were the standard to measure a force's strength. Star venerates were invincible existences. As long as they weren't star venerates, everyone else was like an ant. In their opinion, Grandmaster Xing wasn't even worth mentioning and could be easily killed. Junior sister, unless he's really the young master of the Jade God ancestral land. Even if he has a unique star Dharma idol, he can't be compared to celestial Terminus Star-Lord. You made the wrong choice. Qingyu shook her head. When she got the news, she thought Tianyun had little chance of winning. She had seen the power of a star venerate. Grandmaster Xing and Tianyun couldn't compare to celestial Terminus Star-Lord with his current strength. In the depths of the Five Elements Mountain, the news spread quickly. The man guarding on the hillside opened his eyes, and the thick layer of dust on his body fell off. Good job. Celestial Terminus Star-Lord's tone was extremely cold, and his eyes were cold. I didn't expect that you would fall into the enemy's hands after leaving the Empyrean Terminus ancestral land for a while. What a bunch of good-for-nothings. Celestial Terminus Star-Lord turned his head and looked at a small grass on the side. There was only a little bit left before it was completely coated with a layer of gold. Then it would be a sign that it was completely mature. Soon, just a little bit more, and the golden divine grass will be completely mature. Celestial Terminus Star-Lord's gaze was extremely cold. As long as I get the golden divine grass, I will be able to make further progress. It will help me build a solid foundation, and I will have a chance to break through to the star venerable realm in the future. Who dares to cause trouble? All of you must die. Celestial Terminus Star-Lord didn't take any action to leave. Instead, he continued to wait here. It didn't matter what happened to the Empyrean Terminus ancestral land. For him, as long as he made a breakthrough, it wouldn't be a problem for him to kill those Asterisk stars. To put it bluntly, as long as he was strong enough, he would not only be able to take back the Empyrean Terminus ancestral land, but also the surrounding forces would belong to him. Therefore, he couldn't leave. He still waited here quietly. Even if the Empyrean Terminus ancestral land was destroyed, he wouldn't feel any pain. He would only care about himself. When the news about Tianyun spread in the outside world, Celestial Terminus Star-Lord continued to travel forward in the carriage slowly. It was quite conspicuous to travel slowly in this area. Growl! All of a sudden, a giant beast pounced out of the fog on the side and pounced toward Celestial Terminus Star-Lord. Its giant body made the carriage look as thin as a leaf. Qing Shui was startled by the roar. When she looked outside, her face turned pale. It was a giant ice tiger pouncing toward them. As it pounced, it released cold air, which froze everything around it into ice sculptures. Its cultivation had reached the Star Master late stage, which was much stronger than Qing Shui's cultivation. Beast, lie down! Han Long snorted coldly. He raised his hand and smashed the ice tiger pouncing toward him into the ground. Its giant body didn't even have the strength to lift, and it was pressed firmly against the ground. Its cultivation was only at the Star Master late stage, so it was obvious that it couldn't be compared to Han Long. Your Excellency, I have subdued it. Han Long stood beside him respectfully. Chapter 1914. After circling the ice tiger once, Tianyun nodded in satisfaction. This was his first time seeing a giant beast, so he naturally had to observe it carefully. Beside him, Qing Shui was extremely envious. She was envious of how good it was to have power, as there was no need to worry about attacks from these giant beasts. It had to be said that any of the giant beasts that appeared were at least mid-stage or late-stage Star Masters. Those with weaker cultivations would definitely die if they came in alone. This was why they could not move around freely, and they could not stay here forever. If they were not careful, they would die here. Not bad, not bad. The giant beasts' bodies are really big. If they were tamed, they would have decent combat power. Eteonion narrowed his eyes. Unfortunately, his skills were too low-leveled, and he could not tame these giant beasts. His other skills were still at the lower realm level. For example, alchemy was at the level of the lower realm. Even if it could be used here, the level was too low, and he would not be able to cultivate anything useful. Beast taming techniques were more or less the same, and they could not tame such powerful giant beasts. If he wanted to improve, it was not impossible, but he would have to spend a lot of time and slowly move it up. He did not have that much time right now, and there were many things waiting for him to do. As long as the system fully evolved, he would be able to use star energy to level up. If he were like other cultivators and cultivated bit by bit, who knew how long it would take? That's enough. Let it go. Eteonion waved his hand, indicating for Han Long to let the giant beast go. Han Long did not ask any questions and immediately let it go. As long as it was Eteonion's orders, he would obey unconditionally. No matter what, he would obey absolutely. This was also why Eteonion had chosen him. He wanted absolute loyalty, and even more so, the kind that did not ask too many questions. Just do what I tell you to do. And why ask so many questions? Beside him, Qing Shui was stunned. She opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she obediently kept her mouth shut. Such a giant beast was full of treasures. How could he let it go just like that? This ice tiger was truly a treasure. If Xiao Chun could capture it, he would definitely be able to refine a furnace of good medicine. He could even use it to refine weapons. However, since they were all caught by Eteonion, she naturally couldn't interfere. If he wanted to let them go, he could let them go. She didn't have the right to ask for anything. Eteonion had his own reasons for letting these beasts go. After all, he had no need for them. In addition, perhaps in the future, when his beast taming ability improved, he would come over to capture it. When the ice tiger was released, it was stunned. It had never thought that it would be released. It thought that it would be killed. However, it did not hesitate. It turned around and fled into the fog, not stopping at all. It was naturally a good thing that they were let go. So why did they have to stop? After this interlude, they continued to move forward. However, they didn't go far before a few Master Xing intercepted them. You are the young master who killed our divine Cauldron Ancestral Land's law enforcer. This time, there were 5 Master Xing judging from their clothes. There was no doubt that they were the Master Xing of the divine Cauldron Ancestral Land. Eteonion did not even get out of the carriage. He sat inside and asked, "That's me. What's the matter?" "I wonder which force you are from. Or are you from the ancestral land of the Jade God?" The leading elder Ding Li flew down and arrived in front of the carriage with an indifferent expression. The few elders behind him were the same. The weakest of them was at the middle stage of Master Xing, while the leading elder Ding Li was at the late stage of Master Xing. Without this level of cultivation, he would not be qualified to be an elder. Ancestral land of the Jade God. Eteonion laughed. It seemed that these people's brains were really broad. However, it was no wonder that they were so bold after seeing his astonishing strength. They must have some backing. Who knew that he didn't have any backing? Everything was made up by their imagination. If it wasn't for the ancestral land of the Jade God, they definitely wouldn't be so calm. They would have already pounced on him and beaten him up. It was hard for them to swallow the anger of killing 4 Master Xing enforcers. But when they thought that he might be a disciple of the ancestral land of the Jade God, they had no choice but to calm down. The slightest mistake could lead to death. If you are a friend from the ancestral land of the Jade God, please forgive us if we have offended you. If possible, we can use other things to make it up to you. As long as you like something, we won't take it from you. Elder Ding Li chose to lower his head and not resist. After all, they had heard the shocking news that the celestial terminus ancestral land had been destroyed. They all knew how powerful the celestial terminus ancestral land was. An area that even they couldn't destroy had been destroyed by Eteon. In their opinion, it was impossible to complete this mission without any background or helpers. Although he was quite strong and had his own star dharma, it was impossible for him to destroy the entire celestial terminus ancestral land by himself. Therefore, they concluded that the ancestral land of the Jade God must have helped, although they didn't know why. It was possible that they wanted to expand their territory. Normally, the ancestral land of the Jade God wouldn't care about this place, but after thinking about it, they could only do so. Seeing their attitude, Eteon smiled. He had to admit that it was easy to get things done with power. He had studied the ancestral land of the Jade God and knew its power. It was a very powerful force, so it wasn't a big problem for them to lower their heads. In order to survive, it was okay to suffer a little, especially when facing a force that was difficult to resist. They could only choose to lower their heads. As long as they don't provoke me, I won't kill anyone. You can rest assured about that. Eteon smiled. Qing Shui was stunned. Didn't Eteon's answer mean that he admitted that he was the young master of the ancestral land of the Jade God? If that was really the case, then his status would double in a row. Not to mention Qing Shui. Even Han Long was stunned. Was Eteon really from the ancestral land of the Jade God? Thank you, young master. If you have any problems, just tell us. As long as we can do it, we will help you. Elder Ding Li heaved a sigh of relief. As long as Eteon let them go, everything would be fine. Coincidentally, I have something that I need your help with, Eteon said to them. What is it? Elder Ding Li asked. Help me find Celestial Terminus Lord. Do you know where he is? Eteon had come to find Celestial Terminus Lord. We know that. Elder Ding Li nodded. Actually, many people know where he is. We will take you there now. They were shocked. They remembered the news that Eteon was really going to kill Celestial Terminus Lord. Chapter 1915. As it turned out, they must have been thinking too much, and they were the kind of people who thought too much. Even if the Celestial Lord really came, he would not hide behind them, but come in openly. Well, take me there now. Eteon waved his hand. Okay, we will lead the way for you now. Elder Ding Li completely regarded him as the young master of the ancestral land of the Jade God. He had no choice but to think so. Eteon was naturally happy to let them lead the way. Since they all thought so, he might as well make use of it. Under the guidance of Elder Ding Li and the others, they flew towards Celestial Lord of Heavenly Terminus. They let the dragon horse soar and followed closely behind Elder Ding Li. Elder Ding Li, who was leading the way, cursed Eteon countless times in his heart. They were the dignified elders of the ancestral land of the Divine Cauldron, and they were ranked at the top, but they came to lead the way. If it were not for the fact that Eteon was the young master of the ancestral land of the Jade God, they would have been too lazy to bring him along. In other words, the young masters of the other ancestral lands would not have shown any mercy. The ancestral land of the Jade God was much stronger than the ancestral land of the Divine Cauldron. The two were not on the same level, so they could only choose to compromise. Along the way, Han Long and Qing Shui's expressions were different. They were still full of surprise. They never thought that Eteon would be the young master of the ancestral land of the Jade God. Don't overthink it. I'm not from the ancestral land of Jade God. If they think I'm from the ancestral land of Jade God, then so be it. I just happen to lack a few people to lead the way. It would be perfect if I could fight with Celestial Lord of heavenly terminus. Eteonion shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile, I didn't mean to deceive them. If they want to think so, then I will follow their wishes. So that's how it is. Qin Shui almost burst out laughing. She showed an expression that said, You are very bad. The two of them really believed Eteonion's words. After all, Eteonion never lies. Who knew that he was lying this time? Thinking about how these elders had risked their lives all the way, if they knew that Eteonion wasn't the young master of the ancestral land of the Jade God, what kind of expression would they have? The few elders in front were still anxiously leading the way, worried that Eteonion would get angry. If that happened, they would be done for. Up ahead is where the celestial terminus Star-Lord is. He's been guarding the golden divine grass, refusing to leave no matter what. When the time comes, there will definitely be many experts fighting over it. However, with celestial terminus Lord's ability, he should have a good chance of snatching it. Elder Dingley explained. Golden divine grass. Eteonion's eyes lit up. He had read about this stuff in various books. If it was refined and consumed, it would definitely strengthen one's foundation. There was also a certain chance that it could improve the Star Dharma idol. The golden divine grass was also known as the Star Venerable grass. After taking it, one would have a great chance to break through and become a Star Venerable. This kind of divine grass would definitely be fought over by all the Star Lords. It seems that the Star Lords of the ancestral land of the Divine Cauldron are also eyeing this golden divine grass. Eteonion squinted at them. If you want it, then we definitely won't interfere. We will obediently give it up and not participate in the snatching, Elder Dingley said hurriedly. At the same time, he hoped that Eteonion would not be interested in the golden divine grass. They had been eyeing it for a long time and planned to snatch it from the celestial terminus Star-Lord. Not only the Star Lords of the Divine Cauldron ancestral land, but the other Star Lords were also participating. It would definitely be an earth-shattering battle. However, if the ancestral land of the Jade God really got involved, they could only leave obediently. They did not want to die. Even if the number of Star Lords who came this time exceeded the ancestral land of the Jade God, they did not dare to go against the ancestral land of the Jade God. After all, they were all Star Lords, and they were also in the early, middle, and late stages. The Star Lords present were mainly in the early and middle stages. There were almost no late-stage Star Lords. The 3 Star Lords of the Jade God's ancestral land were all in the late stage. At the same time, their Star Dharma idol had reached above the 5th level. Who could compete with them? Don't worry, I won't snatch it. I just want celestial terminus Star-Lord's life, Eteonion said indifferently. That's right. As long as the ancestral land of the Jade God makes a move, celestial terminus Star-Lord will die, for sure. I can only say that he doesn't know how to appreciate favors. He actually dared to provoke the ancestral land of the Jade God. Elder Lee's eyes lit up. This was actually good. If celestial terminus Star-Lord was killed, then their chances of obtaining the golden divine grass would greatly increase. You don't plan to help me get rid of this celestial terminus Star-Lord? Eteonion frowned and put on a stern face. This celestial terminus Star-Lord is extremely powerful. We have to ask the Divine Cauldron Star-Lord. Elder Dingley wiped his cold sweat. It was difficult to agree to such a request, but it was also difficult to refuse. The ancestral land of the Jade God asked them to help, but they did not. It would be very serious to settle accounts later. However, Elder Dingley was very tactful. It was better to let the Divine Cauldron Star-Lord make the decision first. Then what are you waiting for? Eteonion snorted coldly. It seemed that he really did look like the young master of the ancestral land of the Jade God. Yes, we will ask the Divine Cauldron Star-Lord. Elder Ding-li could only bite the bullet and ask for instructions. Seeing this situation, Han Long and the others were about to laugh out loud. It would be perfect if they really played a game of dog biting dog. Yi Tianyan saw this situation and shook his head. It seemed that the ancestral land of the Jade God was too high to defy. The saddest thing was that they did not even have the ability to verify it. It seemed that the ancestral land of the Jade God would be difficult to contact. Soon, the Divine Cauldron Star-Lord received the news. After seeing it, his face suddenly sank. Damn it, what is the young master of the ancestral land of the Jade God doing? Is he using us as cannon fodder? He was very angry and turned to look at Celestial Terminus Star-Lord in front of him. Although he was a mortal enemy of Celestial Terminus Star-Lord, he could not really fight to the death. He was afraid that other forces would benefit from it. He thought for a while and decided to see Yi Tianyan. No matter what, he had to see this young master. Immediately, he quickly flew away and flew outside. After a while, he saw Elder Ding-li and the others. This is the young master of the ancestral land of the Jade God. This is the first time we meet. He is really handsome, worthy of being the young master of the ancestral land of the Jade God. The Divine Cauldron Star-Lord landed on the side, and an invisible pressure immediately shrouded them. The powerful power of the Star-Lord made Han Long and Qing Shui bend down, unable to even straighten up. Yi Tianyan did not have any problem, mainly because the pressure was specially restrained by the Divine Cauldron Star-Lord and was only released to the surroundings. How would he dare to do this to the young master of the ancestral land of the Jade God? Well, this is the first time we meet. Yi Tianyan looked at him and said calmly, "So, have you decided to help me kill Celestial Terminus Star-Lord? As long as you help me get rid of Celestial Terminus Star-Lord, the ancestral land of the Jade God will definitely thank you." Chapter 1916. Yi Tianyun's request made the Divine Cauldron Star-Lord's eyes wander. No one knew what he was thinking. After a while, the Divine Cauldron Star-Lord sized him up and said doubtfully, "It's not a big deal to ask for my help, but there are many experts in the ancestral land of the Jade God. The Celestial Terminus ancestral land was attacked. Why do you need our help this time? Isn't it a waste of the Jade God's ancestral land's resources?" The destruction of the Celestial Terminus ancestral land had already reached the ears of the Star Lords. The reason why Yi Tianyan is not suspected of anything is mainly because of this. So people feel that Yi Tianyan's identity is not fake. Besides the Jade God's ancestral land, which force would be so arrogant to destroy an ancestral land so easily? Although the Divine Cauldron ancestral land wanted to attack the Celestial Terminus ancestral land, they needed a lot of preparation work. Moreover, they had to be wary of the revenge of the Celestial Terminus Star-Lord. They would not dare to do such a thing casually. He believed that the other ancestral lands were in the same situation and would not dare to attack at will. Only the Jade God's ancestral land would dare to be so unscrupulous. Although they did not know why they wanted to destroy the Celestial Terminus ancestral land, how could they guess what these experts were thinking? They have other things to do. It will be some time before they can come over. For example, the depths of the five-element mountain. Yi Tianyan smiled faintly. Even in the face of the Star Lords, he behaved very naturally. He did not even blink when he lied. The depths of the five-element mountain. The Divine Cauldron Star-Lord narrowed his eyes. Even he did not dare to enter the depths of the five-element mountain at will. There were too many secrets in the five-element mountain. Even the Star Lords did not dare to act recklessly. Only Star Venerables could do whatever they wanted here. I see, but you can wait for them to come out. Even I can't intervene in the current situation. It's not that I don't want to agree, but there are many Star Lords now. If you can win over other Star Lords, you can fight. The Divine Cauldron Star Lord was not a fool. Even if he would be given benefits, he would not rush forward directly. It would not be easy to deal with the celestial Terminus Star Lord, especially when he was alone. It would be extremely difficult to deal with him. If Shao Chun could rope in one or two more Star Venerates, he would definitely choose to help. How could he not agree to something that was already in the bag? He could get rid of Celestial Terminus Lord and help the ancestral land of the Jade God. So why not? Why? Are you not confident in your own strength? Tianyun looked him up and down and smiled contemptuously. The Divine Cauldron Star Lord was furious, but he did not explode. He still maintained a calm expression. No, I have confidence. It's just that I want to deal with Heavenly Terminus Star Lord more perfectly. It would be better to have help. If there's one more person, the credit will be shared equally. Are you sure you want to do this? Besides, you're not the only one who wants to deal with Celestial Terminus Star-Lord. Even if the others aren't roped in, they'll still deal with him, won't they? Tianyun was a dark person, but he didn't want to provoke so many powers. The other forces currently had no enmity with him, so there was no need to provoke too many of them. What he didn't like was the Divine Cauldron Ancestral Land and the Celestial Terminus Ancestral Land, so he would definitely destroy them. The Divine Cauldron Star-Lord's eyes narrowed. Tianyun was right. The credit would be shared equally. Besides, there were also people dealing with Celestial Terminus Star-Lord. It was not a big deal for him to interfere. You still want the Golden Divine Herb, don't you? Tianyun exposed the Divine Cauldron Star-Lord's thoughts. The Divine Cauldron Star-Lord was hesitant. He wanted to pull one more person out because he wanted the Golden Divine Herb. No Star-Lord wouldn't be tempted. It could increase their chances of breaking through to the Star Venerable Realm. Even if it was only a trace, they would fight for it. Yes, I want the Golden Divine Herb. The Divine Cauldron Star Lord said bluntly, "They told me that you came here to kill Celestial Terminus Star Lord. You're not interested in the Golden Divine Herb. If possible, I want to get a piece of the Golden Divine Herb as well." No problem. Whoever takes the Golden Divine Herb, just make them spit it out. What do you think? Tianyun smiled. What he said made the Divine Cauldron Star Lord tremble. This was really the overbearing style of the ancestral land of the Jade God. So what if the Golden Divine Herb was taken away? He could get it back. If he didn't give it to him, he would flatten him. This was the overbearing style of the ancestral land of the Jade God. This kind of thing was not uncommon, and the ancestral land of the Jade God had done it many times. Tianyun knew that the ancestral land of the Jade God was extremely overbearing. If they liked something, they would rob it openly. After robbing it openly, they would be even crueler. It would be a small matter if they destroyed an entire force. No problem. The Divine Cauldron Star Lord's eyes lit up. He didn't doubt Tianyun's words at all. I'll definitely do it well. I'll sneak attack Celestial Terminus Star Lord when he's attacked. The Divine Cauldron Star Lord laughed. His eyes were full of pleasure. Finally, he could deal with Celestial Terminus Star Lord. Okay, I'll leave it to you, Tianyun said with a faint smile. I'm looking forward to your performance. The Divine Cauldron Star Lord nodded and immediately turned around to go back. Tianyun didn't stay idle either. He followed them in. Watching the battle from the side wouldn't affect anything. Then they went in together, passed through the gap in front, and came to a crack in the corner. This place was full of rich metal power, much richer than outside. He had just come in when he saw a grass that was constantly emitting golden light. It looked very inconspicuous, and it was stuck on the edge of the cliff in front of him. The grass was inconspicuous, but the golden light it constantly emitted was extremely eye-catching. The whole space was enveloped by the golden light emitted by the grass. This was the golden divine herb. It was a very inconspicuous weed, but it was the famous golden divine herb. The more inconspicuous it was, the more powerful it was. However, it was inconspicuous mainly because the golden divine herb had not fully matured. Once it fully matured, it would have different changes. Next to the golden divine herb, there was a middle-aged man quietly meditating, waiting for the golden divine herb to mature. Celestial Terminus, Star Lord. Etionion's eyes turned cold. As long as he killed Celestial Terminus, Star Lord, all the slaves in the Celestial Terminus ancestral land would be liberated. His hometown would also be liberated, and there would be no more worries. Not only Celestial Terminus, Star Lord, but there were also 3 other Star Lords on the side. Including the Divine Cauldron Star Lord, there were a total of 5 Star Lords. This meant that the masters of the 5 forces were all here. Boy, how dare you come here? Celestial Terminus Star Lord, who had his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. His cold and piercing gaze pierced through, staring straight at Etion. Chapter 1917. Yes, so what if I'm here? If you have the ability, come and kill me, for revenge. Etion stood where he was and smiled. He knew that Celestial Terminus Star Lord wouldn't dare to come over. His position was the best place to fight. If he left that region, the other star venerates would immediately occupy it. All right, boy, just you wait. When I snatch this golden divine grass, you will die without a doubt. No matter where you escape to, no matter what force you belong to, you will die. Celestial Pole, Star, Lord snorted angrily and closed his eyes again. On the side, the Divine Cauldron Star Lord had a strange expression on his face, but in fact, he was laughing in his heart. He did not expect the Celestial Pole Star Lord to be so idiotic as to want to be enemies with Etion. Etion was the young lord of the Jade God ancestral land, who would dare to oppose him. The Divine Cauldron Star Lord felt that the Celestial Terminus Star Lord was dead for sure. He also felt that he was too ignorant and could not even guess this. He was really an idiot. The rest of the Celestial Lords also had a strange expression. They also guessed that Etion was the young master of the ancestral land of the Jade God. Otherwise, how could he be so unscrupulous and powerful? They racked their brains and searched countless times, but they still couldn't figure out which faction had such a heaven-defying existence. As for going to the ancestral land of the Jade God to verify it, even if he had similar thoughts, he would have to go there to verify it. Currently, they were still waiting for the golden divine grass, so they did not have such thoughts. This was especially so when it had nothing to do with them. They could not be bothered to say anything more. They could not wait for the Celestial Pole Lord to be destroyed. This Celestial Terminus King didn't think that I was the young master of Jade God ancestral land. Etion was a bit confused. Logically speaking, Celestial Lord of Heavenly Extremity should know something, but Celestial Lord of Heavenly Extremity didn't seem to think that he was the young master of Jade God ancestral land. As he was thinking this, the light released by the golden divine grass became more and more astonishing, as if it would explode at any moment. Soon, the last bit of green on the golden divine grass was covered in gold. The moment it covered the seemingly unremarkable golden divine grass, a phantom image suddenly appeared. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that it was the phantom image of a huge golden mountain. Next, the golden divine grass began to grow at a crazy rate. Originally, it was only a few inches tall. Now, it began to grow 1 zhang at a time. In the blink of an eye, it had reached a height of over 100 jong. Not only did it grow extremely tall, but it was also spreading out in all directions. At this moment, it no longer looked like a small blade of grass, but rather a huge golden divine tree. Mature, it's about to mature. The many star venerates felt excited as they stared at the golden divine grass. This included the heavenly extremity star venerate, who clenched his fists tightly, preparing to snatch it. He had already set up a great formation here. This was his greatest advantage. With the support of the great formation, he really wouldn't have much confidence in snatching it away. Only star Lord Divine Cauldron stared at Celestial Terminus Lord. He kept thinking about what Tianyun had said, which was to kill Celestial Terminus Lord, and everything would belong to him. No matter who the golden divine grass belonged to in the end, wouldn't he still be the most popular one? Tianyun, who was watching from the outside, was amazed by this scene. This was the golden divine grass. It had been maintaining an unremarkable scene, and no one could discover it. At the final moment of maturity, it quickly burst out in its most perfect form. However, it had been discovered long ago. After all, there were many sharp-eyed experts, and Celestial Terminus Lord was one of them. Soon, when the golden divine grass had completely matured, the phantom image of the golden mountain in the void shrank and returned to the golden divine tree. At the same time, it began to shrink rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it had turned into an extremely mature golden blade of grass, one that had grown legs. After growing legs, the golden divine grass ran outside, turning into a golden ray of light. The mature golden divine grass was like a human. Naturally, it quickly escaped to avoid being caught. But how could it escape? Celestial Terminus Lord had already set up a great formation here. Once it matured, it would immediately seal the golden divine grass. Trying to escape? Impossible. Celestial Terminus Lord's eyes were filled with golden light. He quickly formed a seal with his hands, and the surrounding great formation surged. Several golden light pillars pierced down, nailing the golden divine grass in midair. Not to mention escaping, it was directly frozen in midair. In an instant, the golden divine grass was sealed, and it couldn't escape at all. It had been nurtured for tens of thousands of years, yet it was caught just as it matured. It had to be said that this was the fate of a divine medicine. The sealed golden god grass continuously twisted and turned, wanting to escape from the seal. However, with its strength, how could it escape? No matter how it writhed, there was no meaning to it. "You are mine." Celestial Terminus Lord's eyes narrowed, and he reached out to grab the golden divine grass. As long as he put the golden divine grass into his pocket, everything would be over. He might not be able to fight against so many celestial venerables, but it wouldn't be a problem for him to escape. But at this moment, several beams of divine light pierced through and shattered the seal. The golden divine grass sensed that the seal was broken, so it immediately ran outside. Celestial Terminus Lord flew into a rage. He had guarded it for so long, so how could he let it go to waste? "Celestial Terminus Lord, how could I let you enjoy such a good thing alone?" Celestial Lord Pei Chung, who was at the side, laughed loudly. He waved his hand, and a huge net which could cover the entire deity realm of the lower realms quickly descended. It seemed like they were also prepared for such an inescapable net. "I have prepared for so many years. How could I let you ruin it?" Celestial Terminus Lord roared, and he quickly took out his Star Dharma idol, releasing a level 5 Star Dharma idol. The power of a celestial lord immediately allowed him to control the power of the 5 directions. Celestial Terminus Lord was indeed powerful. He could control the power of the 5 directions, which immediately increased his combat strength by 10 times. Not only that, but He also had the support of the Great Formation, which immediately raised his strength to a whole new level. Scram! Celestial Terminus Lord erupted with a vast power, and a huge illusory battle wheel floated up. This battle wheel could release a blazing combat strength, which greatly increased his strength. Immediately, he grabbed at the void, and a huge battle wheel appeared in his hand. He waved it wildly, and an invincible light slashed out, turning everything it touched into ruins. In an instant, the surrounding celestial lords were shaken away. He was not injured, but it was already very impressive to be able to shake off the fierce attacks of several celestial lords. However, there was one who was not shaken away, and that was the Divine Cauldron Lord. A divine cauldron appeared behind the Divine Cauldron Lord, which offset the attack. At the same time, he also erupted with his strongest power, as if he was going all out, wanting to completely suppress Celestial Terminus Lord. Whoever suppresses Celestial Terminus Lord with me when I get the Golden Divine Grass, I will definitely give him half. Seeing that Celestial Terminus Lord was so overbearing, the Divine Cauldron Lord knew that it would be too late if he did not make a move. He originally wanted to sneak attack, but now it seemed like he could only face it head-on. Chapter 1918. The Divine Cauldron Star Lord's words shocked the other Star Lords. The Divine Cauldron Star Lord was obviously going all out. Not only did he use his full strength, but he was even willing to give up half of the Golden Divine Grass. Generally speaking, the effects of the Golden Divine Grass would be the greatest when consumed in its entirety. However, the effect of taking half of it was still not bad, especially now that there were too many monks and not enough gruel. No one was willing to submit to the other. However, if the battle continued, it would be easy for both sides to suffer. If there were people working together, things would be different. If the two of them worked together, their chances of obtaining the treasure would greatly increase. In particular, the Divine Cauldron Lord's own strength was not bad. If they worked together, it would not be difficult to defeat the Heavenly Terminus Lord. The Sword Wind Star Lord held his long sword and created a sword wind that tore through the void. Divine Cauldron Star Lord, is that true? It's absolutely true. If I manage to snatch the Golden Divine Grass, I'll definitely give you half. The heavens and earth can be my witness. The Divine Cauldron Star Sovereign stretched out 2 fingers and immediately swore an oath. It was a simple oath without too many deadly words. However, the twinkling of the stars in the sky meant that the oath had been successfully made. As long as it was violated, the Divine Cauldron Star Lord would definitely be severely punished by the heavens. The Divine Cauldron Star Lord naturally did not want to split the Golden Divine Grass in half, but in order to give the ancestral land of the Jade God a good explanation, he could only choose to throw caution to the wind. After making such an oath, even if the Jade God ancestral land wanted the Golden Divine Grass by force, half of it would be given to Star Lord Sword Wind. His heart ached a little, but from the looks of it, this was all he could do. All right, then I'll join forces with you to deal with the Celestial Terminus Lord. The Sword Wind Star Lord nodded and did not waste any time. He immediately took out his star aspect, and a long sword appeared behind him. It created a whistling sword wind and cut through the void. The 2 star Venerates working together made the Heavenly Pole Star Venerate's face sink. This was especially so since these 2 were not easy to deal with. Naturally, he had to take them seriously. As for revenge, he had long thrown it to the back of his mind. He was too lazy to even look at Eteonion. The 2 star Venerates outside exchanged glances. Unless they also worked together, how could they snatch it? Let's work together. If we manage to snatch it, I'll give you half as well. All right, no problem. The 2 star lords outside immediately reached a consensus and formed a large camp. they were all forced to do this. They didn't want to join hands at first, because joining hands meant that they would have to split the profits. Now that the Divine Cauldron Star Lord and the Sword Wind Star Lord had joined forces, there was no reason for them not to join forces. Do you think you can deal with me by joining hands? How naive. Celestial Terminus Star Lord laughed out loud. The war wheel in his hand rotated again, and layers of power stacked on top of each other. The effect of the battle wheel was astonishing. As it rotated, its combat power would rise steadily. This effect increased as it became more compatible with the war wheel. It was a pretty good star aspect. No wonder the Celestial Pole Star Lord was so domineering, monopolizing a faction. It turned out that he really had great strength. Kill. The Divine Cauldron Star Lord also took out his Divine Cauldron and fought head-on with his opponent. As the two sides clashed, energy fluctuations constantly spread out in all directions. Yi Tianyun's side had already retreated to the back, so the shock waves didn't affect them. A battle between star sovereigns is truly too terrifying. Qingxue was stupefied as she watched from behind. If she were to stand under this energy fluctuation, she would probably be easily shattered. How can we compare to the power of a celestial lord? We can't compare to the power of a celestial lord. Han Long was a little excited. He rarely saw celestial lords fight, especially so many celestial lords, which was even rarer. The biggest sign of a celestial lord was the number of celestial lords they controlled. The strongest among them was the Celestial Terminus Star Lord, who could control 5 celestial lords and 6 celestial lords. This meant that he had 12 times the power, which was extremely powerful. The other celestial lords only had 4 or 5 celestial lords' star power, which was slightly inferior to the Celestial Terminus Star Lord. This was enough to prove that the Celestial Terminus Star Lord's control of power was stronger than theirs. In addition to the difference in cultivation, a celestial lord's control of the power was also the effect of controlling several celestial lords. If one's cultivation was weaker, one could make up for it by controlling more celestial lords. Some early-stage celestial lords could crush late-stage celestial lords by relying on this point. Rumor had it that some heaven-defying geniuses could sense the power of the stars very well. They could easily control more than 7 or 8 celestial lords, and the power they released was even more terrifying. The further they went, the more terrifying the superposition would be. Yi Tianyun nodded and smiled faintly as he watched them fight. He didn't even need to spend much effort to deal with the Celestial Lord. Then, the Celestial Lord was forced to retreat, and the golden divine grass floated around. No one could get it. However, it seemed that the Divine Cauldron Star Lord and the others had a higher chance of getting it. Damn it! I won't let you get it even if I die. The Celestial Lord activated his power again and charged forward. With a loud bang, the Divine Cauldron Star Lord and the others were sent flying and injured. The Celestial Lord was seriously injured, and his face was pale. It had to be said that the Celestial Lord was not simple to be able to fight his way out of the 2 Celestial Lords' battle. However, according to the situation, the Celestial Lord couldn't hold on for too long. If he continued, the golden divine grass would definitely be snatched away. Boom, boom, boom. The fierce collision set off a series of explosions. In the end, the Divine Cauldron Star Lord and the others suffered serious injuries. On the other hand, the Celestial Lord was already at his limit. If this continued, he would definitely die. The golden divine grass floated in the void and was not snatched away by anyone. The 2 celestial lords on the side watched covetously. They wanted to see who would win and then snatch it. This situation naturally made the Divine Cauldron Star Lord anxious. If this continued, he was afraid that someone would succeed, and they would end up doing nothing. My guess was wrong. This celestial lord is too strong. How can his combat power be so abnormal? The divine cauldron star lord complained incessantly. He thought that it would be easy, but now it seemed that it was not easy at all. If this continued, he would not be able to hold on. It was the same for the sword wind star lord. He had attacked countless times, but the celestial pole star lord was able to withstand it. Young master of the ancestral land of the jade god, haven't the reinforcements arrived yet? The divine cauldron star lord turned his head and shouted at Etion. In a moment of desperation, he could only seek help from Etion. He wanted to help, but he couldn't guarantee that he could kill the celestial lord. It would be good if someone else could help, but now he was in an extremely awkward situation. You said he is the young master of the jade god ancestral land. The celestial lord, who had been repelled, raised his hand and pointed at Etion. Celestial lord, it seems that you are really stupid. Have you become stupid after staying here? He is so talented, yet he can still destroy your ancestral land. Isn't he the young master of the jade god ancestral land? The divine cauldron star lord sneered. Now, do you know who you have provoked? Ha ha ha. The celestial lord sneered. It seems that you have been fooled. He is not the young master of the jade god ancestral land. Idiot. Chapter 1919. The moment the celestial pole star venerates said that, everyone was stunned, including the surrounding star venerates. Etion's identity was fake. Fake? How is that possible? How could he have destroyed your celestial terminus ancestral land without a powerful backer? Star Lord Divine Cauldron didn't believe Celestial Lord's words. You call me an idiot? You're the real idiot, aren't you? Celestial Lord sneered. None of you are as familiar with the jade god ancestral land as I am. I've seen the young master of the jade god ancestral land, and I'm the one who works for it. It seems you're overthinking things. The celestial terminus ancestral land has been famous for a long time. Why hasn't it been destroyed by those seemingly righteous forces? Because they wouldn't dare to touch my celestial terminus ancestral land, even if they had 10 guts. Celestial terminus star, Lord said in a deep voice. I didn't expect that after so many years, an unknown brat would appear out of nowhere and destroy my celestial terminus ancestral land. I don't know which power you belong to, but you can destroy my power. But no matter what force it is, anyone who dares to provoke me and the jade god ancestral land will die. Star Lord Divine Cauldron, I was wondering why you worked so hard. So you were instigated. It seems that being too low-key is a mistake. I've always tried to rely on my own strength to control everything. I don't want to rely on the power of the jade god ancestral land. If I can become stronger with my own strength, the jade god ancestral land will think highly of me and value me. I didn't expect that in the end, others would use the prestige of the jade god ancestral land to deal with me. What a miscalculation. Celestial Lord looked coldly at Etion and said, Kid, I really didn't expect you to be so good at fooling us. Star Lord Divine Cauldron, are you going to deal with me first this time? Bastard, how dare you lie to me? Star Lord Divine Cauldron roared, and immediately turned his attack to Etion. The invincible cauldron crazily expanded and turned into a towering cauldron. Celestial Lord didn't make an oath, so Star Lord Divine Cauldron immediately believed him. The main thing was that when he thought about it for a while, it was true. Only the Empyrean terminus ancestral land did something inhumane, which was to enslave cultivators from the lower realms. Generally speaking, Those who acted rashly would definitely not be able to tolerate it. However, the Empyrean terminus ancestral land had always been safe and sound. No powers dared to provoke them. This proved that they knew that the Empyrean terminus ancestral land had a backer. After figuring this out, the Divine Cauldron Star Lord immediately erupted and attacked fiercely, wanting to vent all his anger on Eteonian. This time, he didn't even want the golden divine grass. He just wanted to kill Eteonian, to vent the anger in his heart. Brat, let's see what you can do this time. Celestial Terminus Star Lord snorted coldly. He didn't even need to personally take revenge. Someone else would help him deal with it. Qing Shue's face turned pale. She hadn't expected such a reversal. Celestial Lord of Celestial Terminus was the one who truly served the ancestral land of Jade God. Wasn't this the same as provoking the ancestral land of the Jade God? Not to mention Qing Shui, even Han Long was worried. Let's not talk about the ancestral land of the Jade God for the time being. The several star lords in front of him were enough to make him suffer. Didn't this mean that the plan had failed? Moreover, it was a complete failure, and he had also provoked two forces. Brat, you turned out to be a liar. Catch him. The Divine Cauldron Star Lord didn't attack him. The elders who had been watching from the side were furious. A large part of the responsibility for this kind of mistake was related to them. Now, they could only catch Eteonian to make up for it. Several star masters rushed over, due to their anger. They burst out with their strongest power, wanting to catch Eteonian. Eteonian didn't despair because of this, nor did he show an expression of unwillingness. Everything was within his expectations. From the beginning, he had planned to kill the Celestial Terminus Star Lord by himself. It didn't matter if the Divine Cauldron Star Lord helped or not. It was just that the ancestral land of the Divine Cauldron was also not a good person. Since they had provoked him, he would also be dragged into the water. Therefore, it was nothing to be seen through. To him, it wasn't that the plan had failed, but that the plan had never changed. How could it be considered a failure? Everything was just giving him another wave of star energy. This old servant, Han Long's body straightened, and he wanted to burst out with all his strength. Eteonian stretched out his hand to stop him. In an instant, the phantom of the five-colored Emperor Dragon appeared behind him. He didn't even transform into his main body. He stepped forward into the void, and violent power splashed in all directions. Several elders who had rushed over were directly blown up and turned into a mist of blood. In the blink of an eye, several elders were easily beheaded, as if they were vegetables. However, the greatest enemy was still the Divine Cauldron Star Lord, who was the most terrifying existence. Brat, you have some ability, but everything ends here. Everyone below, the Star Lord is an ant. The Divine Cauldron Star Lord quickly suppressed him. The huge Divine Cauldron pressed down, and there was no way to escape. The invincible giant cauldron was like an invincible divine mountain, enough to smash everything into meat paste. Although the unique star aspect was powerful in the eyes of these great figures before it grew up, everything was trash. If not for his fear of Eteonian's identity as the ancestral land of the Jade God, he would have already made a move. Now that he knew that he had been tricked, he didn't have to worry about Eteonian's life. Facing such pressure, the pressure on Qing Shui and Han Long doubled. They couldn't even stand up, and they directly knelt on the ground, unable to move. The power of a Star Lord was too strong, especially when the Divine Cauldron Star Lord used the star power from all directions to increase his own strength. Logically speaking, with such a gap, there was no need to use the star power above. However, the Divine Cauldron Star Lord was really mad with anger. If he wanted to kill, He would kill them all without leaving any room for maneuver. Is everything over? Qing Shui struggled to raise her head to look at Yi Tianyun. She saw that he was still standing straight, as if nothing could suppress him. My lord, quickly escape. Don't worry about us. Qing Shui felt that Yi Tianyun didn't leave because he wanted to protect them, so he didn't run away. Escape? That doesn't exist. Yi Tianyun smiled faintly and said, I'll show you that Star Lords are not invincible, especially this kind of crazy Star Lord. In the next second, Yi Tianyun took a step forward, and his body immediately turned into a huge 5-colored emperor dragon. At the same time, the stars above shone, and the star power of the 5 directions shrouded him, directly strengthening his strength. 5 directions of star power, and its Grandmaster Xing's cultivation? The sword Wind Star Lord, and the others were stunned. Grandmaster Xing could use star power. Were they seeing things? However, it was not over yet. The huge 5-colored Emperor Dragon Star aspect suddenly opened its mouth in the star domain and actually devoured half of the Divine Cauldron Star Lord's star power. After devouring the star power of 2 directions, it immediately increased its star power from 5 directions to 7 directions. At the same time, the Divine Cauldron Star Lord's strength was immediately weakened. Chapter 1920. A large portion of the Divine Cauldron Star Lord's star power was immediately devoured, which was equivalent to weakening the Divine Cauldron Star Lord's strength by half. Not only was it weakened, but it could also increase one's own strength. This was the most terrifying ability. This was the first time they had seen such an ability, and everyone was dumbfounded. Even the heavenly Terminus Star Lord was shocked by this scene. They had never seen such a heaven-defying ability. At most, it could suppress the other party's star power, but it was definitely the first time they had seen it devour the other party's star power. How is this possible? When the Divine Cauldron Star Lord felt his power sharply decrease, he was shocked. He had never expected such a situation to occur. The power of the Divine Cauldron Star Lord immediately weakened a lot. But even if it was weakened a lot, it was still the power of a Star Lord, and it was still extremely powerful. Even if it's weakened, it will still crush you to death. The Divine Cauldron Star Lord quickly recovered from his shock and slapped down again, without the slightest sign of weakening. If you're weakened, you'll become worthless. After Yi Tianyun transformed into the original body of the 5-colored Emperor Dragon, he pressed down heavily. The huge dragon claw carried the star power of the 7 directions, and it also carried a crazy damage mode. His power reached a new peak. In particular, the star power of the 7 directions was no longer an ordinary superposition, but a superposition effect of 15 times in one go. From hexagonal star power onwards, there was a superposition effect of 3 times. Coupled with the crazy damage mode, it was a superposition of 27 times, which was absolutely unparalleled combat power. Especially with the power of the 5-colored Emperor Dragon, it immediately surpassed the power of the Divine Cauldron. Especially since the Divine Cauldron Star Lord had been injured, the power he released was naturally not as strong as before. If he was at his peak state before, Yi Tianyun would still be a little cautious, but unfortunately, he had already been exhausted by the heavenly Terminus Star Lord, so the effect was completely different. Boom! The huge Divine Cauldron was slapped away by his claw, and then the huge dragon claw continued to press down. The Divine Cauldron was slapped away, and even his own star Dharma form was sent flying. What was left of the Divine Cauldron Star Lord? Impossible. The Divine Cauldron Star Lord looked at the dragon claw pressing down on him, and his heart was filled with horror. Yi Tianyun's cultivation was only that of a Star Master. How could he erupt with such terrifying power? How could he master star power? Before he could figure it out, Star Lord Divine Cauldron was killed by his palm. A star venerate who controlled the divine cauldron ancestral land, was slapped to death just like that. Before he died, he couldn't understand how Eteonion could control such a powerful force. It was completely beyond their expectations. Not to mention him, the others who were still alive still had not figured out what was going on. Ding! Successfully killed the Divine Cauldron Star Lord. Obtained 12 million star energy points. Obtained Divine Cauldron Star, level 5, celestial aspect. He did not drop any equipment, nor did he drop any special treasures. He simply dropped 2 big items. But that was enough. The shocking star energy points made his eyes light up. He was indeed worthy of being a big fat sheep. As for treasures, he could just plunder them from the Divine Cauldron Star Lord's storage ring. These Star Lords all had special storage rings that belonged to the very high-grade type. They could store too many things inside. Not bad, the harvest is quite rich. Eteonion quickly returned to his original body, holding the Divine Cauldron Star Lord's storage ring in his hand. There were many treasures and martial arts inside the Divine Cauldron. It could easily control the treasures of a force, which was quite impressive. When this scene fell into the eyes of the others, they were completely stunned. If they were shocked by the fact that Eteonion had devoured star power before, then now that the Divine Cauldron Star Lord was killed, they were completely dumbfounded. This was a star monarch, not a great master Shing. Even if it was an injured Star Lord, it was still a Star Lord. The power released was far from what Star Master Shing could compare with. Han Long's performance was the best proof. From the moment the attack started, he felt that he had been suppressed, and he did not even have the strength to resist. He could only choose to escape, but Eteonion did not leave. So how could he escape? Now, the legendary Star Lord, who was difficult to resist, had been killed by Eteonion with a single slap. There was no too fancy of a battle, just a slap to death. He was not like the celestial pole Star Lord, who constantly attacked each other, and in the end, no one could do anything to the other. Now, he had been killed by a slap from Eteonion. The difference between the two was obvious. Of course, all of this was because the Divine Cauldron Star Lord had been too careless, allowing Eteonion to easily take him down. The Star Lord was killed. Qing Shui was stunned. She thought that he was dead for sure. No matter how heaven-defying Eteonion was, it was impossible for him to fight against the Star Lord. Now it seemed that she was wrong. Eteonion was still completely crushing his opponent with an invincible momentum. Yes, even the Star Lord was killed. His Excellency is invincible. Han Long's eyes were filled with horror. He had seen Eteonion fight against the Guardians before, but the Guardians were Star Lords, not Star Lords. Those Guardian gods were on a completely different level from the Divine Cauldron Star Lord, who knew that under such circumstances, Eteonion could still crush the other party, which was extremely terrifying. Don't you want to kill me? You can come over now. Eteonion's gaze shifted to the Celestial Pole Star Lord. Now that the Celestial Pole Star Lord had snatched the golden divine grass, no one snatched it from him since the Celestial Pole Star Lord revealed that his backer was the Jade God ancestral land. The Celestial Pole Star Lord's heart trembled. This was simply a freak. The other Star Lords looked at each other. They would not intervene and could only watch from the side. Anyway, they had no enmity with Eteonion, and Eteonion did not have the golden divine grass. Therefore, they would not make a move and could only watch from the side. If Eteonion really killed the Celestial Pole Star Lord, they might make a move. After all, this way, the golden divine grass would be equivalent to an ownerless object, so they could naturally snatch it at will. Do you really think I'm an idiot like the Divine Cauldron Star Lord? The Celestial Pole Star Lord said coldly. The Divine Cauldron Star-Lord was too careless. With him as an example, how could I lose to you? Today, I will use you as a blood sacrifice to let the world know that I, the Celestial Pole Star-Lord, cannot be provoked. The battle wheel above the Celestial Pole Star-Lord's head was released again, releasing rings of battle intent. The power that erupted was indeed far from what the Divine Cauldron Star-Lord could compare with. The Celestial Pole Star-Lord was originally stronger than the Divine Cauldron Star-Lord. Otherwise, why would the Jade God Ancestral Land choose him to serve? When he released all his power, the Celestial Pole Star-Lord laughed at himself. He did not expect that he would have to use all his power in the face of a Grandmaster Shing. No one would believe it. Outsiders who did not know the real situation would only feel that the Celestial Pole Star-Lord was too weak to use all his power to deal with a Grandmaster Shing. Chapter 1921. The Celestial Terminus Star-Lord unleashed his full strength, treating Eteonyan as a powerful Star-Lord. Therefore, the power he unleashed far exceeded the Divine Cauldron Star-Lord's previous power. In addition, the Celestial Terminus Star-Lord was already very strong, not something the Divine Cauldron Star-Lord could compare to. Qing Shui and the others trembled. This time, the Celestial Terminus Star-Lord was not in the same situation as the Divine Cauldron Star-Lord. He was going to unleash his full strength. Previously, the Divine Cauldron Star-Lord was careless, but this time, the situation was completely different. "My lord," Qing Shui looked at Eteonyan with worry in her eyes. The other Star-Lords looked at the situation, wanting to see what the final result would be. Would Eteonyan win, or would the Celestial Terminus Star-Lord win? This brat is doomed. If he could hide for a while and come out, he would definitely be invincible. Taking advantage of the Divine Cauldron Star-Lord's carelessness to kill him, he is too arrogant. Yes, if he could hide for a while, he could really become a demonic genius. He is already so strong now. What if he breaks through to the Star Venerate level? At that time, most of the Star-Lords would not be able to compete with him. Unfortunately, everything ends here. We can only watch the golden divine grass. We came in vain. The Star-Lords shook their heads, feeling that everything was so unfortunate. Not only would it be a pity that they could not obtain the golden divine grass, but it would also be a pity that such a genius would die. If he became a disciple of their faction would really have another super genius. This was a unique stellar Dharma phase, an existence that could control stellar power before reaching the Star Venerate level. It was definitely one in a trillion. At least, they had never seen it before. Now that he was about to be killed, they could not help but sigh. If the Celestial Terminus Star-Lord was not backed by the Jade God Ancestral Land, they would really want to save Eteonyan. Unfortunately, they were facing the Jade God Ancestral Land, an existence that they could not provoke. If they provoked it, it would not be worthwhile to destroy their own ancestral land for a genius. Come on, devour my stellar power. The Celestial Terminus Star-Lord stared at Eteonyan. At the same time, he was very worried that his stellar power would be devoured. Devour your stellar power? There's no need. Eteonyan looked up at Empyrean Terminus Star-Lord and said casually, "I don't need to absorb your astral power to deal with you. It will only dirty my hands." How arrogant! Since that's the case, then go to hell. Celestial Lord, Celestial Terminus sneered and pressed down from the void. Boundless power stacked on top of each other as the invincible war wheel attacked once again. This was an existence that could knock back 2 Star Venerates. Now that it suppressed him, how could Eteonyan resist? Lord, quickly devour their astral powers. Qing Shui and the others were anxious. Devouring their astral powers would greatly weaken their opponent's strength. If he didn't devour it, the other party would definitely go all out. At that time, It would definitely not be easy to deal with. The gap between their cultivation bases was already there, let alone going all out. Etienne's eyes flashed, and he smiled. The energy in his body circulated crazily. Breakthrough. Ding. Congratulations to player Etienne for successfully breaking through to Star Venerate. After deducting a large amount of star energy, he successfully broke through to the Star Venerate level. Among all the Star Venerates, this was an insurmountable peak. Now he easily surpassed it and charged into the Star Venerate level. When he broke through to the Star Venerate level, a surge of energy soared into the sky. In the star region above the 9 heavens, a 5-colored emperor dragon soared and roared. Dragon might suppress the world. The energy in Etienne's body continued to rise. The 5-colored emperor dragon in his body also expanded, and its strength increased significantly. He broke through to the Star Venerate level. They were all stunned. When they felt this familiar aura, they immediately knew that Etienne had broken through to the Star Venerate level. He broke through at the drop of a hat, without any warning. Qing Shui and the others, who were behind Etienne, felt it the most intensely. The previously unrivaled Star Venerate level energy was now attacking them. However, this time, the Star Venerate level energy did not belong to anyone but Etienne himself. The celestial terminus star Lord's eyes narrowed, but his attack did not weaken. Instead, it seemed to be strengthened. He did not know how Etienne did it, but he knew that he had to finish off Etienne quickly. He was already so heaven-defying without breaking through to the Star Venerate level. If he really broke through to the Star Venerate level, the celestial terminus Star Lord would not be able to contend against him. Therefore, he wanted to take advantage of the time when Etienne had not completely consolidated his cultivation to launch the strongest attack. However, his wishful thinking was all wrong. Today, I am a Star Venerate. Etienne's figure rushed out of the divine light. He stretched out his hand and grabbed at the void. The seemingly small hand tore the void and tore a starry sky, star power from the 8 directions. When he broke through to the Star Venerate level, he could actually control the star power from the 5 directions to the 8 directions. Superimposing the star power from the 8 directions on the original Star Venerate level was absolutely explosive. He did not even need to transform into the 5-colored Emperor Dragon. With his own strength, he could tear the sky apart with one hand. He did not need any weapons. He only relied on his hand to grab the falling battle wheel in the void. He held it firmly, so that the celestial terminus Star Lord could not suppress it at all. This is your strength. Etienne smiled disdainfully. I gave you so much time to prepare, and this is all you can show me? You are too weak. Get down. He stretched out his hand and crushed the battle wheel in the void. At the same time, he slapped the celestial terminus Star Lord into the ground. With a series of bombardments, a huge pit appeared in the ground. The celestial terminus Star Lord collapsed on the ground, unable to move. There was not a single part of his body that was unharmed. His internal organs were all shattered. He was not dead, but his injuries were extremely serious. The celestial terminus Star Lord had already suffered serious injuries when he fought with the Divine Cauldron Star Lord and the others. Now that he was hit by Etienne's palm, he was half crippled. Etienne quickly landed beside the celestial terminus Star Lord and quickly made a few hand seals on the celestial terminus Star Lord's body. Soon, he used a tyrannical power to forcibly seal the celestial terminus Star Lord's power. Then, he dragged the celestial terminus Star Lord up and looked at him with a smile. Didn't you say you wanted to kill me? Why can't you kill me now? The celestial terminus Star Lord's face turned ashen. He did not expect that he would end up in the hands of Eteonion. This was a great humiliation. Do you think that you can really control the celestial terminus ancestral land by killing me? I am from the ancestral land of the Jade God. If you kill me, the ancestral land of the Jade God will definitely send people to kill you. Not only did the celestial terminus star Lord not beg for mercy, but he also started to threaten. Why do you think I kept you alive? It was because I wanted to ask about the ancestral land of the Jade God. Eteonion sneered. Otherwise, do you think you could have lived until now? Then he turned his head and looked at the celestial lords beside him. His eyes were cold. If any of you want to continue fighting, come forward. Chapter 1922. Eteonion became more violent after breaking through to the Star-Lord realm. The other Star-Lords had to consider whether they were qualified to compete with Eteonion or not. Besides, it was not necessary. Eteonion had already suppressed the celestial pole Star-Lord. He would be hunted down by the ancestral land of the Jade God. It was impossible for him to escape. The ancestral land of the Jade God would investigate this matter. After all, the celestial pole Star-Lord was a member of the ancestral land of the Jade God. If Eteonion killed the celestial pole Star-Lord, he would be hunted down. But if he didn't kill the celestial pole Star-Lord, he would be hunted down by the ancestral land of the Jade God. It seems we don't have any hope of getting the golden divine herb. Even if we snatch it, the ancestral land of the Jade God will take it back. Let's go. We might as well go to the 5 Elements Mountain to explore. Maybe we can find something better. The Star-Lords chose to leave one by one. They didn't intend to snatch the golden divine herb anymore. For them, this was already hopeless. Han Long and the others looked at this side in a daze. Not only did he kill the divine cauldron Star-Lord, but he also suppressed the celestial pole Star-Lord easily, especially when he broke through to the Star-Lord realm. Wasn't it said that it was extremely difficult to break through to the Star-Lord realm? Why did Eteonion break through so easily? It was like drinking water. This really surprised them, but they were even more pleasantly surprised. They had thought that Eteonion would lose, but now he had won. However, after the pleasant surprise, they became very worried. No matter whether they killed the celestial pole Star-Lord or not, they had become enemies with the ancestral land of the Jade God. This matter would not be easy to solve. The ancestral land of the Jade God was very famous. Any force would feel terrified when they heard it. They would not dare to resist. The ancestral land of the Jade God was a 3-star lord, and it was not as simple as they thought. It was said that the ancestral land of the Jade God had a grade 6-star Dharma aspect. Although it was not as special as the unique star Dharma aspect, a grade 6-star Dharma aspect was still invincible. The unique star Dharma aspect of the past generations was not absolutely invincible. It was usually the level 6-star Dharma aspect that was invincible in the world. Now, it's time to settle the score. Those slave marks in the Empyrean Pole ancestral land were all arranged by Yushin Ancestor, right? Eteonion did not kill him because he thought of this. Originally, the two had nothing to do with each other, but when the celestial terminus lord said that he was working for the Jade God ancestral land, he thought of the Jade God ancestral land. It was very likely that the slave imprints of the Empyrean terminus ancestral land were set up by the Jade God ancestral land. It seems you're not stupid. The slave imprints of the celestial pole ancestral land were indeed set up by the Jade God ancestral land. Celestial pole Star-Lord sneered. So, are you afraid now? He even controlled the celestial pole ancestral land and removed the slave imprint. He was truly capable. I believe this matter will soon reach the ears of the ancestral land of Jade Divinity. You won't even know how you died then. Etinion's eyes turned cold. He grabbed Heavenly Terminus Star-Lord's neck and lifted him up, exerting pressure on Heavenly Terminus Star-Lord. Since Heavenly Terminus Star-Lord's power was sealed, he was no different from an ordinary person. When the power pressed down, Heavenly Terminus Star-Lord's face turned red, as if he was suffocating to death. Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? Eteonion sneered. I thought you were the one who arranged the slave imprints. As long as I killed you, the slave imprints would disappear. It seems that the real culprit is the Jade God Ancestral Land. The Jade God Ancestral Land really hid it well. There is no news about it outside. Do you think you're a righteous person? Ha ha ha. It's useless to kill me if you want to remove all the imprints of the Celestial Pole Ancestral Land. If you're so capable, go and destroy the Jade God Ancestral Land. Heavenly Terminus Star-Lord laughed in a hoarse voice, not caring about his own life at all. If you really go, I believe it won't take long for you to be completely suppressed. You trash. Of course, Heavenly Terminus Star-Lord was not afraid of death. As a superior, his dignity was always more important than his own life. All right, you can die now. Eteonion stretched out his hand and squeezed. His power poured into Heavenly Terminus Star-Lord's body, causing his body to explode. A bona fide Star-Venerate died just like that. Heavenly Terminus Star-Lord's death meant that the Celestial Pole Ancestral Land had lost its ruler, and he had become the real ruler. However, it was not over yet. If he wanted to truly liberate the Celestial Pole Ancestral Land without any future troubles, he had to eradicate the Jade God Ancestral Land. The spearhead suddenly shifted from Heavenly Terminus Star-Lord to the Jade God Ancestral Land, a force that many forces did not dare to provoke. In this area, the Jade God Ancestral Land was the big boss. Who could resist it? Your Excellency, I'm afraid we're going to provoke the Jade God Ancestral Land. Han Long flew over with Qing Shui and landed next to Eteonion. He looked worried. So be it. Since the Jade God Ancestral Land is the real culprit, we'll just destroy it. Eteonion flicked his fingers and said calmly, Let's go and explore the Five Elements Mountain. There is something I want in there. Yes, Your Excellency. Han Long didn't say much. Besides worry, there was more excitement in his eyes. He was also a hot-blooded man, and he was not a coward. In a sense, he had already died once. Since he was a member of the team of extermination, he had lost his freedom and couldn't control himself. He was basically dead. Now, he was rescued by Eteonion. If it were not for Eteonion, he would not have come back to life. Although the Jade God Ancestral Land was terrible, he would still follow Eteonion to kill them. At the thought that the Jade God Ancestral Land had caused this situation, he was even angrier. Then they continued to take the carriage to the Five Elements Mountain. Qing Shui had a complicated look on her face. She thought Eteonion was strong, but he seemed so small in front of the Jade God Ancestral Land. The Jade God Ancestral Land was a huge force. It had 3 Stars Lords, but it also had many strong people. There were hundreds of Star Masters alone. As for Star Masters, there were as many as dogs, especially the Star Venerables. If they took out a Star Venerable's treasure and released it, it would be equivalent to having the support of a Star Venerable. At that time, would Eteonion still be able to deal with them? News of what happened here quickly spread outside and exploded among the various forces. They were all shocked by the news, especially when they learned that the Celestial Terminus Ancestral Land had an affair with the Jade God Ancestral Land. They knew that Eteonion was doomed. Qing Yue and the others, who had wanted to establish a good relationship with Eteonion through Qing Shui, turned pale when they heard the news. Among them The elder level immediately threw out a sentence, informing all the clansmen that they can never have anything to do with Yi Tianyun. Qingxue is no longer a member of the clan. What she does outside has nothing to do with the clan. Chapter 1923. Currently, there are no forces that have a relationship with Yi Tianyun. Originally, there were some forces that wanted to make friends with Yi Tianyun. When they heard the news, they hurried to change their plans. Qing Shui's side was the most miserable. She had wanted to win her over unconditionally and build a good relationship with Yi Tianyun. After all, someone who could kill 2 star venerates was an extremely heaven-defying existence. But when they heard about the ancestral land of the Jade God, they changed their expressions. It was undeniable that Yi Tianyun was strong. If he could kill 2 Star Lords, how could he not be strong? But no matter how strong he was still powerless in front of the ancestral land of the Jade God. They were all Star Lords, but the Star Lords in the ancestral land of the Jade God were more dreadful. They could be called Star Lords. That was the inheritance of a Star Lord. Those Star Lords must have obtained the corresponding inheritance. The Star Lords in the ancestral land of the Jade God could rival those in the middle stage in the early stage. As for those in the late stage, they were even more dreadful. Under such circumstances, everyone believed that Yi Tianyun would definitely lose. Not even the unique Star Dharma idol. In their opinion, unless Yi Tianyun hides and cultivates for 10,000 years, there is still a little chance for him to come out. But it was just a chance. After all, the ancestral land of the Jade God had the inheritance of a Star Lord. The strength of a Star Lord was the main reason. It was said that a Star Lord was so strong that no force could rival a Star Lord. An attack from a Star Lord was enough to destroy half of the ancestral land. More importantly, a Star Lord could make laws with his words. He could decide life and death with a glance, and he could even set rules. The slave mark of the celestial pole ancestral land had a similar effect. If he wanted to break it, he would have to break the law of nature. However, Yi Tianyun's 5-color Emperor Dragon had a strong law of nature. That was why he could break the slave mark easily. Yi Tianyun and the others in the depths of the 5 Elements mountain didn't know what was going on outside. Qing Shui didn't know she had been abandoned. She couldn't go back even if she wanted to. If they appeared, they would be captured by their own families and sent to the ancestral land of the Jade God for punishment. That was why the Jade God ancestral land was so famous. It was so powerful that it made all the other powers tremble. Anyone who provoked the Jade God ancestral land would have to pay any price. Even if the patriarch injured someone from the Jade God ancestral land, he would be tied up and sent to the Jade God ancestral land. If they didn't do this, they would suffer the calamity of extermination. The carriage was still moving slowly in the 5 Elements mountain. Everything was going smoothly. Qing Shui didn't know what Yi Tianyun was looking for. Wasn't it enough to get the golden divine grass? The golden divine herb could increase one's chances of breaking through to the Star Venerable realm. If it had been other practitioners, they would have left long ago instead of staying in this extremely dangerous area. But she didn't ask. She didn't know why Yi Tianyun continued to go in. She didn't dare to ask questions like before. She couldn't even breathe when she was facing a Star Lord, let alone ask questions casually. Great. It's just ahead, Yi Tianyun suddenly said. Qing Shui was startled. What's ahead? Qing Shui turned her head hurriedly, but she didn't see anything. She could only see white fog and nothing else. It's an opportunity for you, Yi Tianyun said with a faint smile. I told you. I said it's an opportunity for you. So it's an opportunity for you. Under Han Long's control, the carriage quickly broke through the fog and arrived inside. As soon as they broke through the fog and entered, they heard people talking inside. It seemed there were many people there. At this moment, Qing Shue saw that there were many Star Masters here, and there were also many Star Masters. There were at least dozens of Star Masters. As for Star Masters, there weren't many. They were all geniuses of some families. There was a divine tree in the area surrounded by them. There were 3 spiritual fruits on the tree. They were glowing with a faint blue luster. They were about to ripen. Their arrival attracted a few gazes, but that was all. They didn't know what was happening outside. Communication was sealed here, so they didn't know that Yi Tianyun had killed 2 star venerates. If they knew, they wouldn't be so calm. Another group of people came from who knows where. They even dare to ride carriages in. I wonder if they are bold or just idiots. A Star Master snorted coldly, but ignored them. Their gazes focused on the divine tree in front, waiting for the spiritual fruits to ripen. This is a rare water spirit fruit. If consumed, it will improve one's physique significantly. It is especially effective for water-attributed physiques. When Qing Shue saw this fruit, she covered her mouth in shock. Her eyes filled with envy. It's elder Qing Shuiyu, senior sister Qing Meng, and senior brother Qing Dan. She saw familiar people here. Senior sister Qing Meng and senior brother Qing Dan had pretty good talent. Hence, they were brought here to snatch the water spirit fruit. After consuming it, they would definitely improve their strength significantly. As for her, she didn't have the qualifications. She didn't even have the qualifications to come here. Now that she could come and take a look, it was already pretty good. However, for so many Star Masters, 3 water spirit fruits was a situation where there were too many monks and not enough gruel. It was very troublesome to snatch them. If I can get 1 water spirit fruit, I will definitely improve a lot. Qing Shue had a look of envy, and her eyes were filled with desire. The opportunity one I'm talking about is for you to go and get 1 water spirit fruit. Of course, if you want 2 water spirit fruits, you are also allowed to take them. Yi Tianyun smiled faintly. What? Qing Shue was dumbfounded. She thought that Yi Tianyun was here to snatch the water spirit fruit. She didn't expect him to bring her here to snatch the water spirit fruit. After the shock, she pointed to herself and said, "My lord, you are saying that the water spirit fruit is for me?" "That's right. You can go and get the water spirit fruit yourself. I can block the rest of the cultivators for you. However, you have to get the water spirit fruit yourself. This is a little difficult for you. However, if you can't even pass this level of difficulty, it will be detrimental to your future cultivation." Yi Tianyun smiled faintly and said, the surface of the divine tree in front of them was rippling with the power of water. If they were to go near it, they would definitely be attacked. It was very likely that they would be sent flying. However, with a little effort, it would not be a problem. The opportunity that Yi Tianyun was talking about did not mean that he would help in the whole process. He was only helping to block those Star Masters. Whether or not he could get the water spirit fruit was another matter. I can do it. Qing Shue nodded her head heavily. Her eyes were filled with determination. It was not easy to fight for an opportunity. Even if she had to risk her life, she would get the water spirit fruit. And as long as you have this confidence, Yi Tianyun smiled faintly and shifted his gaze to the front. Your clan's elder has noticed this side. It seems that he has recognized you. Chapter 1924. Junior Sister Qing Shue, why are you here? After Qing Meng and the others came over, they looked at Qing Shue in confusion. The 5 Elements mountain was not open. How could Qing Shue come in? But thinking about it carefully, it was almost time to open. It was not surprising that she would open the door early. If the door was not open, there was only one possibility for her, to come in at this time. She was brought in by an expert. That was Master Xing brought her in. But when they looked ahead, they saw an old man and a young man. The old man looked very inconspicuous. They guessed that his cultivation was average, at most at the level of a star master. As for the young man, it was impossible for him to be a Master Xing. How could he be a Master Xing at such a young age? Therefore, they were immediately classified as ordinary people. But they did not know why they happened to come in with Qing Shui. Elder Qing Shuiyu, senior sister Qing Meng, senior brother Qing Dan. I came in with the Lord. Qing Shui did not hide anything from them. She was full of respect for her senior brothers and sisters, so she would not lie. The Lord! They looked at Yi Tianyun up and down in surprise. He did not look like an adult. They would believe it if he said he was a big man. The Lord was a respectful title for a superior. Did this young man deserve to be called that? But when they looked at Han Long, it was very likely that he was called Han Long. He looked like a bad old man. Maybe he really had some skills. Nonsense. Do you think you can come in so casually? Get out quickly. Even if someone brought you in, you can't come in casually. It is very dangerous here. When the water spiritual fruit ripens, it will be very chaotic. Not everyone can take care of you. Elder Qing Shuiyu shouted and asked Qing Shui to leave quickly. He glanced at Han Long and vaguely felt a power at the level of a Master Xing. Then he immediately knew that Han Long was a kindred spirit. His cultivation was probably at the level of a Master Xing. Although Qing Meng and the others could not see it, it did not mean that Elder Qing Shuiyu could not see it. As an elder, he was very dissatisfied with Qing Shui coming in with others, especially when he was an outsider. He was filled with hostility. As long as he entered, he would be an opponent. Later on, he would definitely be a formidable opponent for the water spirit fruit. Qing Shui glanced at Yi Tianyun. Just as she was about to say something, Yi Tianyun interrupted. I will protect her. You don't have to worry about that. Just take good care of your disciple. Yi Tianyun's expression was indifferent. He didn't have a good impression of this family, but he didn't have a bad impression either. In any case, he was here to give Qing Shui some good fortune. He couldn't be bothered with anything else. You sure talk big at such a young age. Elder Qing Shuiyu snorted coldly and said, I don't know which force you are from, but you brought our clan's disciples in at will. What are your intentions? Could it be that you are a playboy and have taken a fancy to our Qing Shui? If you have taken a fancy to our Qing Shui, then don't use this little trick. If you are not strong enough, you will kill people. As he spoke, he looked around. There were dozens of Xing masters here. Even if Han Long next to him was a Xing master, he could only be one of them, not the only one. Elder Qing Shuiyu, it's not like that. You can't say bad things about His Excellency. He has done me a favor, and I can't afford to associate with him. Qing Shui was so scared that her face turned pale. She didn't expect her elder to say that. After all, the person in front of her was a Star Lord. He was a Star Lord, not a Xing master. Even if there were hundreds of Xing masters, they could only stand aside, let alone dozens of Xing masters. Now that he said that, she was even more scared. What if Yi Tianyun was displeased and flattened her family? Little junior sister Qing Shui, you can't say that. Your talent is not bad. Even if you marry into a big family or even an ancestral land, you can marry into a good family. How can you belittle yourself like this? Senior sister Qing Meng looked Yi Tianyun up and down, frowned, and said, Young master, which force are you from? Are you here to gain experience? Or do you have some other purpose? Qing Meng didn't have a good impression of Yi Tianyun. She always felt that he was here to abduct her junior sister. Tianyun pointed forward and said indifferently, I'm here to give her a chance. Let her take one water spirit fruit, or all of them. It's up to her. What a big tone. Senior Ching Dan, who was at the side, couldn't stand it anymore. They were about the same age, but he had such an arrogant tone. This made him very unhappy. How many Grandmasters Xing are there here? Even if you brought a strong helper, you can't talk big, right? It's fine if you want to die, but don't drag our junior sister down with you, okay? They were rather concerned about Qing Shui, mainly because they saw an outsider. Naturally, they were united against that outsider. Normally, they were only considered average. Their gazes were cold, and they felt some disgust for Tianyun. They hated people who exaggerated things, and they hated people who boasted even more. They felt that Tianyun was just boasting, using flowery words to attract their junior sister. No, Milord didn't harm me. He really wanted to bring me here to take the water spirit fruit. Qing Shui quickly stood up and explained, Elder, senior brother, senior sister, Milord definitely wouldn't harm me. He is very strong, and he can bring me to take the water spirit fruit. Oh, how strong? Could he be a star venerate? Here, unless he is a star venerate, there is no guarantee. Qing Meng said coldly, Junior sister, wake up. I know you are kind-hearted, but you can't trust people so easily. You guessed right. I am a star venerate. Tianyun said calmly. That's enough to protect your junior sister, and you are strong enough to take the water spirit fruit, right? If you are a star venerate, I am a star venerate. Senior brother Qing Dan sneered and snorted disdainfully. To be honest, if it weren't for Qing Shui, what you said would have been enough for you to die several times. Tianyun said calmly, You are really arrogant. Brat, believe it or not, I'll slap you. Senior brother Qing Dan was angry. He didn't believe that his opponent could be stronger than him. Qing Shui was so scared that she quickly stepped forward to stop him. She said, Senior brother Qing Dan, don't talk nonsense. He really is a star venerate. Qing Shui, you are really... Elder Qing, Shuiyu shook his head. He thought she was too gullible. How could someone so young be a star venerate? When they were about to continue talking, the tree in front of them started to turn dark blue. The water spirit fruit was about to ripen. The water spirit fruit is about to ripen. Let's go and prepare it. Elder Qing Shuiyu looked at Qing Shui meaningfully. Take care of yourself. Qing Meng also looked in this direction. She clenched her teeth and said, Junior sister, leave this place quickly. Don't trust others too much. Humph. Qing Dan snorted coldly and followed up without saying anything. They still had important things to prepare. Sir, please don't blame them. They are really doing this for my sake. Qing Shui was so scared that she knelt down immediately. Just this once. Don't do it again. Tianyun looked calm and didn't blame them. If they offended him again, they would be smashed into a pile of meat paste. Chapter 1925. Thank you, my lord. Qing Shui stood up, trembling. She knew that Tianyun was very easy to talk to, but some things were not so considerate. Speaking like this in front of a star lord, one would not even know how to die. Tianyun looked up at the water spirit fruit in front of him and maintained his smile. How many water spirit fruits do you want? 1, 2, or 3? It's up to you. One is good. Qing Shui's eyes lit up. She did not dare to be too greedy. One was enough. No matter what, she did not even dare to think about the water spirit fruit before. It was an extremely rare fruit, especially when she saw so many star masters here. It was easy to imagine how difficult it would be to snatch it. If not for the fact that Tianyun was a star lord, She really did not believe that Itianyan could help her obtain the water spirit fruit. Good. Get ready later. I will protect you. No one will be able to get close to you. The rest is up to you. If you can't get it, it's your own problem. Yi Tianyun's expression was indifferent. Qing Xuan nodded heavily. No matter what, she had to get this water spirit fruit with all her might. While they were preparing, Qing Meng and the others frowned at the side, feeling displeased. Little junior sister is still not leaving. It seems that she has really been bewitched by that brat. Qing Meng shook her head. Forget it. Don't bother about her. This is her own choice. When the time comes, it's her own problem. Elder Qing Shuiyu said indifferently, with a star master by his side. That brat is definitely not from an ordinary family. He should also be here to train. But what's the use in a situation where there are so many star masters? Elder Qing Shuiyu revealed a disdainful smile. They had 2 star masters on their side. The other elder had been guarding in front, maintaining a good position, waiting for the opportunity to snatch it. Compared to Yi Tianyun's side, they were more confident. Their goal was to snatch 1 water spirit fruit. As for 2 water spirit fruits, the difficulty was simply too high. It's about to ripen. Get ready to snatch it. Elder Qing Shuiyu's face darkened. A long sword immediately appeared in his hand. He was ready to rush over and snatch the water spiritual fruit. As for the 2 of them, they could only watch from the back, waiting for the elders to snatch the water spirit fruit. In their hearts, they naturally hoped to be able to snatch 2 water spirit fruits. If they could only snatch one, they could only split it in half. The water spirit fruit was so precious. If only one of them ate it, the other would really be helpless. Both of them were outstanding geniuses of the clan, so it was naturally impossible for them to give up on either one. When they were about to start, they looked at Yi Tianyun. They discovered that Yi Tianyun had taken out a wine table and was drinking wine by the side. Qing Shui was respectfully pouring wine for him at the side, causing them to be stunned. Aren't you courting death by drinking here? Qing Meng and the others shook their heads. This kind of action didn't have the slightest hint of preparation. At the same time, it seemed more like a provocation to all the grandmasters. All of them were preparing, but you were serving wine by the side. Isn't this provocation? Therefore, the other grandmasters all looked over unhappily, but they didn't have time to pay attention to them. After all, their hearts were focused on the water spirit fruit, and they didn't have extra energy to spare on others. Soon, the water spirit fruit finally ripened. A dark blue light immediately radiated and spread to the surroundings. It's ripened! At this moment, the numerous grandmasters all rushed towards the sacred tree, one faster than the other. All of them used their star dharma forms, and for a moment, the power of the grandmasters enveloped the area. When they rushed towards the sacred tree immediately emitted a strong shield, blocking them outside. This was the water spirit fruit's last means of protection. After a while, the water spirit fruit would completely transform and be able to escape by itself. At this stage, any spiritual fruit would have its own spirituality, so it would be afraid and choose to escape. Therefore, as long as they didn't rush up quickly, the water spirit fruit would definitely escape. At that time, they wouldn't even be able to find the skin, let alone the water spirit fruit. Open for me. Elder Qing Shuiyu and the other 2 great elders roared and madly attacked the shield, causing it to cave in. The 2 great elders broke it at the same time, and their cooperation was flawless. Based on this situation, there was indeed a good chance that they could break the shield and enter. If one looked carefully, there were no grand masters of the ancestral lands present. The water spirit fruit was precious, but for the ancestral lands, it wasn't that precious. They had better things to offer their disciples. Therefore, the people present were actually elders of some clans, not elders of the ancestral lands. If the ancestral lands came to snatch it, they basically had no chance. The ancestral lands all had dozens or even hundreds of grandmasters of the ancestral lands. If they casually sent a group over, how could they survive? While they were frantically snatching the water spirit fruit, Etienne's side was still motionless, as if he was really watching from the side. Humph, he said he would let little junior sister get the water spirit fruit, and now he's still drinking on the side. What a liar! When Qing Meng saw this, her anger surged again. Now that the snatching had begun and Etienne's side still hadn't made a move, she was naturally unhappy. This kid is a playboy, a liar through and through. When this is over, I'll definitely teach him a lesson and let him know what it means to keep a low profile. Qing Dan snorted coldly. He thought that Etienne was definitely a disciple of a small clan. He was already so arrogant with a grandmaster of the ancestral lands helping him. If there was another grandmaster, wouldn't he fly into the sky? Etienne, who was drinking, glanced over and slapped the void. Noisy! Slap! Qing Dan felt that his face had been slapped hard, and his whole body was sent flying. His entire face had been slapped like a pig's head, and there was no longer any trace of his previous handsome expression. If you talk too much, next time, it won't be as simple as just slapping you. Etienne slowly got up. Under the other party's shocked and angry gaze, he slapped the void in front of him, and the space shook. Following that, a ray of light blasted out, directly splitting a huge ravine in the ground, forcibly plowing a path, and at the same time, it hit the tree of God in front of him. With a dong sound, the tree of God shook a little, and the shield outside instantly disappeared. What was left were 3 bare water spirit fruits. Immediately after, 2 water spirit fruits were forcefully pulled down from the tree of God, and only one was left on the tree of God. At the same time, it was still sealed there, unable to escape. The 2 water spirit fruits that were pulled down from the tree of God flew away and finally landed in Etienne's hands. Go, there's only 1 water spirit fruit left. If you can pluck it, it'll be your own ability. Etienne gestured. Chapter 1926. The shield protecting the water spirit fruit was very strong, but no matter how strong it was, it could not resist the power of a Star Lord. The power of a Star Lord could steal the sky and change the sun. It was not a problem to forcefully suppress a mere divine tree, especially when compared to the golden divine grass. It was much weaker. The 2 were not on the same level. With just a single move, he had broken through the barrier, and he had even specially carved out a path for Qingxue so that she could retrieve it herself. The shield was gone, but there was still some energy surrounding the surface of the water spirit fruit. If she wanted to pick it, she would have to spend some effort. If she broke the shield and entered, it would take a long time, and it would be very difficult. Even Grandmaster Xing could not break it easily. He needed some time, not to mention Qingxue, who was in the middle stage of Star Master. Yes. Qingxue's heart tightened. She did not expect Etienne to be so overbearing. He snatched away 2 of the 3 water spirit fruits, leaving only 1 in front. This meant that the rest of Grandmaster Xing's trip was in vain. They were just here to take a look. At the same time, she was deeply shocked. This was the power of a Star Lord. It was above everything. The thing that Grandmaster Xing and the rest tried their best to break was broken in the blink of an eye. It was like drinking water. Star Lord? How could they not be familiar with this energy? This horrifying power was not something they could compare with. It made their hearts tremble. They were all dumbfounded. Rush up to snatch it? If they rushed up, they would not even be able to fill their teeth. Qing Dan and the rest were completely stunned, especially Qing Dan. Originally, he was filled with anger, but now he was cold from head to toe, completely chilled to the bone. This was an extremely horrifying thing. They had never thought that Tianyan was really a Star Lord. Thinking of what Qing Shui said before, she kept blocking in front of them, hinting them not to be so impulsive. But they still did not believe that Tianyan was a Star Lord. They even said disrespectful words. If it were any other Star Lord, they would have killed him with one slap. Why would they stay until now? It's really Lord Tai-Bai jinxing. Qing Dan was about to cry. Wasn't what she said just now courting death? It was one thing to throw away one's life, but it was likely that even one's family would be implicated. Elder Qing Shuiyu and the others turned pale. Elder Qing Shuiyu knew that he had made a mistake just now. He hurriedly flew over, dragged Qing Meng and Qing Dan to the front of Tianyan, and led them to kneel down together. "I'm sorry, sir. We didn't mean to offend you." Elder Qing Shuiyu immediately apologized without any hesitation. A star venerate destroying their clans was as easy as drinking water. If they did not immediately apologize, the consequences would be dire. Tianyan was still sitting there, drinking wine, and watching the situation in front of him. He didn't care about them at all. He didn't even look at them. They did not get up, nor did they show any dissatisfaction. They just knelt on the ground, not daring to get up. Qing Dan kept kowtowing until his forehead was bleeding, but he didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. He was panic-stricken. How could he care about this? He was completely frightened. He knew that if he didn't do this, he would be the one to die soon. He didn't want to die. He wanted to live well. Seeing them like this, Qing Shui's heart was desolate. This was the difference in strength. When you were strong, others would treat you as a human. Without strength, you were nothing. She wanted to have this kind of strength. Not only could she make everyone submit to her, but she also wanted to live like a human one day. She didn't have any pity for them kneeling on the ground. They were wrong. She had advised them before, but they didn't believe her. Did they only realize that they were blind when they burst out with strength? "Go and pick the water spirit fruit for me." "Yes, sir." Immediately, Qing Shui straightened up and walked towards the water spirit fruit. All eyes gathered on her again. No one dared to stop her. With a Lord Tai-Bai jinxing protecting her, who dared to stop her? Whoever stopped her would be courting death. Qing Shui walked towards the divine, tree step by step. Soon, she reached the water spirit fruit and raised her hand to pick it. Just as she raised her hand, it was blocked by the light. Waves of power kept surging towards her. Her slender hand was immediately eroded by this power, and her body began to freeze. If this were to continue, his entire body would probably be frozen stiff. But she didn't give up. She immediately mobilized all her strength and even took out the starry Dharma form to pick it. No matter what, she had to get this water spirit fruit. Not only could she not let down Tianyan's good intentions, but she also could not let herself down. Whether she could turn the tables depended on her actions. While she was trying hard to pick it, the situation on Tianyan's side was different. One by one, the starry masters came over and bowed deeply. "Greetings, Lord Tai-Bai jinxing." Tianyan nodded, and nodded to them. But for Elder Qing Shuiyu, he didn't pay attention to them. Although Elder Qing Shuiyu and the others were dissatisfied, they didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction. This was a Lord Tai-Bai jinxing, an existence who could determine life and death. Lord Tai-Bai jinxing, we are short of a water spirit fruit. If possible, we are willing to exchange for it with other resources. Is that okay? One of the starry masters immediately stood up and made a request. They were all starry masters, so they were not dissatisfied at all. Tianyan snatched all the water spirit fruits, but they didn't dare to show any anger. They could only make a request to exchange for resources. "Oh, what resources do you have? Tell me." Eteonion was interested. He snatched all the water spirit fruits because he wanted to stay. This water spirit fruit was not bad. It was not too much to keep it with him. As for leaving it to others, it was impossible. Here, people fought with their strength, not by pretending to be pitiful. They wouldn't give you a water spirit fruit just because you were too pitiful. Even if there were 30 or 300 water spirit fruits, they wouldn't give one away even if they couldn't use them all, let alone 3. Cultivation was a very selfish thing, especially for outsiders. It was impossible for them to give anything away. It was the same for Eteonion. He wasn't familiar with them. Snatching the spiritual fruits was his own ability. The water spirit fruit grew from heaven and earth and didn't belong to anyone. It wouldn't matter if he snatched it away. I have rainwater corals. They're not inferior to the water spirit fruit at all. I can take out 2. "Lord Taibai Jinxing, I have a water repellent pearl." "Lord Taibai Jinxing, I have..." One by one, they quickly stood up and proposed the price of the exchange. Their disciples were in urgent need of the water spirit fruit. The rest of the things were basically impossible to replace. Chapter 1927. One by one, the Star Masters reported the price they could pay, and each was better than the other. However, Eteonion still shook his head. These were of no use to him. The main point was that the items exchanged were all relatively ordinary. He kept the water spiritual fruit, and he could give it to Shueyun and the others in the future. As for the water corals, they were useful, but they were not as effective as the water spiritual fruit. "Your Excellency, I have a treasure that should satisfy you." "Elder Qing," Shueyu suddenly said. Eteonion finally looked at them, and he said with some interest, "Oh, tell me about it." Now, Elder Qing Shueyu got attention. Otherwise, Eteonion would not even bother to look at them. However, Elder Qing Shueyu thought too much. Even if they did not kneel down and beg for mercy, he would not do anything to them. He had said before that he would not look into it. If he really wanted to look into it, he would only look into Qing Dan. He would not be as overbearing as other Star Lords who would kill the 9 clans of others. However, Elder Qing Shueyu had heard too many similar things. How could he not beg for mercy? If he did not beg for mercy, he would probably die. We have a spiritual crystal of water that can be used with the water spiritual fruit. If the two are used together, the effect will reach the best level. Elder Qing Shueyu quickly took out a light blue crystal and said, "We won't exchange for the water spiritual fruit. We just want to give it to you as an apology." When Eteonion saw the spiritual crystal of water, his eyes lit up. He nodded and took it, saying, "Okay, thank you very much." Of course, he would not stand on ceremony. Since they had given it to him, he would accept it without any hesitation. "Then, please don't mind the mistake we made before," Elder Qing Shueyu said, awkwardly. "I hope there won't be a next time," Eteonion said indifferently. "No, it will never happen again." Elder Qing Shueyu waved his hand quickly. Even Qing Dan and the others turned their heads away crazily. They did not dare to provoke Eteonion unless they wanted to die. "All right, then scram." Eteonion waved his hand, not even bothering to look at them. Immediately after, Elder Qing Shueyu led them to express their thanks, then hurriedly got up and ran to the side, staying far away. However, they did not leave. Instead, they observed the situation from afar. Their attention had completely shifted to Qing Shui. After returning to the clan, tell the clan leader about the situation here. Transfer all the resources to Qing Shui and focus on nurturing her. Not only was Elder Qing Shueyu not angry at all, but he even shifted his attention to Qing Shui. Since Eteonion valued Qing Shui so much, he felt that there must be something going on. If he could establish a good relationship with her, wouldn't it be equivalent to having another Star Lord to help him? At that time, they wouldn't dare to say that they could do whatever they wanted, but it wouldn't be a problem for them to cause trouble in this area. Qing Dan and Qing Meng nodded. Although they were unwilling, they knew that this was the only thing they could do. Qing Dan looked at Qing Shui, who was picking the water spirit fruit in front of them, full of jealousy. He kept roaring in his heart. Why? Why is it her, and not me, who gets such treatment? Qing Meng had the same thought. Originally, they had been praised to the heavens in the clan. Now, the tables had turned. They would always be suppressed. Even without Yi Tianyun's help in the future, Qing Shui, who had the water spirit fruit, would be able to greatly improve herself. At that time, she would definitely surpass them. However, they never thought about why Yi Tianyun would give Qing Shui a chance encounter. It was purely because she was pleasing to the eye. Some kind-hearted and righteous cultivators must be treated with kindness. They were full of jealousy, but this was also based on the fact that they did not know the situation outside. If they knew the situation outside, they would not think like this. Along with the passage of time, Qing Shui's hand gradually came into contact with the water spirit fruit, and in the end, she plucked it. At the same time, her body was already frozen into an ice sculpture. When she grabbed the water spirit fruit, she collapsed. I finally got it. Qing Shui collapsed with a smile on her face. This was not easy for her. Unless she had the cultivation of a star master, it would not be easy at all. If an ordinary star master tried to forcefully pluck it, they might even die. The cold air released by the water spirit fruit was too overbearing. It could easily freeze a star master into an ice sculpture. It was already quite impressive that Qing Shui could hold on until now and successfully take it. Just as she was about to collapse, a force came from below and held her up. At the same time, it expelled the cold air from her body. The one who did it was naturally Yi Tianyun. Following that, he pulled Qing Shui in front of him and said with a smile, "Not bad. It seems that you did it. You did a very good job." Yi Tianyun was very satisfied with Qing Shui's performance. Previously, he estimated that Qing Shui would need a period of time to get used to it before she could successfully pluck it. Who knew that she would succeed on the first try? However, the risk was too great. It was a little too desperate. If she was not careful, she would be turned into an ice sculpture forever. Even her soul would be frozen into an ice sculpture. "Thank you, my lord." Qing Shui prostrated on the ground and thanked him with the most gratitude. This was the only thing she could do now. "You obtained this with your own strength. I was just a guide." Yi Tianyun waved his hand and said, "The rest is up to you. Go wherever you want to go." The fortune he gave her stopped here. Qing Shui also obtained the corresponding fortune. It was time for her to leave. "My lord, I am willing to follow you and be loyal to you forever." Qing Shui continued to kneel on the ground and made such a request. "What?" Elder Qing Shuiyu's face was filled with anger. He shouted, "Qing Shui, what are you saying? How can you betray our clan?" "I didn't betray the family. The family chose to abandon me." Qing Shui shook her head. "She was abandoned when she came in. That's impossible. How could the family abandon you?" Elder Qing Shuiyu immediately shook his head and denied. Qing Shui was now with Lord Taibai Jinxing. With Lord Taibai Jinxing as her backer, the family couldn't wait to spoil her. How could they abandon her? At this time, the mist slowly disappeared, which meant that the Five Elements Mountain was opened. When it was opened, the mist disappeared. After that, it would be more convenient to communicate with others. Soon, Elder Qing Shuiyu received the message from the family. After knowing it, his face changed, and he shouted, "Provoking the ancestral land of the Jade God." The ancestral land of the Jade God was the most terrifying force. No other forces dared to provoke it. Now, Tianyun had provoked the ancestral land of the Jade God, which was basically a death sentence in advance. Chapter 1928. When they heard this news, Elder Qing Shuiyu and the others looked at Tianyun as if they were looking at a dead man. "Elder, we shouldn't apologize. This fellow will be dealt with very soon." Qing Dan's voice transmission was filled with anger. He was not convinced. Previously, he had chosen to submit because he feared the star venerate's strength. Now that he heard that they had provoked the Jade God ancestral land, he wanted to laugh out loud. He felt that Tianyun was dead for sure. This was retribution. "Idiot, we have to apologize no matter what. Who knows when the Jade God ancestral land will send people over? When the Jade God ancestral land sends people over, our clans will be destroyed several times over." Elder Qing Shuiyu snorted coldly. "We still have to apologize. It's fine to suffer for a while. However, we absolutely cannot accept this Qing Shui. We have to remove her from the clan and never consider her a clansman again." "That's right. This is simply a scourge. If we had not received the news in time, our clans would have been in danger." Qing Dan nodded heavily, feeling extremely carefree. Even Qing Meng felt extremely carefree when she heard the news. Now, no one would compete with them for resources. Even if Qing Shui obtained the water spirit fruit and became more talented than them in the future, it would be meaningless. After all, based on the current situation, she was basically sending herself to death. Especially now, if she joined Tianyun's side, it would be an act of courting death. This kind of behavior made them want to clap and applaud. Previously, when Elder Qing Shuiyu said that he would distribute all the resources to Qing Shui, his mood had sunk to the bottom. Now that he heard this news, he suddenly brought it up again. The ups and downs were really unbearable. "Indeed, I really did not expect such a thing to happen. I originally thought that we would have an expert helping us." Elder Qing Shuiyu shook his head. His feelings were also complicated. Originally, he thought that it would be great to have a backer, a star venerate as a backer. Unfortunately, this backer turned out to be a troublemaker. Of all the factions to provoke, he had to provoke the Jade God ancestral land. An existence that could kill two star venerates had to be extremely strong. With such a powerful backer, they would definitely be extremely happy to curry favor with him. However, if they offended the Jade God ancestral land, not to mention killing 2 star venerates, even killing 3 would be useless. The star monarchs of the Jade God ancestral land were equal to 5 star monarchs. This wasn't an exaggeration. They had a star venerable's inheritance, and they were much stronger than other factions. These words could only be said through voice transmissions. How could they dare to make even the slightest sound? If they were heard, they would be dead for sure. At this moment, the way they looked at Qing Shui was no longer the slightest bit envious, nor did they have any intention of stopping her. As long as they were with Tianyun, they would definitely be implicated. On the other side, Tianyun looked at Qing Shui, who was kneeling on the ground, and finally nodded. "Since you've decided to join my side, you'll have to follow the rules and listen to my orders. I don't ask for much. I just want absolute loyalty. I don't care about anything else." Tianyun didn't object to Qing Shui's joining. He had seen through Qing Shui's potential, so he was willing to take her as his attendant. If he trained her well, she would definitely be a great help. "Thank you, sir. I'm absolutely loyal. I won't have any second thoughts." Qing Shui knelt on the ground again. However, the practitioners around them didn't envy her at all. They had also received the news from outside. When they learned Eteonion had offended the Jade God ancestral land, they knew Eteonion was doomed. They didn't want to curry favor with him at all. It was really not worthwhile to curry favor with a dying man. More importantly, they didn't want to have anything to do with Eteonion. If the Jade God ancestral land investigated them, they would all be doomed. It wasn't the first time they had heard about the Jade God ancestral land's tyranny. If they were implicated, their whole clan would be exterminated. Eteonion nodded. He lifted Qing Shui up and looked around. He had a general idea of the situation. From their eyes, it was as if they were looking at a dead man. He knew that the news of him offending the Jade God ancestral land must have spread. "Let's go." Eteonion waved his hand and left with the others. He didn't want to stay any longer. No one came to curry favor with him, and no one asked him to stay. They all stayed far away from him and watched him leave. After he left, people started to talk about him. They were all gloating, thinking that Eteonion would definitely die. Unfortunately, the water spirit fruits had been taken away. They wouldn't have the chance to get them back. "Sir, they all think that you will lose against the Jade God ancestral land." Qing Shui couldn't help but say, "Oh, do you think I will lose?" Eteonion looked at her and smiled. "Sir, you are talented and powerful. You don't have a good chance of winning against the Jade God ancestral land." Qing Shui thought for a while and said boldly, "If you hide for a while, you will have a chance against the Jade God ancestral land." She didn't just flatter him. She said what she needed to say. If she blindly flattered him, it would get him killed. "What about you?" Eteonion looked at Han Long, wanting to hear what he had to say. "Sir, this old servant will tell you the truth. Your chance of winning is slim. If you fight them head-on, you will die." Han Long said, just like Lady Qing Shui said, "If you hide for a while and improve yourself, you will have a chance." They still thought that Eteonion would lose. The Jade God ancestral land was too strong. It wasn't that Eteonion was weak, but that the Jade God ancestral land was too strong. It was so strong that it was hard to resist. Even the two of them couldn't escape from this vicious circle. They had always been in a state of fear and respect for the Jade God ancestral land. "Well, you two are telling the truth." Eteonion smiled and continued to walk forward. "What if I say that I will win this time?" The two of them looked at each other before lowering their heads and saying in a deep voice, "If Sir is willing to fight, we will definitely follow you into battle." No matter what Eteonion chooses, they will follow him to fight, no matter if it's right or wrong. Haha, the world is big. A Jade God ancestral land can't stop me. Eteonion's eyes were full of fighting spirit, let alone Jade God ancestral land. Even two Jade God ancestral lands can't stop me. But before that, we have to go in and pick a divine herb. Could it be that the divine herb that Lord wants to pluck is the 9 Revolution stargrass? Qing Shui's expression went grim as she asked hurriedly, "It seems that you know a little bit. Yes, I want to pick the 9 turnstar grass." Eteonion said with a smile. Chapter 1929. Eteonion went deeper into the 5 Elements mountain because he wanted to find the 9 rotation star grass. If he could find it, he might be able to improve his star power. Unique astral aspect. Isn't this the highest level? Does the 9 revolutions star grass have any effect? Qing Shui, who was at the side, asked doubtfully. She knew about the 9 rotation star grass, but it was only useful for low-level star aspect. For example, level 4 or level 5 star aspect would have a great chance to improve its level. As for the 6th grade star Dharma idol, there was no record of whether it would have any effect after consuming it. As for the unique star aspect, there were not many precedents. After all, if someone did it, they wouldn't spread it around. Sometimes it was good to keep a low profile. Not necessarily. I think it's still far from perfect. Eteonion shook his head. He felt the five-color emperor dragon in his body. He felt it was still far from perfect. Even though its compatibility was very high now, it was still far from perfect. Compatibility was the degree of compatibility. It was completely different from perfection. He felt the five-color emperor dragon was still far from perfect. It was only a semi-perfect body, not even a semi-perfect body. This was just his feeling. Therefore, when he learned that there was such a special 9-rotation star grass in the 5 Elements Mountain, he decided to go in and have a look. You mean it can be even higher? Qing Shui covered her mouth. She was very surprised. This was beyond her common sense. Han Long's eyes were full of longing. He also wanted the 9-rotation star grass. His biggest problem now was that the level of his star aspect was too low. If he could improve it with the 9-rotation star grass, it would be different. But he knew his own ability. The 9-rotation star grass was in the depths of the 5 Elements Mountain. Without a strong cultivation, it was basically impossible to go in, let alone pick it. It was already a kind of luck for him to go in with Eteonion and see what was inside. Moreover, the 9-rotation star grass might not be able to improve his level. It would definitely improve his level, but it was not certain whether it could improve his level. The higher the level, the lower the probability. This is just my speculation. There are no records of this in the literature. There is too little information in this area. The Jade God's ancestral land might have some records about it. Yi Qianyun's eyes narrowed. As he said, I feel that breaking through to the star venerable realm requires the star Dharma avatar. Why is it so difficult to break through to the star venerable realm? I'm afraid it's because your star Dharma idol hasn't reached the standard yet. He didn't have any information on this, but based on his feelings, he could guess it. There's such a thing. They shook their heads. They could only think about it, but it was basically hopeless. He already had no hope of breaking through to star venerate, much less star venerate. As for Qing Shui, she didn't think too much about it. She felt that it would be pretty good if she could break through to Grandmaster Xing. After all, once she broke through to Grandmaster Xing, she would be able to establish her own sect. Then they continued forward. There weren't too many detours here, and there was a path that led to the deepest part. In this place, if you had the ability, you could walk in. If you didn't, you could just obediently scram. There weren't too many twists and turns. This time, they didn't take a carriage. The deeper they went, the more they had to pay attention to their surroundings. If they took a carriage again, they wouldn't even know how they died. Eteonion was confident in his strength, but it didn't mean he was absolutely invincible. As they went deeper, the fog became thicker. They couldn't even use their holy awareness to probe too deep, let alone their naked eyes. As expected, even Star-Lords can't grasp the situation here. Eteonion frowned. Looking at Han Long and the others, he said, "You should go and explore the other areas. Let's see what opportunities you can find. I'll go in alone. If I bring you too, it will be hard to grasp the situation." Han Long and the others nodded. Although they were a little disappointed, they couldn't let Eteonion be distracted to protect them. It would be easy for accidents to happen. "Your Excellency, we'll go first." Han Long and Qing Shui turned around and left. With Han Long's protection, they wouldn't run into any danger unless they ran into the powerful Star Master. However, no one would be stupid enough to provoke them. Unless an expert from the Jade God ancestral land came, no one would dare to cause trouble for a Star Venerate's follower. After they left, Eteonion focused on walking in. The fog outside had basically dissipated, and he could see everything clearly. The fog here did not dissipate all year round. If he went in, he would have to be more vigilant. According to the outside world, even star venerates had fallen here. Hence, one shouldn't think that a star venerate could do whatever he wanted here. If one was careless, not to mention doing whatever he wanted, one might even die here. After Eteonion entered, he could only see the path under his feet. The path here was very obvious. As long as one didn't walk randomly, one would not be able to walk out of it. But if they followed the original route, they would definitely be able to reach the area with the 9 revolution star grass. That might not be the case. However, if one didn't follow this path, one might get lost in the fog. As Xiao Chun walked along this path, a cold light suddenly pounced on him, almost instantly closing in on his head. There was no warning at all, and it was already charging over. Everything was too sudden. It was like it appeared out of nowhere, catching him off guard. However, Eteonion, who had already raised his focus to the limit, noticed it long ago. He quickly extended his hand and punched forward, not showing any fear at all. Boom! The flash of light in the air was shattered by the punch. Then, half of the corpse fell to the ground with a dong sound. Eteonion looked down and discovered that he had killed a hunting dragon leopard that was known to be able to easily kill dragons. Its horrifying speed allowed it to instantly pounce on the enemy and tear the enemy's head to pieces before they could react. However, it was still lacking when facing Eteonion. The cultivation of a hunting dragon leopard is at the level of a late-stage great master Xing. No wonder those with low cultivation cannot enter. Eteonion looked at the corpse. Not letting Han Long and the rest in was the right choice. If he was too distracted, he might be decapitated. His cultivation was not weak. Logically, even if his head was crushed, it would be fine as long as his soul was not destroyed. However, these hunting dragon leopards pounced on him. How could they not tear his soul apart? They might even devour his soul. Eteonion perked up and continued to go deeper inside, keeping the same passage all the time. Finally, after killing a few hunting dragon leopards, he passed through this layer of fog. What entered his eyes was a spacious area. Chapter 1930. What entered Eteonion's vision was a group of cultivators fighting over a crystal. This crystal stone was held tightly in the hands of a woman. This woman held the crystal stone tightly as she continuously dodged in all directions, avoiding the attacks of the other grandmasters. There were still star masters here. As long as they gathered together and entered together, they would still be able to enter. Therefore, this group of cultivators who were fighting for the crystals were all Master Xing's cultivations. However, they were not ordinary star masters. They were all late-stage star masters and were not weak. Together with their star images, even if they were not as strong as star venerates, their overall strength was stronger than most star masters. These star masters were naturally star masters of the ancestral lands. Otherwise, they wouldn't be of such high quality. Fairy Fan Yu, hand over the heaven crystal stone. You can't escape. The leader of the star masters laughed sinisterly. He surrounded Fairy Fan Yu, making it hard for her to escape. Leave the crystal, and we'll spare your life. If you don't, you'll be going against our Jade God ancestral land. Fairy Fan Yu, we didn't attack you immediately because you're from the Brahma ancestral land. Do you really think we won't use force? There were 11 star masters in this group, which was quite a large number. They were strong enough to level any family. They could even fight against ancestral lands. Some of them were equivalent to half-step star venerates. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to come here. Jade God ancestral land. Eteonion squinted. He didn't expect this group of star masters to be from the Jade God ancestral land. He was wondering if the people from the Jade God ancestral land would come. Sure enough, they did. The Star Venerates didn't come, but they sent some elite Star Masters. This was a kind of training for them. The Star Venerates of the Jade God Ancestral Land weren't too interested. The other ancestral lands had to send Star Venerates to enter, but the Jade God Ancestral Land sent Star Masters to train themselves. Although he didn't have a good impression of the Jade God Ancestral Land, he wouldn't kill everyone immediately. Instead, he looked at Fairy Fan Yu to see how she was doing. "Humph, you bunch of bandits." Goddess Fan Yu said coldly, "You think you can win just because you have more people? Your Jade God Ancestral Land has always been like this, and you even want to take our Brahma Ancestral Land as a subsidiary. Let me tell you, there's no way." "Yo, Fairy Fan Yu is giving you some face. Do you really think we won't dare to attack you?" Grandmaster Lei Sixing looked her up and down and said coldly, "If we didn't want to build a good relationship with your Brahma Ancestral Land, we would have attacked long ago. Who do you think you are, bitches? As long as our Lord gives the order, your Tianfan Ancestral Land will be flattened immediately. Come on. Our Brahma Ancestral Land doesn't fear any power. Your Jade God Ancestral Land wants to swallow us up and treat us well. Isn't that just a forced marriage? If we weren't female cultivators, you would have already flattened us. Why would you still be polite to us?" Fairy Fan Yu sneered. "I advise you to give up. Our Tianfan Ancestral Land will never become your vassal. If we really become your vassal, how are we different from the women of the Spring Garden?" Spring Garden was actually a restaurant that pleased people. In order to gain the favor of the customers, the women inside were willing to obey any order. Quite arrogant, Lei Sixing sized her up with a dirty look and said with a sinister smile, "I feel that you guys are no different from the Spring Garden. Since you've put it this way, let's not be polite anymore. Let's grab her and let her know our power." Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed heartily and quickly surrounded him. This time, they didn't hold back and used all kinds of methods to attack Fairy Fan Yu. Their attacks were extremely despicable, targeting her private areas. Shameless. Fairy Fan Yu's face turned red as she kept attacking. But how could she resist so many multi-star masters by herself? Her cultivation was at the late-stage Star Master level. It was impossible for her to deal with so many cultivators at once. "Don't worry, I'll make you happy." Lacey sneered and continued to attack. He wasn't trying to kill her, but mainly to tease her. To them, it was impossible for Fairy Fan Yu to escape. How could she escape when surrounded by so many people? Therefore, they didn't need to worry. "Even if I die, I won't let you have your way." Fairy Fan Yu gripped the celestial crystal tightly and increased her strength. "If that's the case, I'll crush the celestial crystal, and none of you will get it." The celestial crystal was not indestructible. With Fairy Fan Yu's cultivation, she could still crush it. "If you crush it, not only will we humiliate you, but we'll also strip you naked and drag you outside as a public display." Lacey said fiercely, "Anyway, we can still find celestial crystal here. You're not the only one." Fairy Fan Yu's face turned pale. This situation was disgusting. If that really happened, her reputation would be ruined. "Don't even think about self-destructing. With our strength, we can definitely control you before you self-destruct. It might even make it easier for us to capture you," Lacey said confidently. He wasn't worried that Fairy Fan Yu would choose to self-destruct. Self-destruction required a certain amount of time, and the resistance would be weakened. After all, the power was gathered in the body. How could it be self-destruction? "Don't worry, I won't self-destruct. I'll fight until the very last moment." Fairy Fan Yu's eyes were cold. She was ready to die. She wouldn't beg for mercy or commit suicide. She just wanted to bring these bastards to hell before she died. At this moment, A figure approached their battle area and attracted their attention. Someone came in. Maybe he heard our conversation just now. We can't let him live. Master Xing suggested. If the news of how they treated Fairy Fan Yu got out, they would definitely be disliked by Tianfan Ancestral Land. Especially since Fairy Fan Yu's status was quite high, Tianfan Ancestral Land might be enraged. Fairy Fan Yu's eyes lit up when she saw the person. She quickly yelled, "Mister, hurry up and run. They want to kill you. After you escape, please spread the news that I was killed by Jade God Ancestral Land. Please." She could only use this method and hope that Tianyan could help her. She couldn't repay him, but this was the only way to let Tianfan Ancestral Land know the details.